Y'all are waiting on me, right?
No, we're waiting on me.
Okay, cool. Cool, as long as it's not me.
It's totally me.
Just blame it on Gator.
Blame everything on Gator.
Gator.
I need to make sure I'm hosting.
Can you host while you're streaming? Or no?
Hausage isn't streaming, and no, you can't. You shouldn't be able to.
I don't think so.
No, you can't.
I figured it wouldn't work. It doesn't really make sense.
I was going to try to stream tonight, and then I left it to today to figure that out, and realized I need more time.
Yes, Zoe, we know that you can hear us, but oh well. So what I'm gonna do while I wait, I'm giving my screen a little, yeah, now that I've closed some screens, my frame droppage has gone down. Because I stream off of a laptop computer, and I gotta tell you, I'm amazed it does as well as it does. But I gotta stop lurking my screen. Hey, Hostage, thanks for the host. I need to stop lurking.
Who's that guy?
I don't know. I need to stop lurking Budrrz stream and see what that does for my frame rate. So, let's one, hope that this works. It's worked so far. Hang on. Where's the right button? Click that button. We click that button. We click that button. And then I get to the quintessential button and my brain just shuts off. Dun, 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 dun. That one. Yes, it worked. Yes, I'm a genius. Okay. Okay, my job's done. Everybody else take over. We're good to go. So, there. We're going to let that run in the background. All right, folks. So, hi. You guys know me. I'm Gator Stumps. This is my stream. Anybody hanging out from Budrrz stream or watching from Hostage's hosting, welcome in. This is the first time we've ever done first time I've ever done a video guest onto the stream. Like, I've had Collywoggles, well, she's not here anymore. I don't know where she went. Hey, Bears is in the house. Bears, this is kind of vicariously for you. So, we've got Hausage, we've got Budrrz, and we got myself, Gator Stumps. We're going to sit down here and we're going to talk about Outer Wilds and our experience because it is a game like no other. It's, that sounds like the cheesy thing people say, but seriously, no, I've never played a game like this before, and I don't think I ever will again. But we're going to talk about, I didn't rehearse this, but we're going to, we're going to go through, we're going to talk about the game. We're going to recap a little bit of it in the storyline so people who aren't quite so savvy are kind of up to date. And then we're going to go ahead and just open up as a conversation between the three of us and kind of go through some good, interesting points and kind of compare and contrast our experiences. So, welcome in, everybody. Let's hang out. Heads up, even though it's popping up in the chat from time to time, this game is super spoiler heavy. So if you are hoping to ever play this game, you don't want to be here. I don't want you to leave, but it's in your best interest if you do, because if you know what to do in the game, then you won't be able to play it because you've lost the surprise. Otherwise, I have an auto message popping up for a Khadgar link. If you click on Khadgar, it'll get all three of our streams side by side. It should work.
Ooh.
What's up?
Y'all getting an echo?
Hausage, you look confused and confuddled.
I just clicked the link for that Khadgar link.
Yeah, it's cool. You just type in khadgar.net/live, and then you just keep putting slashes between everybody. You can do the same thing with multi-Twitch, but I had 2 people test it for me the other day, and they said the Khadgar one was working better. It may depend on your browser program, though, too. So, are we...
But, yeah, I'm not getting an echo. I heard Budrrz ask if they were getting an echo.
Oh.
I'm not getting one.
No, I'm not getting an echo that I know of. Collywoggles, are you getting an echo? Where'd my headphones go? My headphones are dead.
I think y'all's audio is going into my mic, so it might be picking up double, and that's what I was concerned about. And I tried to just plug my headphones directly into the PC, but then it started making really weird noises, so I don't know. But if y'all are good, then I'm good.
Okay, well, let me check. Collywoggles, how are we? Collywoggles is giving me the 1 moment symbol. The universal for sit down and wait. Collywoggle says the link's working and she doesn't have echo on my end. So, whew, at least it's not my fault. No. Oh, thank you, Zoe, for the heads up. So, I don't imagine we're gonna get too bogged down with chat, but we're gonna kind of put a baseline as to how we don't want to get too derailed because come on, we're streamers, we do that. But Budrrz had a really good idea of how to go about doing this so that we don't get horrifically derailed, but still keep chat involved as we go. So, Budrrz, what was it again?
So for example, we are, starting off with the introduction and everything, so we could start talking about how we all discovered the game, how we each separately discovered the game, and then just for example, and then once we finish that discussion, whatever you wanted to cover in the introduction, then we could open up the floor to chat and catch up on chat or see if they have anything that they want to say about it, see if chat wants to talk about, and this goes for each, like your chat too, Gator, my chat as well. I don't know how you want to go about each of us responding to ours, but what I think I'm going to do is just type to my community, just like type my responses to them. So that way you can kind of take over because you are the one hosting this and I don't want to interrupt any of that. But yeah, I was thinking like do one section of the agenda, open the floor up to chat, do that for a certain time period. And then once we're good on that, move on to the next one and so on.
That makes sense. I would say to add to that, if you feel like there's something that would really further the conversation, like you say, oh, hey, Pocket said, and then you can say out loud what Pocket said and then respond back to it so that we all can kind of join in on that. But if you got like quick little things, like if someone is on the side like, dude, what are they talking about? Like just be like, the Interloper, type, send.
Yeah, that sounds good. Fucking Interloper.
Safe skating.
So, all right. On that note, folks, what you're seeing in the background is if you ever start the game every 22 minutes, the sun blows up. We'll get to that in a moment, but this is going to make for a pretty background. Maybe as the time goes by, maybe I'll move our location. We can watch the universe explode from somewhere else, but let's start in on this. So, seeing how I'm hosting, I get to go first. No. The way I was introduced to the game was I happened to have a friend by the name of Bears and Waves. You may have met him if you've been over here. He is one of my mods. I actually know him in real life. And we were hanging, before COVID kicked in, we were hanging out about once a month. And in January, he's like, dude, you gotta come over here. I got some games I want to show you. So I went over there and I hung out with him and he showed me a lot of different games like Hollow Knight, which looks really cool and I want to buy it. And pretty much every game he showed me, I'm like, oh, I want to buy that. And then he showed me a game called Outer Wilds. And I'm like, what's the point of this game? He's like, oh, you just sort of fly around. And so you're trying to figure out what happened to this alien race. And I'm like, oh, okay. So we start flying around. We hop in. He's like, he looks at me. He's like, you can't accidentally beat the game. So here's the controller. Go for it. And if there's anything important, I'll take over the controller at that point and then I'll play. I'm like, that's fair. I mean, it's your game, whatever. And next thing I know, I'm like, I want to go here. I want to go there. I want to go here. And it just started to go everywhere. And then strangely, I got to the point where I was like, hey, what's in that? Oh, I've wanted to tell this story for so long. I'm like, hey, what's that one place? He's like, oh, that's Dark Bramble. I'm like, oh, I'm going to go there. And he does this. He goes, okay. And Bears is a really level-headed kind of, I wouldn't go as far as to call him like macho, but he's very, like, stoic. I feel like he's a guy that I feel like you could sit and watch. He would watch a horror film and just be like, yeah, whatever. Or at least that's the way he comes across. But the more I talk to him, the more I find that he's a lot more like me. But he likes to just point at me and laugh when I'm scared. And then he's like, oh yeah, I don't stream, so I don't have to incriminate myself. But we went into Dark Bramble. And again, we're going into spoiler territory starting right already. So I went into Dark Bramble. And inside Dark Bramble, well, I'll tell a story. For people who don't know, you'll find out real quick. I land on Dark Bramble and I'm like, oh sweet. And he's like, oh yeah, that's great. I'm like, okay, he seems a little uncomfortable, that's weird. And then I jump down onto the pod and I'm looking into the foggy hole and I'm just in my spacesuit and I'm just like, what's down there? He's like, I don't know. I'm like, I want to go down there. And he's like, okay. And then as I'm floating down like, and the lights are kind of lining up all around me. And I'm floating around like, whoa, it's fog. Look at these lights. They're awesome. And I look over at him and he's sweating balls. And I'm like, what is wrong? He's like, nothing's wrong. I just get a little uncomfortable with space games sometimes, like all that emptiness and not being able to see. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, I totally get that. I don't know. Yeah, I understand that. And as I'm talking to him, I'm floating towards one of the lights. I'm like, ooh, I'm going to go towards this light. and I drift right into one of them, and I'm like, and I'm like, back up, and I'm like, I get out of there without ever triggering one of the anglerfish, and he's like, see, now you get it, that scares the crap out of me, I'm never going in there, and I'm like, I'm never playing this game again. And then of course in the next 3 weeks I'm like, I gotta play that game, I need that in my life. And so that's how I got introduced to this game. How about you guys?
Awesome.
Hausage, you go, because I can see your face.
All right, I'll go. So I heard about the game from a podcast I listened to called Filthy Casuals. If you're looking for a good podcast, I highly recommend that one. I have no affiliation with them. Filthy Casuals, yeah. 3 Australian guys. They're all stand-up comedians. They're hilarious. Anyway, one of them was talking about Outer Wilds, and the concept of the game sounded really neat to me. And so I made a mental note, and then I forgot about it for like half a year. And then I started streaming, and I was like, man, I need a game to play. What am I going to play? And then I just, kind of randomly remembered Outer Wilds, and I'm like, I'm going to go with that. And I am super glad that I picked that game, because I had no idea there was such a community around this game.
There definitely is.
And that's
Sorry, go ahead.
pretty much how I discovered this game. That's all I got.
I didn't know that either. I had no idea there was a community around this game at all, until I started streaming it on Twitch. I had no idea.
So, Budrrz, how did you come across it?
So, my youngest brother had it downloaded on his Xbox, and we were sharing Xboxes, so it popped up on ours. And my middle brother, one of my other brothers, happened to be over when we discovered this, and we were all like, well, let's just fucking put on this game. Let's just see what it's all about. And I really liked it. It was cool. We played it together. We took turns with the controller, each person handing it over to the next person every time you died, trying to learn more about the game. And then we kind of just forgot about it. It was kind of like Hausage said, took some time. You were just like, oh, okay, yeah, there's that game that I played, but one time, whatever. And so then I was like looking for another game to stream. And then I remembered this game, and I was like, you know what? I kind of liked it. I'm super curious about it. I'm still thinking about it. Let's just do it. And then, y'all were there for a lot of the rest of what happened.
I'm gonna go back to what Hausage said, where he was like, there seems to be this community around the game. And I met a viewer by the name of Sid, who's popped into, at least, I know Budrrz, he's been in some of your streams, but I'm not sure if he's landed in yours, Hausage, but Sid was talking to me during the stream, and he's like, there is like this transition that happens where people who play Outer Wilds, like, it's a game you can't let go of, and the next thing you know, you start wanting to relive it, but you can't replay the game because you can never have that experience again with this game. And so what you do is you start watching other people stream it, and then you start following them, and I'm like, that sounds sad. And then the next thing I know, I started watching other people play it, and then I found Hausage, and then we raided Budrrz, and then that's how the three of us met. So,
and here we are.
Hey, look, Sid's in the house. Welcome in.
Hey,
like on cue. Dude, you didn't hear anything we just said, did you? No. So, I figured maybe a recap of the storyline should probably be a good thing in order.
Sure.
Sid will correct me, and Sid will give me the quintessential number as we run through this. So, the storyline for Outer Wilds, the basic premise of the game. You missed your alarms? Well, you missed the loading screen. So, the basic premise of Outer Wilds is you are part of a community of aliens known as the Hearthians. And the Hearthians are they four-eyed? I can't remember. They're kind of a quasi-amphibian type, semi-aquatic. There we go. Got it. Semi-aquatic species that has evolved, and they've developed their own basic NASA space program called Outer Wilds. Because, space is, it's outer and it's wild, and it's very clever. And what happened is as you're going out on your maiden voyage, you discover the fact that there was an alien race that preceded the Hearthians. But they only have the ruins and fossils of this race known as the Nomai. And they don't know where they came from. They don't know if they've always been around, and they don't know what happened to them. They just know that on the different planets there are all these different ruins of this great civilization, and just nothing but a big mystery as to what happened to them. Which wouldn't be so big of a deal if it wasn't for the fact that on your first day to fly, this statue inside the museum turns and it looks at you and its eyes light up and your whole life rewinds back in time. And then from that moment on, every 22 minutes, the sun explodes like it's probably going to the next 4 minutes here. And then your whole life, you burn to death in an inferno. And then everything rewinds back to this exact same point over and over again. And the rest of the game doesn't leave you much more direction except for you to go, what was that? What's going on? And so then you, self-guided, start to look around the universe and the solar system and the 5 or 6 planets plus the comet. And each place has different clues as to how this whole society came together.
Boulder. That is a nice boulder.
Thank you for the bits, Reggie. But you start to look at all these different notes, and you can go in different order in different places to try to piece together this story of what happened to the Nomai. Uh-oh. Did we lose Hostage?
We lost Hausage.
Now we got Hostage back.
I'm back. I don't know what happened.
Where'd your video go? Now Hostage is Budrrz, and Budrrz is hot. Oh,
okay,
now we're flipping back. Hey, we're back. We're back.
We're back. My Discord randomly closed. That was weird.
Now everything's shifting around again. We're matching. We're switching names. We're gonna give it a few seconds because now Budrrz is gone. Nope. Now we're back again.
I didn't do it.
Woo!
I think I did it, but I didn't do it.
Perfectly well-oiled machine. Here we go. So, but the storyline, and now I'm just gonna spoil the storyline as we go. The storyline goes as follows. The Nomai originally was a space-wandering race of aliens who they all lived on different like colony ships, for lack of better words. And what they would do is they'd explore the universe in different directions. And every once in a while they'd come back together for a reunion, and they'd share their knowledge with each other. And this is how they learned a vast knowledge of the entire universe. Well, while on one of these outer journeys, one of the ships, commanded by a guy by the name of Eskel, I believe was his name, they pick up a signal while they're out traveling that they have never seen before. And that signal, what strikes them as so fascinating is that when they carbon date it, for lack of better words, they realize that this thing is actually showing to be older than the universe itself. And they're like, we don't know what that means, but that is super important, because what could be older than the universe itself? So they're like, let's book it, full speed, get over there, make that our destination. They're like, shouldn't we let everybody know where we're going? They're like, we don't want to lose the signal. It came out of the middle of nowhere, just like that, and we need to get back before we need to get over there before we lose the signal. So they lightning shoot their way over this way. As they enter the system, it's not super clear how they explain it. They say that the environment fuses to the ship, but they also kind of say the ship crashes into Dark Bramble. Regardless of exactly how that plays out, what ends up happening is the planet Dark Bramble ends up basically swallowing the ship, or the Dark Bramble starts expanding out from the inside of the ship, because Dark Bramble is just a bunch of fast-growing vines, and it rips the ship apart. And in the emergency, they launch all their people out on 3 different pods. The first pod, I don't remember which one's number 1, which one's number 2, but one of the pods lands on the first planet of the system, called Ember Twin. The second pod lands on a planet, the third planet, called Brittle Hollow, and the third one gets snared in Dark Bramble, and it doesn't escape either. The ones that are stuck in the third pod on Dark Bramble try to get back to the vessel, but they get lost because there's some weird folded space thing going on inside Dark Bramble, and they aren't able to get back to the vessel, and they sadly suffocate to death in space inside Dark Bramble. And what makes this super tragic, they teleported into Dark Bramble right into the vines. Okay, so that's what Sid is saying. That would explain the technology. So they that would make more sense. So they teleport into the center of Dark Bramble. The vines expand out, and maybe that's what blows up Dark Bramble. Not sure, because there used to be a 6th planet there that then blows apart. Anyways, because they shot over so quickly, they never bothered to let anybody know where they were going, and they didn't expect to be completely destroyed upon entering the system. So they were never able to send a signal out for help. And when they did show up, their communications died, so they were getting messages in, but they couldn't relay a message out. And as far as the rest of the Nomai know, the Eskel's vessel just went off the grid and became lore, and they never found him again. they thought dark bramble grew around the ship. The way, excuse me, I gotta clear my throat. The way it's explained in the mission log when you're on the ship is it says that the vessel seems to have fused together with the local environment, and that the vessels start to expand out of the ship. It's not fully clear whether or not, and if you look at the murals, it looks like the vines are grabbing the ship and pulling it in. So it's hard. I had a hard time interpreting whether it meant that the dark bramble exploded from outside of the vessel, whether the vessel somehow got some of dark bramble on it and got ripped apart, or it wasn't clear to me, but all I know for certain is the vessel gets into the system and somehow gets infused with dark bramble, stuck in the center of it, and then it gets ripped apart. I'm sure chat, the hardcore Outer Wilds fans are like, oh my god, he's screwing this up so bad. So
hey,
that's
you're doing better than I would.
Yeah, me too.
The surviving people that made it on Pod 1 and Pod 2 that landed on Ember Twin or Dark and Brittle Hollow, they both had to create societies, and they had no contact with the other people. Not at first, at least. And so the people on Ember Twin realized that they couldn't survive on the surface, so they built their city underground. Nope, I'm not messing anything up. Yay, thank you, Sid. I need that validation right now. But the people on Ember Twin build a city because they're so close to the sun, they need to be underground. And so they stay away from the sun. They build a place called the Sunless City, and they live down there. And then simultaneously, Brittle Hollow, there's so much bombarded material falling down from their moon, because their moon is basically just a ball of hot lava that keeps spitting out chunks. So they move underground too, but Brittle Hollow, the inside of the planet, is hollow, so they end up building a hanging city from the underside of the planet's crust. And those two societies separately start to grow. And the one thing that they say connects them is they notice a really weird phenomenon in the system, and it's something called the quantum moon. It's a moon that follows these rules of relativity and the uncertainty principle, where if you're not looking at something, you can't verify where it is, but the moment you look back at it, it'll move again. So what ends up happening is this quantum moon keeps teleporting between 6 locations. It'll keep orbiting each of the main celestial bodies in the system. And so all of them were super fascinated by the fact that this moon did that, and that's sort of what brought them back together, their fascination. And then once they finally developed their technology well enough to communicate with one another, they're like, let's figure out how to get to this quantum moon. Ooh, we got the sun's blowing up. That was the other thing I missed. When they entered the system, they lost the signal of this ancient signal that they heard. They called it the Eye of the Universe because of the way it looked when it came through the signal, but once they got here, the eye stopped signaling to them, which was confounding, and they never heard from it again. I'm pausing right now, 1 to breathe, and 2 because the end music's building up, and it's probably louder than me. Maybe chat can verify. Need water. Hydrate, everybody.
Gotta hydrate.
I guess I'll ask my chat, seeing how they're watching my stream. Guys, how's the music volume? Is it overpowering? Can you hear me? So I had to turn the game volume down. Wouldn't need to hydrate if you took breaks from talking. Thanks, Collywoggles. Thanks.
Super helpful.
That's what happens when your significant other is also your mod. Collywoggles says I should turn the game volume down a little bit. So after the sun explodes, as it is wont to do, let's revel in it. Oh, of course, Budrrz stream can't see it, but that's okay. Hope my controller's going.
Oh, whoa.
That was your controller?
Yeah, that was my controller sitting on a table. More like, yes, I can never pronounce that man's name. The cat box, the Schrodinger's cat. Do you guys know what that philosophy is?
Schrodinger. Yes, it is like that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. So, I'm just waiting for the game to finish its sequence so I can drop the volume a little bit. Because I already dropped it a bunch. This makes for a really good show, guys.
The quantum stuff, it's like it has unlimited possibilities until you look at it, and then it is that possibility when you look at it, right?
Correct.
That's kind of what the cat thing is. Yes. Okay.
We'll leave it there, see how that goes. Hopefully that's better. All right, it's the philosophy of the cat is if you put a cat into a box and that cat is not making any noise, you cannot confirm in that moment whether or not the cat is alive or dead. Therefore, you have to accept that both possibilities are therefore just as equally possible and therefore true. So that means in that moment, the cat is both alive and dead. So it's an interesting way of looking at it philosophically. In a larger scale with the quantum moon, you can't, if you're not looking at the moon, you can't verify where it is. So it could be anywhere until the moment you look at it. And the moment you look at it, you have verified its existence. But the moment you look away from it, it once again could be anywhere. And because it could be anywhere, it means it's everywhere that you're not currently looking until you look at it again, which is what allows it to jump location. And so the quantum moon travels around 6 primary locations. And they wanted to know what was going on with this moon. So once the 2 societies got together, they're like, we need to do a quantum pilgrimage. We need to get to this quantum moon because somehow it's connected to the missing signal that we had, this eye of the universe that has now become a part of our lore. And they wanted to try to get to the eye because that's the reason they came to it, because there was a lot of questions of like, why did we see the signal? Why are we the first people to? Was it calling to us? Is it sentient? Does it need help? Does it not want to be found? Like, these were all parts of their mythos that really flared over the centuries. And they eventually were like, we need to find the eye. And we know what the eye is because they did a quantum pilgrimage where they got onto the quantum moon and were able to ride it to its final 6th location that nobody could find, and discovered that the 6th location is the eye of the universe. But even though they know what it now looks like, theoretically, they don't actually physically know where it is, because the eye of the universe, when you get into a certain location, you find out it has the same orbit of an electron. An electron has an orbit where, by the uncertainty principle, until you attempt to measure it, as my chat was saying, as you try to measure its location, you can't, the more you try to pin it down, the harder it is to find, and you can't, it's the same thing, it jumps its orbits. If you're in a place called the Southern Observatory, and you bring up a map of all the planets, they show you first the first planet, and then expands out to the next planet, and then you click the button for the eye of the universe, and it shows you one orbit, and it's super far out. And then it makes a second orbit, and then a third, and a fourth, and all these orbits come in, and it's just letting you know, like, you ain't gonna find it. Because it could be anywhere all the time. So, the Nomai wanted to figure out how to get to this thing. And so the first thing they did was they were like, well, let's have shuttles that we can launch out, and then we can call them back. And they kept doing that, and they were running into problems where, like, we can't do that, because we can't fix for gravitational pull. And if we launch them out and we bring them back, that's great, but it keeps moving. We need something bigger without gravity to interfere, and we need a way to be able to pinpoint its location. And so they developed something called the ATP, the Ash Twin Project. And what the Ash Twin Project was a multi-planet effort to basically continually rewind time and send out a probe and be like, is it there? No. Is it there? No. Is it over there? No. And so they have this whole thing programmed and designed to set up to shoot off a probe, let it fly out for 22 minutes, collect its data, then send that data back into time. And then once they collected the data, send it back in time, shoot the probe in a different direction. Now, if you play an earlier version of the game, it found the coordinates for what had the most reliable information for the eye of the universe after about 5,000 or 9,534 attempts. I think by the time you guys played it, they had already made an update, and that number is like 9 million something.
9 million, yeah.
But it was super high.
But here's the problem: is they developed all this technology, and it required an intense amount of power. And they're like, the only way we're going to be able to power something this big is if we deliberately blow up the sun. So they developed all the technology they needed to blow the sun up to cause a supernova that would then power this thing, which wouldn't matter because as soon as they had the coordinates and they sent that data back and they're like, bam, we got it. Then they would just turn off the project and they would blow up the sun and everything would be great. They go to the eye of the universe and everything's great. Unfortunately, they fired off the bomb to blow up the supernova and it didn't work. It wasn't powerful enough. It did nothing. And in their moment of devastation, they're like, you know what? Maybe we should go back to space traveling like our old ancestors did. And they talked about making a ship and developing technology to do it. But then they also said, hey guys, you know what else would be fun? There's a comet on its way in. We haven't seen a rogue comet in forever. We should go check it out. So they send out a crew to go check it out. And you get like that classic opening to any action film where they fly a crew out there. They land the ship. They're like, there's some crazy signals going in from over here. There's something going on down there. And they're like, okay, one person stays with the ship. The other two people are going to go downstairs, like inside the comet. And we're going to find out what's up. And they get down to the center and they find this hugely dense matter inside a ball filled with something called ghost matter. And they're like, this shell of whatever this is reading high density. If this thing expands and explodes, it will obliterate everything in radioactivity. And they do the thing like, we gotta go. We gotta send somebody. Go back to the ship and warn them. And they're like, all right, go, go, go. Boom. And the radioactivity explodes inside the comet before they're ever able to get back to the shuttle, before the shuttle's ever able to broadcast out to everyone else. And so instead of finding out that they have a problem, everybody just obliterates and dies in an instant. Done. Game over. Except for the fact that they'd done all this technological advancing to have this Ash Twin project that was only waiting for the sun to blow up. 300,000 years later, or as Sid will give me the correct number, I think it's 280,000 something or other. I'll wait for that to pop up in chat. He knows that off the top of his head. Anyways, 300,000 years later, the sun dies of its natural accord while the Hearthians, our people, are on it. So the day 281,042. Thank you, Sid. That many years later, our people are alive, the Hearthians, and you're on day one of your space travel, and the sun just happens to blow up that day, and then it triggers the Ash Twin project, which creates the time loop, and then you're stuck in this 22-minute time loop trying to figure out on your own how to stop it. And the only way, sensically, to figure out how to stop it is to do what the Nomai couldn't do. There we go. How long did that take?
That was really quick.
Okay, given all the material, it's really quick for anybody having...
No, that was good. But, okay, but the only reason that you're aware of the loop is because of the statue.
Correct. Right. When the statue activates, there are...
And Gabbro.
Huh? Go ahead.
And Gabbro, too?
Gabbro.
His name Gabbro. Gabbro, yeah.
There's a point in the time when everybody was supposed to be synchronized to a statue, and everybody was, but those people have all passed, and because the Ash Twin project wasn't activated, the synchronization never activated, so rewinding their memories 22 minutes doesn't mean anything because they're dead. But when the Ash Twin project activated, you were in the museum next to a statue. Gabbro, who is another Hearthian, is on a different planet, and Gabbro to me just comes across as like a surfer dude. He's like, dude, man, did you...
He is the dude.
He's like, did you see that statue light up? Pretty crazy, huh, man? That's how I read it. The first time I met Gabbro, I had redeemed a reward for somebody in chat who wanted me to dress up as a assassin, so I had like the fake ninja mask on, and I'm reading Gabbro, and I just sounded like a surfer dude ninja, like, man, space travel's crazy, don't you think? Dude, I'm totally gonna meditate. And so you were synchronized with one, Gabbro synchronized with one, and then there's a third signal that's going to the Ash Twin project, and that's actually coming from the orbital probe cannon that's sending back the data. So, whew, that's...
I didn't actually know that.
I know you didn't, because I remember listening to you try to figure it out, and I was like, he's close. He's very close. But if you click on, when you're in the Ash Twin project, there's a spot where it'll tell you where the different signals are coming from, and you're like, One's coming from the Timber Hearth statue, and you're like, that's me. One's coming from Giant Deep statue, and you're like, that's Gabbro. And then one was the probe module. I'm like, oh, okay. Hey, Gator, can you repeat all of that? I missed that. I hate my mods. So, anybody want to add anything? I'm going to take like 3 breaths and then follow everybody's advice and slow down. Whew. I can't believe I remembered all that.
Really great recap. Seriously, I think that was great. I'm just trying to catch up on... I saw something that somebody said in chat. Let me see.
My chat has pretty much just said slow down.
Yeah, your chat's like, slow down, breathe, Gator, breathe. You're doing great. Let me see. Somebody was just talking about how the first place, when you were talking about Bramble earlier, they were talking about how that's the first place that they went. When you were talking about your experience there, and your friend was like freaking out. Yeah, so Wild Hyena in here is like, that is literally the first place I went.
I think that was the last place I went.
See, when I started doing my stream, I knew what was in Dark Bramble, and my chat knows. I pushed that thing off as long as I possibly could.
Yeah.
But that brings about a good question. Where did you guys go when you first started? Budrrz, where did you start? How did you go about your mission? Like, what was your mode of operation? And your logic?
Hold on, I'm thinking. I'm trying to think about the progression. Because I guess I'm not going to count what me and my bro and my husband did when I first discovered the game. So if I'm counting when I started it again after that, it's like you said, I kind of already had been to Bramble, so I remember specifically kind of putting that one off, but then also being very intrigued by it because I didn't understand what it was, and I was very intrigued by it, and I liked the spookiness of it. For a while though, I hated the one with the black hole. Y'all know I get the
Brittle Hollow
all the time. Brittle, yes. Brittle, so I kind of avoided Brittle for a while too, so I'm trying to like narrow it down. I avoided the Interloper for a long time. So what would that leave? That would leave the Twins and Timber Hearth. So I think I spent a lot of time looking through Timber Hearth, and I ended up on the Twins but didn't understand the connection between the two completely. So I feel like my whole experience was just very scattered, which is how my mind works, so it makes sense. But I feel like it was very much scattered. It wasn't like, okay, I'm going to go to this planet and do this. It was like, okay, let's go to this planet, died. Let's go to this planet, died. Now let's go to this planet, died again. And that was kind of, I just kept going from there.
Bears in my chat mentioned the fact that he fell into the black hole so many times. He's like, I'm done with this. I'm fed up.
Fuck Brittle.
I find Brittle Hollow has that feeling on people. Either people are like, oh, this is kind of cool, or people are like, fuck this thing, I hate it.
Like, I hate it, yeah.
I wanted to like Brittle Hollow, but it stressed me out with how the whole planet is falling apart slowly. I always felt like I was missing something. So whenever I would arrive there, I'm like, well, part of the planet's gone. I don't know if there was something there.
So, Hausage, then how did you go about your thing? Because I saw, like, when I would jump in and watch you play in the beginning, you were doing a lot of, oh, I'll go here till it pisses me off, and then I'll hop over there. So you didn't, from what I saw, you didn't spend too much time in one spot. So how did you have a plan, or did you just kind of do whatever? How did that work for you?
Well, I'm pretty sure, you know, the game kind of cookie crumbs you to the moon of Timber Hearth first. So I did that. And then after that,
yeah,
I was mostly drawn to Giant's Deep because it was big and pretty, and I wanted to go check it out. The other planets kind of freaked me out. Dark Bramble, that looked like a mess I didn't want to get into. Brittle Hollow kind of freaked me out with the volcano moon. So Giant's Deep it was. And then from there, I think kind of the general way I played through it is I would gather some information, and it would kind of cookie crumb me to other planets, and then I'd die or run out of time. Mm-hmm. And then on my next run through, I'd go check out a new planet or a new area. And then I ended up just kind of like going back and forth between planets pretty much my whole playthrough.
Yeah,
as I gathered more information.
I can't operate that way because, like you're saying,
you're very methodical.
I can't operate that way because I feel like if I jump around, I'm told no matter what, I'm going to miss something. It was very much like you said about Brittle Hollow, where every time you went there, you felt like you're missing something. So when I went to Brittle Hollow, it's like, we will come back here as many times as it takes to make sure I've combed this entire place over. And so I kind of went planet by planet, but I was very deliberate in the way I did it. I think from playing some other games, I try to be in like the frame of mind of the character. Sorry, I got distracted by chat.
I get it.
Me too.
Well, I got a highlighted message and I'm like, oh, that's funny. But when I play any game, I try to somewhat, at least especially for chat, I like to try to play it from like the point of view of a person going through that sequence of like what would make what would be the next most sensical thing to do, what would be the logical response, what would this character do. And so the first thing I did, like Hausage, everybody on the planet is on Timberhearth is like, go to the moon. We sent a guy up there. We don't send ships up there anymore, and we don't bother to bring him back. So he's a little weird. He likes to whistle. Go see how he is. His name's Esker. We go talk to Esker, and Esker's like, yeah, I send my probe out every once in a while to watch people. No, I'm not a creeper, but if you want to see something kind of cool and you want to weigh in on people, why don't you go check the signals at the North Pole, and you can pick up everybody playing in music on every single planet. And while I was up there, I picked up Rybeck's. Rybeck is a Hearthian who has traveled all the planets, and he keeps losing cassette recorders on every planet, and you can pick him up and listen to his report. And he pretty much just says, like, he's sort of the Crocodile Dundee of the situation. He's like, oh, I went into Brittle Hollow just to see what would happen in Cronky. They started blowing parts of the place up. Well, I'm gonna go over here now. And you're like, that's interesting. I think I'm gonna follow that man. But got your message, Hausage. So when I got to the moon, I found a tape recorder from not Rybeck. It's crap. I can't think of it. The guy who's in Dark Bramble. Can't remember his name. Anyways, that guy, Feldspar, has a tape recording saying, hey, I went to Brittle Hollow after the moon. So then I went from the moon to Brittle Hollow. Brittle Hollow led me to the Twins. The Twins led me to Brittle Hollow again. And then that all of that information led me to Giant's Deep, because that's the last spot you're supposed to go before you do the Quantum Pilgrimage. And then I think there's a moment for everybody where they say, this is it, guys. Today I beat the game. And when they finally say that for the first time ever, they are 100% wrong. And that is the raid that we did on Budrrz, because Budrrz had the same problem I did, where I was like, here we go. We're gonna go to the quantum moon, and then everything's gonna be revealed to me. And then that didn't happen. I was yeah, it was like a wah wah. And so when we raided Budrrz for the first time, she's like, Gator, guys, welcome in. You're just in time. We're gonna beat the game. We're on our way to the quantum moon. We're like, no, you got some time to go there.
Lots of time. I really thought that was Endgame, because that's what I had seen mentioned the most, and I hadn't fully at the time put together the Eye of the Universe aspect of it, and I kept hearing these things about like quantum moon, so I really thought that was going to be it, especially after, you know, spoilers, obviously spoilers, I just want to keep saying it, yeah. But you know, after seeing the Nomai on there and everything, I was like, oh, this is definitely it, like I'm gonna find out everything right here, like this is it, this is everything, and then it just wasn't at all.
Were there
I'm pretty sure I did a stream title where I said Endgame, and I think I was nowhere near it. I think I was doing the Quantum Moon as well, because it felt like I was getting towards the end, but there was so much more.
So much.
I thought I'd
But it opened up a lot of things.
Oh, go ahead.
No, that was it. I was just saying it just opened up a lot of things for me. Like, I was like, oh, okay. Things started to kind of click a little bit more.
See, the Quantum Moon was a dead end for me. I was convinced that I would get to the Quantum Moon, I would see the Eye of the Universe, and then I get there and they're like, oh, well, there's cloud cover, but we kind of know what it looks like because of the light coming through. I'm like, really? Really? Thanks. That doesn't help me at all.
Yeah, they said it was like a reflection, right?
Yeah, it's just the reflection.
It's like a mirror image.
If you think about the cloud, when you're on the Eye of the Universe, when you think about the cloud you jump into, it's the same cloud funnel when you're on the quantum moon, when you're standing with Solanum. Solanum? Solomon?
Solanum.
Solanum?
I call her
Solanum.
I always called her Solomon, and I'm like, no, that's biblical. That's not correct. But that one actually took me a while to piece together. When they say that the moon takes on the form of the thing it orbits, it actually is walking a small scale version of the Eye of the Universe. Which didn't click with me until like my third time playing the ending through to get all the alternate endings, which we're not going to talk about. Should probably throw that out there real quick. Budrrz hasn't done all the alternate endings. We don't want to ruin that, so shh.
Yeah, sorry. If you want to talk about that, I can like dip out for a sec.
Especially the really cool one. And you know which one I'm talking about. Or maybe you don't, but it was cool to me. But no, so we'll only be talking about the main ending, although you have been to the High Energy Lab, so we can talk about that one.
Yes.
Sitch, have you seen the High Energy Lab one?
The High Energy Lab ending?
Yes.
I never did it myself, but I have seen it.
I've seen the video of Budrrz doing it, and I highly recommend if you guys want to see something funny, go back through these guys' clips and highlights and find those memorable moments because they're pretty good.
Somebody in my chat told me that there was an ending there, but they didn't tell me how to do it, so I did spend a little time trying to figure out how to do it, and I never could.
The sun is hitting PMS. Oh, hey, my chat, let me know if I dropped the music enough this time. I can drop it a little bit more. I cut it in half. And so we're like, great.
So, if it's okay, Nai said something here. Nystrada said that she was saying that she loves Brittle Hollow. She was all about it. She liked the idea that pieces of the planet came out of the other end and everything. So while other people in my chat are like, fuck Brittle Hollow and feeling kind of like how I felt, there's people with this, like you said, full on embracing it. And then so she's saying here, the real conundrum here is, why is the only fish in the system not in the one planet with all of the water? Talking about the anglerfish.
That's a good
We were talking
question.
about Bramble a little bit earlier. Yeah.
My chat told me my music's
kind of
too loud, so I'm going to drop it again.
In the documentary, but briefly, they kind of glossed over it.
They did.
Yeah.
That documentary was super interesting.
That was so good. It was good.
Wow, that music doesn't get much lower than it already is. Hold up a second, guys. We're about to experience an explosion. Wow.
One of my favorite movies in the shrine. In the
You haven't watched the
documentary? Figured out quantum.
So in both Hausages, no, not Hausages, both in mine and Budrrz's Discord, there is a posted link to the documentary. It's about 15 minutes long. It goes into the evolution of how the game came into being. It's really cool. And then after this explosion, I think I'm just going to turn the sound off altogether. Because they won't let me drop the volume anymore. And unfortunately, with the way OBS is set up, you guys and the explosion are both on the same sound thing, and I can't separate it, which is really annoying. But we should be fine for 22 more minutes.
Budrrz, were you about to play a harmonica?
No. Chat's like, do it.
Wait, do you have a...
I don't actually know how to play. It would be horrible. We were talking because, like, I referred to chat was always making fun of me because you know how y'all know all the names of all the other Hearthians, but I never could remember the names, so I would refer to each of them by their instrument. So I'd be like banjo guy, harmonica guy, like that's how I kind of referred to everybody. And the only one I really remembered was Gabbro because he was just super chill, and I was like, "Yo, Gabbro!" He's just love it. I just love it.
Yeah, Gabbro's the only one I really like concretely remembered. I have a hard time remembering the other ones.
Yeah, I still mix it. I remember Chert. I don't know why. Maybe because he was underwhelming.
Oh, right? He was on the Twins. Chert.
Chert was on Ember Twin, so he's the one sitting closest to the sun. If you talk to Chert throughout the cycle, his tone changes and he gets really depressed as the supernova starts to happen.
Yeah, and how he discovered because he notices all of the stars that are happening further beyond too exploding, right?
Yeah, but if you talk to him as the supernova music's playing, he's like, well, do you want to sit with me? It's really sad.
So the Hearthian on Brittle Hollow, forget his name. I actually didn't find him until pretty late in the game. Ryback?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't find him until pretty late in the game because I was terrible about remembering to use the signal scope.
Oh my god, me too, Hausage.
I would forget I even had that.
So many times.
Very much like I forgot there was even a landing camera in the ship, and Gator would call me out on it every time.
Well, I always got called out on by my chat being like, just use the landing camera. Unless I was trying to land on the sun station, and they're like, why are you using the landing camera? It screws you up every time. Without fail. Like, I'd be perfectly lined up, and then I'd go to the camera, and then I'd start floating away. I'd be like, no! They're like, why are you doing that? Like, yeah. I can't land it. I don't see it.
If I accidentally hit the button for the landing camera, it would make my ship do like a roll, and it would totally screw me up.
Well, it's because you're tipping it to be like point of view like normal. You're flying through instead of flying like this to fly down, you're like turned this way and you're going at the 90-degree turn. So were there any other parts of the game that you guys had like way misconceptions about, or not misconceptions, but like that were underwhelming or anticlimactic that you thought were going to pan out really well? Because the Quantum Moon, of course, for me was like, oh, we're going to learn so many things. We're going to learn how to get to the eye. And then I'm like, well, now what?
I will say getting to meet Solanum on the Quantum Moon, it was super cool meeting them and how you communicated with them. I thought that was really neat. But after that, I was kind of like, wait, that's it? That's all that's happening right here? I thought I was about to beat the game, and we're dying.
I feel like Budrrz feels the same way.
I'm sorry, I was a little distracted for a second with chat. I apologize. I'm sorry. I get really distracted very easily. I'm sorry.
We know.
I'm sorry.
Budrrz distracted? No.
I'm trying really hard. I'm sorry. So, I'm sorry. I just totally missed it altogether. I had it, and then I just was going, oh, that was it.
Where did you go? I'm gonna go back and watch your VOD and be like, Don't do it. But then I'm gonna have to hear my voice through your computer and be like, no, that sounds weird.
Yeah, it probably will. But I'm sorry, you were backing up, you were just talking about experiences where you felt stuck.
Well, not necessarily stuck, but there are a lot of there's two different realms. There's the spots where you're stuck, where you're like ready to snap a controller and walk away and never play the game again. Or you're staring there like, I feel so stupid. But there are points where you think you have something locked down, and you're like, oh yeah, this is going to totally make sense. And then you're expecting something from the game, and then it just doesn't happen. You're like, that didn't help.
Oh, like my experience to the eye, you mean?
Everybody we definitely have to talk about how each one of us got to the eye, because I think all three of us, it's not even getting to the eye, it's getting to the Ash Twin project. I think is where most people get stumped. And even the documentary calls that out. They're like, yeah, man, everybody gets stuck there. It's bad. We try to keep fixing it, but people just don't figure it out.
The creator actually apologized about that.
Yeah. But they still like that it challenges people like that.
Right.
If they make it much easier, there's going to be a club of Outer Wild players. You're going to have the veterans who are going to be like, oh, did you play? Oh, you played the dumbed down version. Oh, well, you see, I learned it back when it was still hard.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm totally going to be one of those guys. Like, I thought hard. I thought really hard for many days straight to figure that out. Suppose let's just jump to that. So, how did you figure out the Ash Twin project? Like, what got you to realize that all arrows pointed that way, and what made you realize that it was a possibility? And I know everybody got stuck really bad there. So, what happened?
So Bear is kindly pointing out, as you're asking this, Bear is like, how about the times you were 100% right about something, but immediately said, no, it can't be that. Like
oh God, that's right. I remember you. Oh.
Yes. I did that so many times, and Ash Twin Project was one of those times because, and I'm so glad you were there for that, because you saw what happened. Is that I did do the right thing,
Mm-hmm.
but the timing, it was like a timing thing, I guess, with the supernova, so they didn't count it.
Can I
'cause it was
explain
too
what
late.
happened?
Yes, please.
So the planet, every time the cycle happens, it doesn't happen exactly the same. There's always little nuances. I don't know if they're tapping into this idea of chaos theory, but the way I found out, here's the thing you can do. If you shoot the scout on anywhere on Brittle Hollow, it will tell you the surface integrity. When that surface integrity in that section hits 0, the thing will drop through the hole into the black hole. I knew how to get into the Tower of Quantum Knowledge, but it would take a different amount of time for the structural integrity of that thing for it to finally drop through. And so there's some cycles that the Tower of Quantum Knowledge wouldn't go through the black hole until it was too late for me to get in there and read everything. And then there were sometimes it would drop in and I'd have like 5 minutes to work in. And I started to realize that there were different nuances to that every single time where, I mean, obviously you see it with the probe shooting out in a different direction every single time, but the same thing happens with the Ash twins, is they circle in a different, at a different pacing, like their starting point from one another is different. And the way to get into the Ash Twin project, spoiler, is there is the portal. There's 2 portals, one goes to the Ember Twin, its matching counterpart goes inside the Ash Twin. But the problem is the ceiling is broken. And so when you stand on it, the planets line up right at the same time that the sand column is there, and it'll suck you up. And the portal only works if your feet are touching the ground. And so both Hausage and Budrrz came to this realization, and Hausage had it. I thought what happened to Hausage was going to happen to Budrrz. Hausage finally figured it out that that portal worked because he stood there and he waited for the sand to run out, because the sand will usually run out and there'll still be about, a minute and a half to 2 minutes left in the cycle.
About that, yeah.
And every time Hausage did it, he had 2 chances, because the last time the sand went by, it wasn't a lot of sand. So it was enough to pull him up, but his jetpack was strong enough to push him back down, so he was able to hit the portal earlier. Whereas if you do it during the main cycle, if you just stand on the portal, when the sand comes by, it's stronger than your jetpack and you can't shoot back down. The only way to get in is you have to slip in from the side, or you shoot your probe into it and it triggers the black hole. So Hausage, if he didn't get on that last cycle where the sand is almost gone, then the planets often would realign one more time without the sand, and then he'd have a second opportunity to teleport. But that's where Hausage got stuck, because he was like, well, I don't have enough time, man. So I kind of just blew Hausage's thunder there. But what ended up happening with what ended up happening with Budrrz is she was trying the exact same thing, and the sand, she got messed up when the sand was almost out, or she wasn't near the pillar, because she was like, I'm just gonna wait till the sand runs out. And so the sand ran out right after it passed the portal. So she was like, okay, I'll catch it on this next cycle. And the end music started to play. And she's standing on there waiting, and she's like, I don't know how this is supposed to work. This isn't going to work. Maybe if I just stand here and you'd watch the planets line up and you could see the other planet coming into alignment, and it's 100% perfect. And then the supernova happened. And honestly, if that supernova had happened 3 seconds later, you would have teleported. Mm-hmm. And because it didn't happen, you're like, it can't be done. It can't be done.
And then it was like another week or 2, maybe more, of trying to figure it out after that. Because I had been around that area for a very long time, even before y'all saw that. There was like a stream previously where I was in that area, and I just knew it. I was like, there's a Nomai who is dead, laying down, pointing toward it. It's like all connected because it's got the little quantum cacti, things like things like that. I was like, it's making it seem like I should be here, and I just could not figure out what I was supposed to be doing there, because every time I would try to go through a portal, I would end up getting either picked up by sand, or like you said, the one time I actually got close, I had waited too long, and then it was the end, and it didn't activate it. But fucking Ash Twin project.
Fucking Ash Twin project.
It was good to get it when you finally did, and that moment. And the music, like when you end up in that space, and then when you discover, like, spoilers, I know this whole thing is spoilers, but when you discover that, like, this whole image of what you were seeing in that seeing pool, I don't know what you call those, And I was thinking that that was somewhere out in space this whole time, and then it actually being inside. That I was like geeking out about that part so much. I love that because they made you think one thing and it was something completely different, and they totally did that on purpose. I loved it.
So, Hausage, I stole your thunder about how you got into the Ash Twin project, but like, what led you there?
What led me to the Ash Twin project?
What led you to try the portal?
It was... I tried all of the portals. I remember initially I saw the 2 towers, and one of them worked for sure. And the other one, initially, I just I deemed it broken. I didn't go back and try it for a long time. Then I tried all the other portals. And I want to say maybe it was in the high energy lab. There's a mural. It may not be in the high energy lab, but there was a mural somewhere in the game that kind of triggered my brain to go back and try out the towers again. And that's when I eventually went back to that one tower, and I waited for the sand to go away and just tried it. And then I don't think that even worked for me initially. I think I either ran out of time or something. But then when I finally got into the Ash Twin project, and I only had like a minute left, and in my head I had figured out what I needed to do. I knew about the vessel, I knew about the warp core and everything, and I was like, there's no way to get into the Ash Twin project, get that core, and go to the vessel. There's no way. And that's where I got stuck.
So I feel like we all, maybe this was everybody's experience, but I do feel like we all initially just right away, once we finally figured out the Ash Twin project, that, okay, this is the core that's supposed to go into what we discovered in the vessel in, wait, I get my planets confused, Bramble.
Yep.
In Bramble. I feel like did they make that obvious on purpose? I mean, I knew it right away, even with the coordinates, I just fucked up the send button, but other than that, it's like, I think that they really made that part kind of obvious. It was just figuring out ATP.
I think it all depends on...
after the...
Go for it.
I think after the hurdle of getting into Ash Twin project, they're like, all right, we're gonna make the next part a little bit of a break for you, a little breather.
But that's assuming that you had already gotten to Bramble, right? Or do you have to do the thing in Bramble before you figure out ATP?
That's a good question. ATP...
Yeah.
Theoretically, there are people who have everybody who's found ATP without deliberately hunting for it have said that they found it on accident or have gotten in there on accident. I'm trying to think right now. What drives a person to go to the ATP? I mean, it's just the talk from every single spot, and then it's trying to figure out how to get into there.
It was my very last thing. Like, I kept putting it off, and it was the literal last thing that I did. And so I guess by that time, I knew what to do. But then I started doubting myself again, because then I was like, well, wait, now I died. Like, now I actually, it was like, you are dead. And then chat started trolling me, and they're like, you just lost all of your fucking saves. Everything's gone. And I was like,
chat was being kind of mean to you. And by chat, I mean me.
Permadeath would be...
We're like, it erases your game. You have to rebuy it.
Yes. And so then I was like, well, wait, am I supposed to pull this thing out? So then I feel like this game gets you questioning yourself, at least a personality like me, who I'm just kind of predisposed to question all of my decisions in the first place. And so I feel like they did a really good job of kind of, suckering people like me into that way of thinking. Like, just being like, oh, you know what it is, but you don't know what it is. So you're just going to doubt yourself and not figure it out. Because that's how I felt a lot of times. So I would just be like, wait, it's this. No, it can't be.
I'm going back to your question. I'm trying to figure out, like, by the time I got to the Ash Twin project, I knew, I was in the boat where by the time I got in there, I'm like, I know, as soon as I opened up the thing and I found the warp core, I'm like, I know how to end this game. But the problem I ran in, I'm trying to think about the fact that I had written off that tower a long time ago. Same thing. I think I just stood on the platform when I was testing out the other towers, and it teleported me. It didn't teleport me because the sand picked me up, and I'm like, nope, broken. Like, I didn't even think about it after that. I'm like, that one's broken. Don't know what that's for. So I completely written off that tower right from the get-go. And anytime I thought anything pointing back there, I was like, no, it's broken. And even after finding the reflection pool, when standing there looking at it, if you look at the silhouettes compared to what looked like stars, like I could tell that the two beams coming out, the two black posts coming out, I'm like, that's the inside core of the Ash Twin. Everything was explaining, like, I knew where it was the whole time. I just didn't know how to get to it. And I was actually convinced that because that portal was broken, it was 100% inaccessible. I thought either you had to go through where the signal transmitters were going through because they had the elevators out, but they didn't have any way in. So I tried doing the thing of waiting till the sand ran out and then checking, because they're talking about like the fact that that thing has to be seamless. It can't have a single crack. I'm like, there's got to be a crack. There's got to be some way in. I can't find it. And then I got convinced that maybe you don't need to go to the Ash Twin. Maybe you just get enticed. Maybe it's just there to show you that it's up and running and that the warp core is somewhere else. So I was super convinced after I got done with the vessel. I'm like, I know where the warp core is, because you can't at all get into the high energy lab. You can't get into the Ash Twin project. I know where it is, but it's inaccessible. There's only one spot I haven't been to yet, and it would make total sense that it's sitting right there. It's sitting in the sun station, because it's what they power to blow up the sun. That's what they did. So I got to the sun station, and I'm like, I'm here. Where's my core? There's nothing here. Well, that's great. And then I was stuck. I was completely stuck, because that also broke my brain, because I thought the sun station was blowing up the sun. I lost the call. We lost Hausage. Now we're back. Now we're doing the shifting around.
Yeah, I don't know. My Discord closed again.
Hey, but you're back. I can hear you. So I'm waiting for your video to come up, because, hey, there it goes.
Here I am.
A gator was stomped. Yes. Thanks for that. Thanks for that, Sid. So I got to the sun station, and I'm like, there's supposed to be a core here. They had to power something to blow up the sun. It's got to be in here. What do I do? And then I was still convinced at that point in time that the sun station had blown up, had caused the supernova. The whole time I was convinced that that's what was going on. I just couldn't quite piece together why. And so, yeah, I was completely baffled, and it broke my brain. And my chat and I wandered around the solar system aimlessly for 6 hours, and then I quit my stream. And then it was a week. It was a week later before I'm finally like, I even sent an apology to my Discord. I'm like, guys, I don't know what happened. I can't figure this out. I'm really sorry. I know you guys all know what to do. I'm feeling really bad because you guys are hinting, and you're being really good by not telling me, but by hinting, you're actually making me more confused. And this is becoming too much of a head game. And like, you guys are all saying go to the twins, but you can't tell me anything else, because if you tell me anything else, you've told me too much. And I love you guys, but here's what needs to happen for me. I need to ignore you, and I need to play the game how I would if I wasn't streaming at all. And I have questions I don't have answered. And then I went to the comment and reread what was in the comment. And then I realized how the Nomai actually died. And then it created a whole new chain reaction of like, I have to go here, and I have to find out what happened here. And once I started to piece all those pieces together, I'm like, shoot. So then where did the cores go? So then I went to the Black Hole Forge. And reading about the Black Hole Forge, they talked about the fact that there were 6 destinations, but there were only 5 alignments. And I'm like, so then where's the 6th? Oh, it's that tower. And I went to that tower, and bam, in. I figured it out super quick.
Damn.
Because once I knew that had to be, it wasn't a question of like, does this work? It was more like, how does this work? But yeah, I had to go through like 8 days of wandering around my life like, I'm stupid. I'm so stupid.
So, just if you don't mind, there's a couple comments in my chat over here. So
Go for
Gamer is saying, so I was being called out on how I was searching for a crack, like y'all were saying. I searched for cracks on around ATP, even though they specifically said that it was impenetrable. I was like, well, it's got to be a crack or something, because I've tried everything else. That's how I felt. And I did like, Bear is like, you spent 2 entire loops just looking for cracks. Like, so 2 full loops straight there, waiting for the sand to run out and just going around looking for cracks, even though it literally made no sense. And then Randy says that, he says, when I got to the part where I need to get in the ATP, I somehow felt it was the warp core and just needed to find a way to not get sucked by the sand. So that's what Randy says. So this is what I thought. What if I just run real fast while using the jetpack to push me down? And it worked. That's how we got into the ATP. What?
I feel like I tried that too, and it didn't work for me.
Yeah.
I had the same luck of what I saw Hausage do when I finally tried it. Is Hausage, every time I saw Budrrz do it, you got sucked up through the window and you kept going, and you were pretty much over at Ember Twin. When I watched Hausage do it, he would get caught on what was left of the frame, and then he was just trusting gravity to eventually pull him back down. I got sucked up, but when I got sucked up, I got knocked off to the side where the sand isn't as strong, and it caused me to drop back down. But the only reason why I dropped back down is I accidentally clipped the frame. So I went up, clicked the frame, and then dropped down on the side of the pillar. When I came back down, I kind of came down and slid back in, and then accidentally hit the thing at that point in time. So it was all kind of, it was like a stumbling luck, but I feel like I would have kept trying it at that point in time.
I tried to get caught intentionally on the, like, I tried to do exactly what accidentally happened to you multiple times. I was like, well, maybe if I could just hit this little thing that doesn't allow me to go through, maybe it'll stop me from ending up on the other planet. And then I would just go right through it anyway. And I was like, okay, I just can't.
Yeah, that was my initial thought, was I need to get stuck on that part, that broken part, and then I'd fall down and hit the portal, but it didn't work.
It wasn't until like my third time in that chat was like, well, now that you know how to get in there, do you know about the alcove? And I'm like, what? Just stand in the alcove and then walk out. I'm like, what are you talking about? And then I stand in the alcove and I'm like, oh, the sand doesn't pull you because you have cover. And then you step forward and you're like, I'm so dumb. So...
And then somebody showed me the cool thing that you can do with your scout too, which I thought was kind of nifty. I didn't know you could do that.
Hausage,
like put
have you
your
seen
scout
it?
down first.
No.
If you shoot, do you want to know?
Oh yeah, Budrrz, you tell it.
Yeah.
Well, do you want to know?
Yeah.
Hausage isn't playing it yet.
Oh, okay. All right. So you shoot your scout onto that portal. You know, the broken one. You shoot it there. And then whenever it is time, you'll see it go through the portal. You'll see it open up. Your scout is going through it. And then you know, okay, now I can walk through and get through it.
So
that's awesome.
Does a scout actually go through, or does it just generate the portal?
I think it goes through because then it would... Oh, no. I think it went through because then it would end up next to me inside of ATP.
Oh, okay. It's like I never tried it before, so I didn't know.
Somebody in chat told me about that one. I did not discover that by myself.
I never thought to do that.
There were several times throughout the game, looking back, that I wish I had remembered to use my scout more. Probably would have helped me figure things out.
Same with the signal scope.
Yeah.
Oh, so many opportunities missed because we weren't using our tools.
I don't know about you guys, but I had a lot of notorious moments where I got done figuring something out, and Scout and chat would say one of two things to me. They'd say, why didn't you just do this? Or they would say, I've never seen anybody do it that way before. So,
oh my god, I heard that too.
Let me give a good example. Please tell me how you managed to get to the Black Hole Forge. Black Hole Forge is in Brittle Hollow. It's on the ceiling.
The first time was an accident.
You took the portal though?
Yeah. How y'all? Wait, let me see if chat remembers.
Well,
I don't remember.
What did you do, Hausage?
The first time I found the Black Hole Forge, I don't even think I realized it was the Black Hole Forge yet, but I flew my ship up there because I saw the structure and I was like, what is that? I just flew my ship into the Hanging City, and I tried to land my ship up there, not realizing the gravity flips you. Yeah, and so once I got up there, my ship just starts tumbling and doing all this weird stuff. and I managed to land it, but I hadn't opened the black hole forge yet, so I just kind of ran around that area and was like, cool, what am I doing here? And then I fell off and fell in the black hole.
I basically did what
I immediately fell off.
I did what Hausage did, but I did it on purpose. I didn't know about the portal. I didn't bother to check it because Brittle Hollow has a landing pad on the surface that I don't remember. Oh, because it's connected to the White Hole Forge. No, not the White Hole Forge. The White Hole Station. If you're on the White Hole Station, you teleport back. You go to the platform on the surface of Brittle Hollow. So I never bothered to try the Ash Twin Project portal because I just assumed it went to that same platform. It never occurred to me that if you were to re-enter the portal, it would have to go back to one of those two spots. So it couldn't possibly be the same. That landing couldn't possibly serve both directions. So I just took my ship and I flipped it upside down, and then I rocketed upwards to the crust, and I got it caught in a tree. And thought that that's exactly what you were supposed to do. Got out, and then when I got shot out, I got all spun around, but because I shot out of my ship and it shot me right at the magnetic floor, it flipped me, and I'm like, there we go, we're here. And my chat's just like, that's not how that's supposed to... Actually, they didn't even say that's not how, because they didn't want to spoil anything. So they were just like, I don't think that's how you're supposed to do it. And like, what are you talking about? And bless them, they never bothered to tell me the correct way. So later, yeah, no, they didn't what?
I think they didn't want to spoil it for you, that's all.
Which is cool, because I didn't figure out how to do it the correct way until I realized, oh, hey, maybe I should start using these portals on this thing. I mean, the Nomai did it. It would only make sense that I'd use the same access point.
I was playing with the portals and unintentionally ended up over there. That's because I was like, how did I accidentally end up over there? Because I remember the whole thing with chat. I remember them being like, oh my god, how did she figure it out? What? And I was like, y'all, I don't know what just happened. And my first instinct immediately was to use my jetpack the moment.
Oh no.
Like, jetpack, obviously, because that's how I get around everywhere on every planet. Instead of walking, I would jetpack to make it faster, because I was like, oh, we only have like so much time because it's supernova. And so my first thing I did, so right as I discovered how I got there, I just lost it and I couldn't remember how I accidentally got there in the first place.
That's funny.
So then that was like a whole nother week's worth of like trying to figure that out.
I don't know what it is. I struggled with those portals because how I'll explain that this was a problem for me. You can tell me whether it was an issue for you at all, but I, for the life of me, couldn't figure out how to get to the sun station. For a while, I was convinced that, much like the ATP, I was convinced that the sun station was just decoration for plot point, but you didn't actually go there. And so
I knew you had to go there.
I was convinced that chat probably figured out that anytime I tried to land on the sun station, it's because I was killing time and I didn't know what else to do with myself, and I wanted to see how close I could get.
I was told that it was something you're to do. I think chat was either trolling me or trying not to spoil the actual way, but they were like, oh, can you land on the sun station? Like, test out your flying, that kind of thing. So I was like, oh, this is how you're supposed to get there. So I had this whole mindset of, oh, the only way to get to the sun station is to fly and just not get sucked in by the sun. So I spent like a good few hours just of me repeatedly straight into the sun, like so many times. I don't know how chat didn't spoil it for me. Like, GG's, y'all, seriously.
Chat
GG's.
quasi spoiled it for me by not spoiling it for me. They were pretty much like, oh, he's going for the sun station. Okay, cool. Oh, that one was close. That was super close. You know, I watched a streamer try to do this for 3 hours, and the more they talked about it, the more I'm like, this isn't how you're supposed to do it. Or this isn't possible. I didn't necessarily know that you could enter it at all, but I knew that landing on it physically was not what you were supposed to do at all. And I didn't know about the other access because I never found that panel until after I had been to the sun station.
Oh my god.
I think
it was climactic. I'm sorry, go ahead, Hausage. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I think I only tried to land on the station 2 or 3 times, and I was nowhere near landing on it, so I abandoned that immediately. Kind of like I did with almost everything in the game. I tried a couple times. If I didn't figure it out, I'd go somewhere else.
On to the next thing.
Yeah, I'll come back to that.
Scattered like I was Hausage. Like I find that Gator seems like he was, like you said, a little bit more methodical with his way of thinking. And from based off of what you said, Hausage, it sounds like we were similar with just, okay, well, now let's go see what's discovered over here. All right, well, now let's see what's discovered over here. And then trying to connect it all after having discovery. Because that's how it was for me. Discovering so much. Because I thought the whole purpose of the game was only discovery. I didn't think that there was going to be this overline. I didn't know there was going to be lore. I didn't know there was going to be a story. I thought it was just a discovery game. So I'm sitting here thinking, like, I just need to discover as much as possible, not putting things together. And then all of a sudden things started, I felt like, okay, so here is a puzzle and I've found all these different pieces, but I need to now put them together. And that honestly was the hardest part of the game for me. And that's where you were there, and it was helpful to have people like Hausage, Gator, and everybody else who's in chat. It was helpful because they were like, well, what is your overall goal? Why are you even here? Like, what is the point of all of this? Which I had completely lost sight of during my discoveries, because I just like fucking discovering shit. It was fun.
Yeah, I think I went into the game with the same kind of idea where it was all about discovery and just exploring, going to each planet. And it wasn't until later on I realized that I really needed to pay attention and piece things together. And so off stream one day, I spent a good 2 hours just reading through everything I knew, going and checking things out. I wrote down a couple pages in a notebook, and then I sat there and I looked at it, and I'm like, all right, now I actually have an idea of what's happening. And if somebody asks me what the game is about, I have a better idea than, oh, it's a game where you fly around and check out planets.
I had a really awesome guy in chat named Sid. Yes, Sid, I'm talking about you. Who did something very helpful for me. He would keep saying, what are you thinking? Explain what your thoughts are right now. And he would make me sit there and kind of articulate out loud what my conception of the world was at that point in time. And by explaining it, I would realize what pieces I was missing. And I, more importantly, realize where my logic that I thought made sense didn't, because I tried putting it all into one cohesive statement. Which was rather helpful. And he was always like, that that's one of the best explanations I've heard. And I'm like, well, thank you. Not gonna let that one just go straight to my head.
You did that to me a few times where you'd be like, what are your thoughts right now? Well, how do you think you're gonna go about that or whatever? And then you would kind of make me realize I had no idea what I was doing. I didn't know why that was happening. I didn't know why that was there. So that prompted me to go back and reread everything.
Sid was really good with prompts.
Going back and
and just this game in general has kind of I actually took a huge life lesson out of this game, where I realized that a lot of times what my problem is, both with this game and just with my problems in life, is a lot of times it's not that I don't know the answers, it's that I'm trying to answer the wrong question. And I'm not asking myself the right thing. So kind of with Budrrz being I was listening to you do exactly what I was doing, where you're like, I just don't know what's going on with this and this and this and this. And it's like, well, hang on a second. Budrrz, what do you think the end game is? What do you think your ultimate goal in this game is? And when you stop and you go, well, hang on. You're right, I'm looking at this wrong. I need to slow down. I need to look at this whole different picture. And I was running through the same problem where I'm like, you're so much on I go to A, it points to B. I go to B, it points to C. I go over here and here and here. And it's like, well, what's the point? And you're like, It's almost it's like having a parent look at you and be like, what have we learned? Why does that matter? Because they mentioned in the documentary, they're like, we didn't want the game information to be lore and junk that didn't matter. We wanted everything you ran into was important, and it led to something in the story. So I picked that up in the game where you get to a certain point, it's rare that you would ever find something that was like, what purpose does this serve? And you go, nothing. Everything in this game points to something else in this game. And so you're like, why is this here? Why is that important? And you're like,
I didn't really get just you talking about that and the documentary, and then them discussing how there were these little conversations between the Nomai. I found that because of the way that I approached the game, thinking it was all about discovery, I read that stuff, but it wasn't resonating with me. And so in the documentary, they're talking about how some people might get attached to these Nomai, and I felt I was a little detached from the Nomai just because of the way that I initially approached the game. And it wasn't until further end game that I did feel this connection to them, because it had such a when it all kind of came together, that's when I had more of a connection with the Nomai. But I found that initially I was just like, well, they're just this like random being that just so happened to be here, and we're just discovering things about them without realizing that there was all of these little pockets, these little stories of all these Nomais and these different clans. And that was a very difficult concept for me to grasp, especially when it came to the ATP and the overall objective. That's kind of where I struggled a little bit. Was like, who are these Nomai, and understanding that it wasn't just this, what do you call it, a solar system. It went beyond, like the Nomai went beyond that solar system. I thought the Nomai were just within that solar system. And so that also caused some confusion, which didn't make sense, I know, because then you're like, well, they went to the eye, but they never got to the eye. So I was like, I thought it was just these Nomai in this solar system trying to get to the eye and just never getting there. Like that was my whole thing. So that was tough.
Yeah, I feel like I didn't really have the attachment to the Nomai characters through the dialogue that you would read in the beginning, because as we said, we kind of had a similar approach to the game, and I would read them and I'd be like, okay, I'm not really sure what to do with that.
Exactly. I'm like, cool.
Yeah, but then watching the documentary and listening to the writer talk about the challenge of creating dialogue for characters that you never actually meet in the game, and the challenge that comes with that, and having played the game now, I think she did a killer job.
Oh yeah,
I think she nailed it.
I did run into the same problem you guys did, at least with the Nomai, where you're so used to the fact that names are almost throwaway names. You're never going to encounter these people. They're all sort of lore. It wasn't. I kind of wish I had been more aware that these people would all have personalities and they'd be telling a story, because I figured like each dialogue that you saw was going to be isolated names. So you go over here, you see Poke, and you're like, that's great. You go over here and you see, I don't remember what all their names are, but you're like, none of these names are going to connect. And it isn't until about halfway through that you're like, I keep seeing the same names over and over again. Wait a second. Dang it, I should have been paying attention, because maybe I'd be a little bit more interested in what's going on with these people. And then once
there are some things.
Go for it.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
There are some things that never show up in the ship log, and I wanted to go back and find them again, like a lot of the Nomai conversations, but then I wouldn't know where to go to find them. I'd forgotten where I had read them before. So I wish more information would have showed up in that ship log.
Yeah, copies of the actual scripts would have been super handy. I made a point to stop and read everything and then process it. And Bears, again, who had introduced me to the game, he was like, no, I usually just flip through. I went to the spot, I went click, 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 click. It said ship log updated. I figured I'd read it after the explosion. I was in here to get all the data and get out. And so when he'd be he hadn't finished the game by the time I started playing it. So I'd get to a spot and sometimes he'd be like, I gotta go. I haven't been here yet. Or he'd be sitting there with me. He'd be like, well, not with me, but he'd be sitting in chat and he'd watch me and be like, I should have read that. Hang on a second. And then off stream, he'd be like, dude, so I went over here now and whoa, I can't tell you. But yeah, there were a lot of points in times where it's like, even after reading stuff, you go and look at the ship log, you're like, this isn't, I know I learned this, but I don't see the information here. And all the chat's saying everything you need is right there in the ship's log. And I'm like, I don't get it. I got the
ship log too. Me too. It was rough. You got me out of that though, Gator. I guess because you had experienced it yourself. And so I remember at one point I was just like obsessing over the ship log, because that's what everybody was saying to me too. They're like, ship log. And then I started like I became overly dependent on it. And then you were like, hold on, back up and think bigger. You got me out of like each little thing and trying to do. So I appreciated that. That definitely helped.
What you need to do.
Times, though, that the time would stop when you were reading stuff, but after the countdown for the supernova would stop, then time would no longer stop when you're reading. And so there were plenty of times, and I think even on the sun station for me, I just did a mad dash to every reading thing I could find and just like scroll through all of it and hope that there was enough information being put in the ship log that I didn't have to go back there and read that stuff.
Yep.
So I definitely got dependent on the ship log in those circumstances.
Yep.
Kind of,
Like, I don't want to come back here.
kind of random but isolated thought. Sid made a point in chat. He's like, a morbid side of the Nomai story is that if you pay attention, you can pinpoint which Nomai's deceased body you're looking at. I'm gonna have to go back and check that out. That's creepy.
Oh shit! I didn't even think about that.
So
Damn.
I keep, especially like Budrrz, I never put much stock into that dead body outside of the Ash Twin portal, but if I went back and replayed the game, I realized that I probably could have figured out whose body that was, because it had to be like, I wouldn't be surprised if it was Poke, the person who delivered made the cores, or there's somebody who's delivering them. Oh, Yarrow is outside the ATP.
Oh, that's Yarrow?
That's Yarrow. But again, I don't remember. The thing is, I didn't get it. Poke died inside the comet. Oh, okay. Yeah, because I can't remember who all went where. Sid, though. Sid's on top of his lore. We should probably just have him doing this. Poke and Pie are inside. Yanni, why'd you say did? Oh, okay.
Oh my god, I know the eye coordinates. I was just catching up with chat and Randy's just talking about how difficult it was for people who have played it to see me go through like not pressing send on the coordinates essentially. That was really rough for a lot of people.
Budrrz, did you,
guys.
I mean, this isn't good showmanship, but Budrrz, did you go and watch, maybe Yanni, Collywoggles, maybe she can put it in my chat, but did you ever watch my video of teleporting the ship? I don't know if I sent you that link or not. I did pretty much the same thing you did, but I did it a lot faster, where I wandered around. I'm like, wait, I punched in the coordinates, nothing happened. I move this over here, I move this over here, and like at the last moment, I'm like, I'm gonna lift that thing back up. And I lift it back up, and I didn't, what I thought happened was you had to get that activated, and it would turn on the portal that would later on teleport you onto the eye. But when I flipped that thing up, I didn't think anything was going to happen. I thought it was just the final thing to activate power. So when I flipped that thing up, I screamed. Because it was like, and black hole, and I was like, ah!
It's scary. But yeah, let me see. Okay, I was just catching up on my chat a little bit.
So,
when the coordinates show up on the bottom left, they disappear when you pause. So when we told you to pause and think, they weren't there anymore. That's so true. I was so confused about I was sitting here. I still have a picture on my phone of the coordinates because I took a picture of the coordinates thinking that it wasn't on the screen.
I knew exactly what
I drew it.
I think I found the vessel first. So then when I found the coordinates, I knew exactly what they were for. Because I'm like, you give me these three things. I've spent so much time getting here. What do these go to? And I'm like, there's only one spot in the entire game you can punch in data for anything. I'm like, it has to be that. And then, I forgot my other, oh yeah, so when I got to going to the vessel, I didn't know about that. So what I had done is I had taken a screenshot from my stream and cropped it and put it in the bottom of my stream when I was playing. So I was like, all right, here we go. Turn that image on. There it is. Just match the coordinates. But then I also couldn't remember if I was looking at it from the ceiling or the floor. So I typed the coordinates in and then I would flip them and then type the coordinates in again and try it that way. But without the warp core, nothing happens, which I kind of figured was going to be the problem anyways, which sent me on this mad dash of, where's the warp core? We need a warp core.
Yes. I knew we needed a warp core right away. The moment I discovered that vessel, I was like, okay, this one obviously is broken. I'm gonna need to replace this. Like, that was the first thing that went through my head. But then it took me so long to discover ATP, like how to get to ATP, that by the time I got there, I had forgot. I kind of like it was out of my mind for a while. And then once I got back in there and I saw that core and it looked exactly like the one in Bramble, I was like, okay, this is what I'm supposed to do, but then died immediately. And so then I was like, no, I'm not supposed to do that. And so this game just had me doubt myself so much. It made me realize how like I lack confidence. Like this game was like a self-discovery type of thing. I was like, wow, I really lack confidence. Holy shit, I need to just go with my gut sometimes.
Well, at least two of us have learned life lessons from this. Hausage, what did you find out about yourself by playing this game?
Oh gosh, I don't know.
Hausage like, I hate black holes. That's what I learned from this game.
Yeah, exactly.
So before we get too far away from it, I want to go back to like things that we got super stuck on, because I do have some other things that struck me as, and I don't know if this caused a problem for either of you, but the towers, for some reason, the towers were like the bane of my existence. The tower to the sun station. I'll explain my problems with it, and then you can explain to me if you knew all along. But I found the towers before I really associated which one. I didn't realize that one of the towers went to the sun station. So there was one tower that I couldn't place what it went to, and it had cacti in front of it. So I was convinced to teleport it to Dark Bramble. But because it had cacti in it, but you could see through the window and you could see some of the portals and stuff running, I'm like, I have to go to Dark Bramble and teleport in. That's what's going on with that thing.
Oh my god, yeah.
And then once I figured out that none of the Nomai had ever gone back to Dark Bramble, because they'd even talked about like, we need a warp core. Well, we can just pull the old one from the vessel, and they're like, that ain't happening. No, we don't do that. I'm like, so they didn't go there. How do I get into that portal? And then once I found out that it went to the sun station, I'm like, it's impossible. You can't get into that thing. There's cacti in the way. How did Sid put it in my chat? He's like, he mocked me for it. It was pretty funny. Let me scroll back up. I even told him like, no, don't worry, I'll bring it up. Oh yeah, he's like, oh, are you talking about the cactus room that was quote unquote impossible to get through? But yeah, that was yet another thing that I completely had written off. And so it took me a painfully long time to realize the fact that the process that was happening on the Ember Twin, where there's certain spots you had to get to right away and then would become inaccessible, that the reverse would be true on the Ash Twin. It never crossed my mind that, there are points that will become accessible for only a period of time and no longer accessible. I don't even remember how I figured that out. No clue. Did you guys have any problem with it?
I will say that Budrrz absolutely nailed it by flying through the cactus.
Oh, that's right.
Thank you, Austin.
That was Budrrz? Oh, I do remember that.
Yeah. People are like, what the fuck?
I do remember that.
Into the sun over, and then it comes to like carefully, methodically flying with my jetpack through cacti, and I was totally fine. I was like, that's not how you're supposed to do it. And then I didn't even, I was like, what do you mean? So it reminded me of what you said earlier.
Yeah, I tried flying through the cactus area a handful of times, and I wrote it off. I was like, I can't do that. Maybe I can do it later. Right now I can't do it. And then I totally forgot about it. But then I came back and I tried it again. I'm like, this is bullshit. You can't get through here. And then I finally connected the dots with the sand. I was like,
yeah,
I can wait for the sand and walk through there.
Yes. Yeah, that actually gave me the least amount of problems was the sun station. Like, but once I was like gave up on flying directly to it, that gave me the least amount of problems because I was like, well, at least I know I can make it just flying through. And then I went there a second time expecting to fly through again. And I was like, oh, wait, I could just walk on the sand. Like it just happened. So I did not get stuck there, even though I got stuck in a lot of other places for a very long time. The Quantum Moon, I think I would have gotten stuck longer, but somebody kind of spoiled the whole picture concept, like the observation, that whole thing. Like that really sucks. Somebody kind of was like, oh, you have to take a picture. of the quantum moon. And even though it was very early on in the game, so I didn't completely understand I didn't understand like the concept of, oh, I need to constantly be observing it through the camera. I didn't make that connection, but then all of a sudden I knew, oh, I have to take this picture. And so that was kind of a bummer because I wonder how long I would have been stuck trying to figure that out if somebody wouldn't have said anything.
But how to explain? Like they explain how to do that when you are in Giant's Deep in the large tornado, when you're basically in the training ground for the quantum voyage or pilgrimage.
Right.
When you got to it, did you at least get to that point and say, oh, okay, well, I felt like it was ruined, but I would have learned it here anyways? Or were you just kind of like, nope, thanks?
I mean, I think I could have figured it out, but I think it would have taken me a lot longer. I think that would have been a place where I might have been stumped and had to, and I think it would have helped me understand how the game works, how it kind of tries to push you towards certain things, but gently, but kind of leaving it up to you. I don't know. But then the part that I'm gonna be honest that I still don't completely understand, and maybe you guys can help me with this part, was the whole being on the North Pole of the quantum.
Oh.
I still don't get, like, I would figure it out every time accidentally and never really understood it.
You want me to explain it? Or Hausage? Go for it.
Well, you can explain it because I think I accidentally figured it out. I think I just took the tower enough times that I ended up on a moon where I could get to the North Pole. But I don't have any definite reason why I ended up on a moon that I could get to the North Pole. And the other thing that I had trouble with on the quantum moon of finding the North Pole is I would get confused which color was north and which was south.
Oh, that sucks.
And I had people in chat being like, you were just at the North Pole.
I think I was there for that one.
Away from it. Yeah.
I do think I was there for that one. So the quantum moon, the literature says that one, obviously you have to take a photo of it because it has to be observed. And then they say, and I'm going to explain exactly how it works, not how I figured it out, because some of this I didn't piece together until well after my first playthrough. But the quantum moon only accepts people into the South Pole. And what I thought that meant... South Pole? Yeah. So what I thought that meant was I had to fly in from the South Pole. And that's not actually what it means. It means no matter which way you enter the quantum moon,
you'll end up south.
You end up at the South Pole. And the reason why that's the case is because when you end up on the eye of the universe, you end up on the opposite side from the cloud. And then you have to walk your way down.
Which is north?
So you must be looking at the quantum moon upside down. Or you must be looking at the eye of the universe upside down.
Yeah.
When you finally get there. I never actually checked, but it says it always welcomes you at... Sid says my smartass tried to land on the North Pole. But no matter which way you go into there, you land at the South Pole. Now, the quantum moon takes on the shape or the manner of the planet in which it's orbiting. And some planets have a lot of crap going on. So if it's round, dark Bramble, you're going to have all these Bramble things. I didn't want to run into a fish, so I stayed away from that. But all of the but the problem is all of them have obstructions from the South Pole trying to go north. All of them have obstructions except for Giant's Deep. Because Giant's Deep
Giant's Deep had the cyclone.
It has the cyclone around the North Pole itself, but the rest of the entire map is empty. Because it's all water. So Giant's Deep is the only one I know of that you can easily go all the way almost to the North Pole. Then you take the shrine because it's quantum theory. You get it, you look away, you look back, it appears. You get into it at that point, and you come out. And you could come out almost anywhere else except for the eye, and you're past the barrier point that each of those other planets would have created by their topography. But you have to be right up there. And then at that point in time, you can wander the rest of the little gap that Giant's Deep had blocked you off from. So it's kind of trying to figure out how to flip from one map to the next map, if that makes sense to you.
Yeah, Bear was expressing that you can also do that on Ember, which is how I did it.
Huh. It clicked with me. I think the first time I landed on it, I was on Timber Hearth, and I very quickly ran into a wall. And I may have tried Brittle Hollow, I don't recall, but then I started thinking about it. I'm like, wait a minute, Giant's Deep's all water. And then so I went there and was like, oh, look at that, all the way to the North Pole. And then I got to the tornado, and I'm like, well, I guess I must jump over to somewhere else then. And then that got me the rest of the way up there. Factors. Right. Hey, I got a raid coming in. Guys, I'm going to take a moment to say hi to my raid. Factor, welcome in. How was your 12-hour stream, buddy? Folks, welcome in. We are doing a chat with Hausage and Budrrz. Unfortunately, we don't have Budrrz' image here, but we do have her in person. So we are talking about Outer Wilds and all the experiences that we've had with the game. If you haven't played Outer Wilds and you want to play Outer Wilds and you don't want it ruined for you, it's great to have you here. I hope you come back some other time, but you should probably leave now.
Controller is probably easier. I didn't even think about the different experiences between playing it on PC and playing it on Xbox. What did y'all play on?
I played on PC with a Switch controller.
Oh, okay. I played on Xbox.
Yeah, because I guess if you play with a keyboard and mouse, there's no like pressure sensitivity for the for like the jetpack or the ship boosters, so it's either all the way on or off.
Oh, well, no wonder, because yeah, some people in chat here were expressing it's like impossible to get through the cactus part at the, to get to the sun station like we were talking about, and it might be maybe I was able to do it like that because I'm on controller.
Yeah, probably.
And Pi said, this is deeper than a Game of Thrones analysis. Y'all are too deep for me.
Oh, we haven't even gotten to the philosophical stuff yet. Or like
we're not even in the existential. This is just the game.
We're not even into the end game. I have been watching the time because I know Budrrz, you originally said 11 o'clock, but I didn't know if that was just a vague thing or exactly what your time crunch is.
It was a vague thing. It's
okay.
Cool. Yeah, I'm here for this. We're chilling. Yeah.
Alrighty, cool. I've been mindful of that, being like, well, at 10 o'clock my time, which is your time, because you and I are both central. Yes. All right, Factor, thank you for dropping in. Get some rest. Factor did a 12-hour stream.
You're welcome.
But yeah, with you and I both doing central time, I'm like, well, at 10 o'clock we'll look at what we've got left, and maybe I'll try to like narrow us down a little bit more. But no, just having the natural organic conversation we've been having, I don't know, I think this has been great so far. I'm having fun. I don't care what you guys think.
No, I love it. I think this is great. And Randy, just if I can squeeze this in real quick, said that he always used Ember to go to Timber Hearth and then to the Eye.
Ember to go to Timber Hearth.
I don't even know how.
There is. How do you go from Ember to Timber?
Yeah, to Timber Hearth.
Wait,
when you get to the Eye using the moon, if you jump the hole in the clouds above, it throws you back to the Timber Hearth version of Quantum Moon.
Oh, it does.
Why is that? It does.
I didn't think about that.
Oh my god, and then... Well, I guess that's for a little bit later when we get to endgame discussion.
Yeah.
Maybe that's all connected.
I'm trying to think about, like, now I have to go fly to the Quantum Moon and try that.
Yeah, Randy's referring to the Quantum Moon, Ember Quantum Moon, to Timber Quantum Moon, to North Pole. That's what he means.
Weird. You did try that. Okay, repeat that sequence one more time, because now my brain's breaking. So
Quantum Moon itself, you get to the Quantum Moon, and then Ember, from the Quantum Moon, get to Ember, and then from the Quantum Moon, get to Timber, which brings you to the North Pole.
Oh,
so it's
okay.
Quantum Moon, Ember,
gotcha.
Timber, Quantum Moon, North Pole. Yeah.
All right. Okay.
And Pockets wants a 20 minutes of marshmallow toasting analysis.
I should have had more. I feel like I have to do a chubby bunny after this. No, with cooked marshmallows. We did a chubby bunny earlier. It was interesting. I don't know if Hausage was here for that.
I saw that. That was Logan. Logan was
I missed that.
So I got to see that on big screen. It was beautiful.
Nobody needs to see that on big screen.
Actually, I was at my parents' house earlier and I brought up the stream because I was talking about what I was doing tonight, and the
Mom,
still
Dad,
image was
that guy.
you and Collywoggles, and you had marshmallows in your mouth.
I've had a fun day, guys. Speaking of the Quantum Moon jumping around stuff, there is a playthrough. I remember posting it. I'll have to see if I can find the link again. Somebody did the entire end game without ever getting in their ship.
What?
Crazy.
Like first playthrough, or they played it before and then did that?
Well, like if you were to right now, Budrzz, load your game, not like going through and finding all the clues, but if you're set up that you can just do it in one cycle, like you're ready to, you've got the coordinates and everything. A guy had figured out how to get off a timber hearth using the geysers, launch himself at the twins, land on the twins, get the warp core, and then he, what did he do from there? Oh, he took the sand pillar across to get to the shuttle that's on, to call back the shuttle using the gravity cannon, and then waited until the Ember Twin was pointing at Dark Bramble, and got in and fired it. And he used the shuttle to launch him all the way to Dark Bramble, and then he jumped out. It's crazy to watch. You sit there and you're like, how?
Oh my god, I have to watch this.
I will find it. I will write myself a note.
Randy, okay, so Sid said, all right, so you know, to Pocket's comment about 20 minutes of marshmallow toasting analysis, Sid, you know, Darth Vader, only people with the carcinogens achievement can discuss it.
Did I tell you what?
That's awesome. And then Randy's, when are we discussing the stupid ways that we died?
Oh yeah, there's so many stupid ways to die.
Oh, God.
My favorite way to die that I found just absolutely the most hilarious is you can, if you're on Timber Hearth and you go up to your ship and then you take your spacesuit and you float down, when you step underneath, try to bring the elevator back down, it will come down and it will kill you instantly. And there's no like running out of oxygen and dying. There's no like watching the screen fry up and go black and fade out. It's instant black. It's like, and you're just like dead. And you're like, whoop, that was sudden. That was really sudden.
Randy said he did that. That happened to him.
But that got one of those like unexpected laughs from me where I watched it and I was like, Oh, when we did the carcinogen things, I don't know if either of you are aware of it, but Collywoggles and I sat down. She's like, oh, I want to be a part of this. And we took lighters in real life and mini marshmallows, and every time we burned a marshmallow and ate it in the game, we did it in real life with the lighter, and then we'd eat it. And then we just kept doing that over and over again until we got the trophy.
Oh, God. IRL.
Yum. I actually thought about buying marshmallows for tonight and I forgot to do it.
I have mini ones.
I've had enough marshmallows for today. So while I got questions about like so what did you or how long did it take you to figure out such and such? And a few ones that I haven't questioned are how long, like these are things that took me a while to figure out. And maybe you guys have other things that took you a long time that didn't bug any of us, but like how long did it take you to figure out how to get into the Tower of Quantum Knowledge?
Ooh.
Which one?
That's the one on Brittle Hollow that you have to wait till it goes through the black hole before you can get into it.
I feel like that took me a minute.
It took me a little bit to find it in the first place, and then once I did, I sat there because the gravity walkway is broken, and I'm just looking at it like, there's got to be something around here I'm missing. Why can't I get up there? And then I was like, maybe I'll just hang out here until it falls into the black hole, and I did that, and it killed me. Because I went through with the tower, and I think going through with the object at the same time just obliterated me.
That was one of those that I tried figuring out for the longest time, and then because what happens with Brittle Hollow is you wander around Brittle Hollow for a while, and you're like, you know what? this isn't going anywhere, and everything I was trying to research is falling through the black hole. Well, now what? And so I got stuck through the black. So there was a lot of times I'd go to the quantum tower and be like, I can't, the gravity thing's broken. There's got to be another way in. Maybe you teleport in. Maybe there's another door I'm not seeing. Maybe there's some ghost matter I have to figure my way through. Maybe this is one of those things that you're never supposed to access and it's just supposed to drive you nuts the whole game. As I was convinced about with the Sun Station and the ATP. And then I was not even paying attention to anything else. And like, as if it had never, ever bugged me, I ended up going through the black hole and being like, well, we're through the black hole doing this other thing. Well, I got nothing else to do. Hey, let's go see if the Tower of Quantum Knowledge is here, because then I can access it. And a little part of my brain was like, why aren't you more surprised how dumb you are right now? Like, duh. Like, you just shrug that off your shoulder like, yeah, you know that problem I've had? Well, I didn't even think about it. Let's just go in. Bam, we're good.
So I feel like because of chat, in a good way, I did not get stuck in a good way. I did not get stuck on the quantum tower for very long, but like Hausage expressed, it took me a while to find it in the first place. And then once I found it, I was like, okay, I know how to get here now. Although I got to a lot of the places in Brittle Hollow, which, yes, I've been getting the name right. Yes, chat. But yeah.
Was that the
They're like proud of me. Like,
was that the Banjo Planet?
Right. The guy with the banjo guy. But yeah, but the ways that I would, that to me was the most obscure planet, because it's like I just would start orbiting the black hole. So really the way that I was getting to all the places you're supposed to discover on, in Brittle Hollow, I was doing it in a way that's not typical. And so I think it was the similar thing with the quantum tower, and I would just get there in weird ways. But then when I did get there, chat was like, just remember patience. We lost Hausage.
Yes, we did. And Hausage is back again.
Yeah. And they were like, just be patient. And once I discovered that, I was like, all right. So then it was about, well, how do I be patient without running out of oxygen? And so what I would do was just run up and down to where the trees were, and then come back down. And then eventually I was able to just get through. Because people were like, just be patient, Butter. So that helped.
I know you said that casually like that, but I also remember in chat multiple people saying in your stream, like, we give her subtle hints and she doesn't pick up on them. Like the amount of times when we were at the quantum tower, and we're like, you have to have patience, wink, wink. And she was like, I'm going to go over here. And everyone's like, no.
Because I get distracted. I don't have patience. But
I remember
how long it would have taken me without people telling me to just be patient.
Like Bears in your stream sent me messages when you were going back to try to figure out the ATP portal again. You had so many times you walked in and you're like, guys, I can't figure this out because look, I stand right here, right on this portal. We're watching the planet line up. She's like, I don't get it. Like I stood here forever like an idiot, and we're like, just a few more seconds. And then she turns around and she's like, and see, and then I go out here and nothing's going on, and we're like, no. And I'm getting messages from other people in your chat like, I can't even do this right now. Gator, you gotta say something. I don't. What do we do? Like I can't even right now. Like I want to. No. And I'm sitting there like, and she's like,
poor dad.
Instead of standing underneath the walkway like Hausage did, where he's like, I'll just stand right outside the door and the sand will go by and it won't suck me up. You're like, see, if I'm gonna go underneath the entire bridge mechanism. This is cool. I don't get sucked up here. And we're like, put the pieces together. You want to talk about patience? Learning patience is watching, and it's not you, Budrrz. It's anybody you watch playing this game. Patience, if you want a good practice in patience, is watching another streamer play Outer Wilds and wanting so much to be like, you just go there and do the thing, and everything will be fine. But you can't say that because when you were in that same boat, you had the exact same problem.
The number of times I had messages typed out in your stream, Budrrz, and I had to delete them because I realized it gave away just enough information that it would have ruined things. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Thank you for being considerate of it, though.
Yeah.
I do. I know that must have been hard.
And from my chat, I learned that something you don't think is going to be a spoiler can be a huge spoiler. I had Bears, because he was ahead of the game than I was, And he also, I gotta give a little history on Bears. So Bears, I decided I wanted him to be my mod, and I decided that I really needed him there for Outer Wilds, is because Bears was the person who finally, I wouldn't say introduced me to Game of Thrones, but what he did was he was the one who finally gave me access to it. But he had watched the whole show, but he was super good at talking to me about the show as if he had only seen as far as I had seen. So he was really good with leading questions of like, what do you think is going to happen next, without ever giving away something that I was totally wrong about, because that's Game of Thrones for you. And he was really just enjoying watching the thought process. So I knew I wanted him there for Outer Wilds. And there came a point in time where he deleted a message. I was standing there talking to Chert, and I saw a message get deleted, and I heard Collywoggles behind me be like, what did he say wrong? That wasn't a spoiler. And later on, I was talking to Collywoggles and explaining it like, hey, here's where my thinking was. And partway through the conversation, she just goes, oh, that's how I never would have known. I never would have known that was a spoiler. And what it was Chert, somebody had said something that made the point that the sun was dying on its own accord, and I hadn't put that piece together. And when I finally put that piece together, that's actually, when I went to the comment and put that piece together way late in the game, that's actually what caused the chain reaction for me to figure out and beat the game.
Damn, that would have been a huge one.
And it's little things like that you don't think are going to be spoilers, but then you sit there and you're like, how do I... So Sid in my chat, because I did that whole revelation noise where I was like, Collywoggles was there and she was like, oh, and Sid's like, she woke up on Timberhearth? God. But speaking of which, like, how quickly did you guys figure out correctly what was going on with the sun? Like, did you always know the sun was just dying on its own accord, or?
No. I feel like that was very much late game that I realized that. It was before I got into the Ash Twin project, but it was not long before that. It was after I did my 2-hour session of taking notes and studying the game.
I don't know. I think I didn't think that much about it. Like, I was like, okay, the sun is just exploding. And then I remember I had spoken to, I think it was Gabbro. I had spoken to one of the other Hearthians, and them saying like, oh, doesn't it suck that we were born during a time where our sun is exploding? And so I remember just kind of always knowing that, but not understanding what the connection was with the Nomai. So I kind of always knew that the sun was just doing that, but I didn't understand why we were on a loop. Or, you know, that was pretty much it. Or what that had to do with the Nomai.
So, that, like, I'll explain it a little bit more in greater detail, but I'm going to ask the same question to you guys that I'm getting at right now. Like, what was the tipping point for you that helped you beat the game? Like, what was the point that made you go, aha, and got you going down the right path? To be like, oh, I know an end game, I know what it must be. What was that?
The fucking ATP.
Well, what got you to go to the ATP?
It was the only thing left to discover. It really, I really approached the game in such a discovery type of way that I had discovered so many other things, and everything was literally on the ship log pointing to ATP. And so I kept doing kind of like what you had mentioned earlier, Gator, about you were trying, kind of like the way that you were trying to approach getting to Brittle Hollow using Bramble. I did the same thing, trying to do that. Like, I would go to Hollow, trying to get to the proper place on Ember, you know? So I was, y'all, stop fighting. Jesus Christ. Sorry, I have wild animals in me. Yeah, so for me, that's one of the things that I tried to do. I kept thinking that, oh, you have to go to another planet to access this warp, when it was right fucking there the whole time. And everything was pointing to ATP. That was the only thing left for me to do. And so that's what got me there. I was like, this is literally all that's left.
That makes sense. The last box to check off. How about you, Hausage?
What led me to ATP?
Not even necessarily ATP, but like, what was the, like, a lot of the game is spent I'm going to go here and learn something. I'm going to learn here and something. I'm trying to piece together this story, but as you start to piece together the story, eventually you start to piece together like an action plan. That's like, I know there's an end game. I'm pretty sure I know where it is. And there comes a point in time where you go from exploring to going into the let's make it happen. And there's my objective, and you go. And you start to do those.
Yeah,
the mindset
Right.
changes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I feel like because I was streaming the game and I didn't want it to get boring for people to watch because I'm aimlessly flying around going to different planets and not really having any game plan. I reached a point where I had most of my ship log filled out, and I wanted to come up with a game plan, and that's when I did my study session. And that's ultimately what led me to figure out what I need to do and what led me to the Ash Twin project. Like, I knew about the vessel and everything before I even got into the Ash Twin project.
That's fair. Sid just made fun of me on chat, so I'm going to read this out loud. Because I hadn't figured out the sun station or the sun problem for a really long time. And Sid just goes, you remember when I asked you to go to the museum and read the thing about the sun supernova? And you're like, oh, no, I have a degree in astrophysics. Of course I know how suns work. And that's one. First off, Sid, that's not true. I studied a lot in astrophysics. And two, according to astrophysics, after the sun becomes a red giant, which it happens in this game, it stays that way for a few more million years. So I didn't think it was going to all happen in 22 minutes. So I was convinced because of that something was causing that thing to expand and explode, which is why I'm like, it has to be the sun station. And then when I figured out it wasn't the sun station, I was actually convinced that the comet actually ends up getting swallowed into the sun partway in the cycle. And so I was like, sun has all of that ghost matter. I thought the comet had actually exploded long before it ever made it to the system. And so when all that ghost matter that was super compressed would expand, I thought that was the comet would go into the sun and then expand there, and that's what caused the supernova.
Oh shit.
So I was totally convinced that that's how the sun was exploding. And then I was like, but it didn't make sense, because I'm like, if that's how the sun's exploding, then what's the sun station doing? I'm like, well, if that's like, I couldn't put those pieces together. I couldn't figure out, like, well, if the comet's causing the supernova, then what's going on with the sun station? What happened to the Nomai? And like I was like, all this will be revealed in time.
Holy shit. You really were overthinking it. I think because of your background, though, or I don't know if it's your background, but because of the knowledge that you have about this kind of stuff, I think in a way that made it harder for you
Probably.
to realize some of the more basic things. Yeah, because for me, I didn't even question it. Like, I was just like, it's bad timing. It's really shitty that I was born and I'm going on my first trip right before a supernova happens. Like, I just accepted that from the very beginning, and it's an interesting perspective that you really were trying to make the connection about why the sun was exploding, because I didn't even question that. So that's an interesting perspective.
I got a really important question in chat. How long is a year in Outer Wilds?
Like, depending on what planet you're on, I mean?
Well, yeah,
like on Timber Hearth?
Like Timber Hearth. How quickly does that go around the planet?
Somebody in my chat told me this when I was playing, and I can't remember.
Yeah. I feel like I was in your chat, Budrrz, when that was being talked about, but I don't remember what.
Same. I remember
what the answer is.
Yeah,
but it blew my mind.
Yeah.
But like, if a day is only about 15 minutes and it's been 281,042 years, like, that's only like 3 weeks ago. Oh, well, maybe not that bad, but still. Didn't think about that. But no.
Randy says that everyone that he watched thought that the sun exploded because the Interloper crashed into it. So kind of what you were talking about. Yeah. But then Randy's like, but that never crossed my head while I was playing the game. And that's how I feel. I'm like, it just never.
The Interloper crashes into the sun?
Yeah. I wanted to see the Supernova from inside the Interloper, but then I realized that the Interloper's gone. And then I was like, oh, maybe I can get inside the Interloper before it gets swallowed by the sun. That would be cool, but you can't do that either. I tried it.
Wait, the Interloper gets swallowed by the sun?
Yeah, and I don't know, probably about three-quarters of the way through.
I completely missed that.
Yeah, me too.
I had no idea that happened.
I'm right there with you, Hausage. I'm like, wait, what?
I'd had times I tried to get to the Interloper and been like, all right, we're going to land on the... Nope, we'll get it next time. Let's go check something else out.
I mean, it makes sense because the sun is continuously getting bigger, and the Interloper does go in really, really close to the sun.
Yeah, I've hit the Interloper trying to land on the sun station.
Really?
It's in my highlight reel. It might have been the same stream you dropped in on, Budrrz. But yeah, I hit the Interloper at full speed. The which one?
When you 100%ed the game?
Yeah, when I 100%ed the game, I think earlier before you came in, I went to land on the sun station and I hit the Interloper at full speed. Like I had gained enough momentum to be in perfect orbit around the sun, right at the flame level. And I came up right above the sun station and just slammed right into the Interloper.
Oh, wow.
I hit that thing so hard that it separated my ship, and I left the system faster than my ship did.
Damn.
Oh, wow.
It's weird because I go to the map.
That clipped?
That is clipped. That's in my highlight reel. A little bit of self-promotion for anybody who's hanging out after all this. I'm going through my highlight reel. We will get to that clip. It'll be towards the end because we're going from the past and working our way forward. But oh my god, it was funny. Do I have any other questions?
I have one more thing.
Go for it.
For things that we got stuck on or took a while to figure out. How long did it take you guys to figure out how to get to the core of Giant's Deep?
That's a good question. Budrrz?
Yeah, that's a good one. That took me... I don't think it took me that long. It took me a while to even care to like go, or, you know, to even have that thought in my mind. You know, I knew that we had to get below that. But then because I was all over the place in my discoveries and not really connecting things until the very end, I think I stumbled upon it. I read it somewhere. There's like a place where you can read it, I think. And I was like, oh, I was like, so it's literally this. And when I realized that, it didn't take long because, you know, but...
You read it on Dark Bramble.
Not that long. Huh?
You read it on Dark Bramble. When you meet Feldspar, he's like, hey, if you're bored, you know, why don't you go through that opening there and just go see what happens? And you get there and he left a note for himself that says, Dear Feldspar, this is Feldspar. Don't eat the jellyfish. It tastes like crap.
Yeah.
No matter how hungry.
So I knew that, and I found the jellyfish, and I knew that that's how I would get into the core.
Right.
And every time I'd go to a jellyfish, you know, it's already freaking me out because it's deep water, deep ocean,
Oh, yeah. And
electrical noises everywhere.
And then you
Yeah,
move on to
freaking me out.
Subnautica next.
Yeah, right. and then I would touch the jellyfish and it would zap me. So I'm like, fuck that. I don't want to do that again. So it took me a while to finally, you know, go back to the jellyfish and figure out how to actually use them to get into the core.
That was one of those that if you took it and you put it all together, it took me a long time to figure it out, but I kept taking that one in stages. There were points where I was like, first, you learned how to get down there, and you're like, sweet. And you're like, great, now what? Why? Why am I down here? And then you find out why you're down there, and you're like, well, how the... Oh, hell no. That's where it went?
Yeah.
How do I do that? I don't know how to do that. And so I tried everything. I tried like just getting out of my ship and going into the black mass and then getting electrocuted. I tried landing my ship on it. I remember finding Nemo where they're like, hey, let's go racing through the jellyfish. And I'm like, no, don't touch the jellyfish. On their, if you touch the top of their heads, they won't sting you. Okay, new game. We're gonna go through this jellyfish maze and you can only touch the tops, don't touch the sides, and first one to the other side wins. And I'm like, that is my knowledge of jellyfish. So I'm gonna land on top of the jellyfish, and he's gonna work as enough of an disruption that I'll ride him down. And that didn't work. And then then even after learning the thing with, when that didn't work, I'm like, well, whatever, I'll figure it out later. I'm stuck, let's go, because I usually would have at least 2 leads going on at a time, so if I got stuck on one, I could go on to the other. And then I ended up saying, hey, I saw the thing from Feldspar. I'm like, okay, I know where it is. I know I have to go to it. I know this is a place I actually have to go to because it has the coordinates I need. It's going to tell me how to get to the eye of the universe. So when I went back, then I tried. My problem was I didn't realize I had to be out of my ship. And the problem is every time the jellyfish came in contact with your ship, the jellyfish would fry out the electrical system. Every single time. Even if you did it the correct way, even if you went underneath and floated up, if you were in your ship, the tentacles would still electrocute your ship.
Mm-hmm.
So after a while,
I didn't even try to do it in the ship. I didn't even think about that. I went straight to no, it has to be outside of the ship.
So when you first went to Dark Bramble, did you just say, oh, I'll do this outside of the ship?
Actually, yeah, that was one of my reactions for that too. When I got to like the second node, I was like, oh, I have to be out of my ship. I don't know why. I don't know what triggered my mind to think that way. It's so stupid.
No, my option is if I can be inside my ship, I will be inside my ship. It is my safety blanket. It is my wooden safety blanket, and I will wrap that thing around me and take it with me everywhere. And the moment I'm like, I have to get out of my ship, I'm like,
That sounds like the right way, and I feel like I was so eager to get out of my ship in every opportunity I had. I felt like I was just out of the ship every opportunity. I loved the ship, don't get me wrong, but I was cool with like keeping my distance. I was like, you're good, man. Like, you go over here, I'm gonna do my thing. I liked getting out of the ship because I figured I was an astronaut, and they always get out of the ships. I don't know.
See, the ship doesn't run out of gas or oxygen, so I didn't see any good reason to ever get out of it if I didn't need to.
Well, yeah, you were way more methodical with your gameplay.
I think the correct word you're looking for is afraid. It's much more. I think there's something called a healthy amount of terror. Before we start to get into Endgame, I do want to ask one other I actually got 3 super important questions, but the first one is, how about that autopilot, guys? Did the autopilot treat you right?
No. I never used it.
The autopilot.
What was that, Budrrz?
You didn't use the autopilot, Hausage?
No, I think it may have been Gator that came into my stream. Is like, you know, you have autopilot, right? I'm like,
and you're like,
yeah, I forgot about that. But then I didn't use it after that even.
I can't tell you how many times the autopilot screwed me over, brought me into the sun multiple times, and it literally abandoned me on a planet. I was like, my ship got it was so stupid. I have a clip of it and everything. It's like my ship got damaged while I was on autopilot. That's the thing. I put it on autopilot, and I'm like, okay, we're going here now. I think I was on my way to Bramble or something. On my way there, I run into, I want to say Hearth or one of the moons. I don't know. I fucking crash. And so my ship is still in autopilot, but so damaged that it's not moving. And so I land on this planet while my ship is still, the jets are going, everything's still going, but the ship isn't moving. And so I'm just like taking my time, editing the ship, being like, okay, I gotta fix this, gotta fix that. And I couldn't turn the autopilot off before I got out of my ship, okay? It would not let me turn it off.
Oh, no.
And so then which was so weird. So then I get out of my ship with it still on, and I'm fixing it up, and then I take one last look at it like, oh, look at this beautifully fixed ship, and then adios, that fucking ship was gone, and it got to the destination. It got there without me, and I was just watching it at the destination like, all right, ship, I guess that's how it is now.
So I figured out the problem with the autopilot is it has a 3-stage program. The first thing it does is it centers you so that you are no longer drifting either up and down or left and right with the target thing. And then once you're theoretically in perfect alignment with that, it will accelerate you. And then once you're at a point where it says you can reverse quickly enough at this exact moment, then it'll start to reverse your engines until it gets you to stop. The only problem, this works okay if there's a few things that you don't take into the equation. One, if the sun's not in the way, or another astrological body with a decent amount of gravitational pull. And the other thing is it also relies on the fact that the two objects aren't moving in crazy vector directions from one another. And what that means, what I'm trying to get to, is when you try to use the autopilot, do not go to the Interloper with the autopilot. Because because it has such an elliptical orbit and it's going so fast that I had one time where I had to disengage the autopilot because it essentially decided to play chicken with the Interloper. And the Interloper won.
Of course.
And then I had another scenario where it went the other way around, where I was like, oh no, we're gonna die, and I unbuckled because I hit the wrong button. I meant to like disengage the autopilot, but instead I unbuckled it. I'm like, we're gonna die, and it like came to a full stop before the Interloper, and then just went plop plop right on top of it. And I was like, there we go. Yeah, I'm a pilot. I'm a trained pilot. I did that. What happened?
I feel you though, because one of the times that I did autopilot, it would often undershoot or overshoot the target. And one of the times it like, I can't remember which is which, but it like, I think it overshot it. So then I fucking was heading toward Bramble so fast. So fast. And one of the times I just crashed the ship altogether and I just died. It did the whole wee thing, you know, it was like dead. But then another time somebody was like, slow down. And I'm like, holy shit. And so I turn the autopilot off and I start using my backwards, you know, jets, and I'm trying to slow down. It's not slowing down in time enough. I know it's like now or never. And so I had to reposition my ship while I'm like going full speed to hit the little node because I knew that the gravity would change the moment I hit that. I knew I would survive. And so, because maybe not the gravity, but the density changes. Mm-hmm. And so then I go through the little node and it slowed down. And it was completely fine. So you can speed into it if you hit the little hole. If you hit the hole, you will survive. So I just had to aim for the hole.
Oh, for Dark Bramble?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've actually watched a speed run and they do just that. They hit it perfectly.
Yeah.
At full speed.
You can hit it at full speed, yeah, and you'll be okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I actually tried that when I got into the Ash Twin project and I only had like a minute or 2 minutes left. And I wanted to grab that core and just book it for Dark Bramble. I tried to just nail it and go right in, but I missed.
You know, I remember that. I do remember that.
Hit the hole and you will survive. Yeah, that's the quote. They said they're reading their DMs from the part where I was on the anglerfish. Oh my god. Okay, so one of the times I rock climbed my way past the anglerfish jaws. I do remember that. It was one of the times I got out of my ship and I discovered that it couldn't bite you if you were basically up against the rocks and stuff. And so I'm just sitting there speeding through Bramble in a little concave, you know, or a little crevice, and just speeding through with this thing just hitting me, attack. I mean, it was just pure insanity. My experiences on Bramble though, as much as everybody hates Bramble, I think I had the most fun in Bramble. Because, I mean, it was the most, like, I was terrified. It was funny. Like, I loved it. I loved Bramble. I had a lot of fun. Even though I hated it, too.
I think the more times I went into Bramble, the easier it was. The first time, if you find the footage of the first time I went into Bramble, I screamed, I dropped my controller, I swore, I got up and went, fuck it, I'm out. And I walked off stream. I left my stream. I put it into a 6-minute intermission.
Yeah, the first time I went to Dark Bramble, Gator, you were actually watching, and you were waiting for an anglerfish to pop up.
Oh.
And I still remember after it happened, you were just like literally no reaction because I was just sitting there like stone face. I was like, yeah, that's actually the one thing I did spoil for myself. So I knew it was coming. So when it happened, I didn't even have a reaction at all.
Well, I knew it was coming because I had done it with bears, so like that's why I avoided it for so long. But I think I had spent, well, by that point in time, it'd been close to 6 months of building that fear up of like, I'm not going in there. You can't make me go. Damn it, I have to go in there. Like I have this whole sequence where even going in, I'm like, I'm not even inside it yet. And I'm like, okay, here we go. And then my loving Collywoggles takes her socks, rolls them up in a ball, and lobs them at me. So I'm like, Ah! And I hadn't even entered
great.
this. I was so tightly wound going in there. Oh my god. But back to what you were talking about, Budrrz. There's I'll have to, again, another thing I'll have to find on YouTube. There's a video of somebody who's like, you want to see what it looks like to piss off an anglerfish? You know when you go into the red pod and there's like 3 of them right there?
Yeah.
This guy got out of his ship, triggered them, all 3 of them, to be pissed off, and then just stood there because they couldn't fit their head in to eat him because he was standing right on the rim. And so you just see all 3 of them going at the screen, just rah, 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 and everything. It's like, if that was the trailer for the game, I'd pee myself and we would never talk about this game again. Which, like, we're dancing close to me telling stories about the end game. So are we at that point? Should we start talking about the end game?
Sure.
Well, you kind of mentioned, like, how was that entering the ATP, but like, what was it? I guess the better question is, what was going through your mind the moment you pulled the core? Like, what were you feeling? What were you thinking? Like, how'd the game go from there for you? Like, what was that experience?
Instantly, I think I said, did I break it? Can I put it back? Oh no, what do I do now? I don't know. That was my initial reaction.
Mine, I guess we kind of touched on it a little bit earlier. But yeah, I would just, right when I saw the core, I immediately, my gut was like, you need to go bring it to Bramble. I was like, okay, Bramble. But then I died. But then after that, once I figured out what it was, the music just got to me so much. Like the end game music, it was just so intense. And I had listened to the soundtrack, but like I told y'all, when I listened to the soundtrack, I avoided areas and songs that I didn't recognize, that I knew I had yet to discover. I knew that and I wanted to have that moment. And I'm so glad that I didn't listen to all of the soundtrack, so that I did have that moment when it came to that time. I was like, this is so intense. So even when I knew what I was supposed to do, I had such a hard time implementing it, because that music gets you like rushing. It makes you feel like, oh my God, I have to rush. And you're actually going to die. It's not going to be a loop. This is going to be like a true death if you don't do this. And so all of that pressure, that definitely fucked with me a lot. But I loved it. It was amazing.
So on your way out of the ATP, or even on your way in, when you're by the masks, there's a thing that comes up out of the ground that you can read, and one of them will tell you how far into the cycle you are, and the other one will tell you, the next line will tell you how much time you have left. And on my way out the door with the core in hand, I checked it and it was like, you got 13 minutes. So I'm like, sweet, we're golden. But the moment I got outside and I heard that music, I'm like, guys, the music. And like, I knew I had the time, but you're right. It makes you sweat and nervous and like, oh my God, I don't know how much time we have left. I got to get to Bramble quick so that I can sit there and float quietly past everything and lose a whole bunch of time.
Yes.
So much time.
Forever. Y'all, it took somebody being like, remember inertia. And so then I had to look up what inertia meant. And then once I looked that up, I was like, oh, so it's another like patience thing. Great. And then I started thinking back to all the times in the game where you just had to be patient. And so I feel like that's a big part of the game, is being willing to wait, because it's like what they talked about in the documentary. They're like, most of the games that a lot of people have played, everything else is just kind of stagnant, and you are you're the effect, you move. But in this game, everything else is still happening regardless of you, it doesn't matter. And so that took when I really took all of that into consideration about, oh, sometimes I'm going to have to be patient, while other times I'm going to have to hurry because other things are just happening whether I'm there or not. Like, that was really cool. That was part of the end game that I didn't realize all that stuff until the end, until later on. I was like, oh shit. And that's when everything really came together, was all at the end.
Yeah, it's cool with the documentary of how much of the stuff you bump into in the game that you're like, oh, that was deliberate. Oh, that's cool. I don't have really good examples outside of like that, but there are a lot of things in the design of the game, even through the music, where they're like, nope, we did that on purpose.
Yeah, they did the music on purpose, yes. And then they said that, one of the examples they said was purposefully making certain areas of planets stick out while making other things just look like just regular planets, so that you wouldn't get caught up checking every crevice, checking every crack, which I inevitably did anyway for the ATP, but that's so stupid. But anyway, they designed the game to like on Timber Hearth, you have the craters, but then everywhere else on the planet is plain. And so then it's so that you know not to be checking, because a lot of people like me, I play a lot of RPGs, and so I'm always used to, oh my god, I gotta find every little thing, I gotta loot every little corner. Everything. This game is not like that at all. I like that. I like that they did that. It was very intentional, and I like that.
Yeah, they talked about the absence and then the excess of detail in areas of importance, and then music cueing. That was another one where the and the soundtrack, I think, was never more clear to me than when I found the Nomai grave inside Dark Bramble. That was another place that I found that people were like, that's not how you're supposed to find it. Because I actually found it, because I forgot about the signal scope. So I got into that pod, and that pod's different because it's got floating shards that are slowly drifting and turning. And so I'm like, all right, well, we're just going to float around and investigate. This seems important. There's got to be something here. And I found the grave, and then that music comes in that just has that eerie echo of discorded, like, notes from, like, a piano or something. And, like, as you're kind of coming out of this fog and you're seeing all the bodies floating, like, that music was just like, oh, I don't know what happened here, but I feel terrible instantly.
Yeah, they did a great job with the music, making you feel things when you're supposed to be feeling them. They did a good job of that. I thought the music was literally perfect. Honestly, it was one of my favorite parts of the game.
Oh yeah, I as soon as I beat that game, I downloaded that music.
Yeah, the score was just perfect. It was perfect.
And now all of my alarm clocks on my phone are Outer Wilds. So, I love the soundtrack.
That's such a good idea.
And Collywogos is like, I can't stand it. So yeah, when it's bedtime, the sun starts to blow up, and it's like, oh my god, I gotta take care of things, and I gotta get to bed now.
Got 22 minutes. Get all your stuff done. Go to bed.
I need you to reflect back on the last 22 minutes of your life, Gator, and figure out if you got your stuff done or not. But the Timber Hearth music's just so super serene that on the weekends I'll use that as my wake-up alarm.
I like that. I was gonna ask you which one you use as your wake-up one. I was gonna ask. I'm glad that you set it up.
But yeah, that's my Gator. Your nerd is showing.
Hey man, we're all right there with you. Yep. We're having a discussion about Outer Wilds.
There's that. So do you guys have a favorite planet at all? Somebody asked me that. I'm like, I don't have an answer for that, but maybe you guys do.
That's a tough one. So I thought about this one. I did. And I think that your favorite, maybe, all right, I'm just going to speak for me and not speak for anybody else. But for me, sorry, I'm like saying your in general, but I mean for me. For me, there were certain planets that earlier on were my favorite. So in the very beginning, my favorite was Giant's Deep. I was like, this is so exciting. There's so much happening. Like Timber Hearth to me, it was cute. It had some of my favorite music. I was like, ooh, I love this music. I like running around with my alien friends, but this is a little bit bland compared to when you go to some of the other planets. So at first, my favorite was Giant's Deep. I was like, oh my god, the flying islands. It has one of my favorite other Hearthians there. He's fucking awesome. I love the cyclones. I love the whole feel of that planet. I like that gravity was like, because that's the only planet where I felt I can't just use my jets. Every other planet I can use my jets. This planet doesn't really let me do that because the gravity's pulling so hard on me. And so I loved that about it. It was so different in that sense. And then later on, once I got comfortable with the black hole, at first I hated Brittle Hollow. But then once I got more comfortable and I knew that I could orbit that bitch, I was like, oh my god, this is my favorite planet. You know, and so I just went through, and then the Quantum Moon was my favorite. It's not even a planet. And so I think it just depends on where you're at in the game. That was my experience with it. It just kind of depends on when you ask me in the game.
That's a really good answer. Because my problem's always been like, I like different planets for different reasons, but there's certain reasons why I check every planet off as not being an option either. Do you have one, Hausage?
I was kind of torn between Giant's Deep and Timber Hearth, and I really like Giant's Deep for just everything that's going on there, all the tornadoes and all the it's beautiful planet and wild and crazy, but I think I ultimately have to go with Timber Hearth because it's the most familiar. Mm-hmm. And I think the reason why it feels so familiar is after watching the documentary, the art director talked about how he modeled it after where he lived, being Northern California in the redwoods. And so,
yes.
yeah, and so I think that's why I'm.
That's literally your neck of the woods.
Yeah, exactly.
But I'm ching. I think, like, this is going to surprise bears, but I think my favorite planet now, depending on how you qualify it, is probably going to be either Dark Bramble or Brittle Hollow at this point. I love the black hole. I don't, like, color scheme wise, I don't really like Brittle Hollow. There's something about that palette that doesn't strike me as overly interesting. But anytime I got sucked into the black hole, if I could get sucked in but not completely pulled in so that I could slingshot that thing, that was so much fun. I had one where I was working on something else and I got sucked through and I got caught, and I caught so much momentum and I kept going around that I perfectly landed between the barriers and landed underneath the I went between the posts and landed where the quantum tower was, and I was just like, bam, yeah. I felt so cool on that planet. And then when you go into the quantum moon, not quantum moon, the tower of quantum knowledge, anytime you went through into the white hole, or came out the white hole and all those pieces were floating around, it reminded me of the movie The Never-Ending Story, when you get to the very end and the nothing has destroyed all of the planet, and the only thing that's left is the fortress, and it's floating there just in space. And so going to the quantum tower of the Tower of Quantum Knowledge, it felt like going there, and it felt really cool. So, like, those sort of things were really captivating about Brittle Hollow. But as for Dark Bramble, I think there's something to be said about the idea that sometimes what we fear fascinates us the most.
Yeah.
And I also really, really like fog. I don't know what it is. Like, the fact that people think that horror films should have fog, that's not fair. But like, I've done a lot of road trips, and so I've been to, like, up to Yellowstone, and to get to Yellowstone I went through a place called the Beartooth Paths because it came in from the north, and which means you're coming down through Montana. But there were some spots we went through that we weren't able to get above the clouds, but we were able to get up in the mountains into the clouds, and it was cool to be watching, like, a tree come out of the fog. And then, like the road materialize, and of course the people I'm with are like, I'm just waiting for a dead woman to be standing on the side of the road and be like, nah. I'm like, what is wrong with you? I don't have that problem. I just like fog. It's cool. And then you go to Dark Bramble and you're like, thanks.
So I'm sorry for being quiet for a moment. My mom just joined the chat, and we were saying hi to her.
Oh, you're fine.
And someone subbed, and I just wanted to let her know what that meant because she was a little bit unsure of what went down. So I just want to make sure she knew that.
What just happened?
Yeah. I don't know. The fog. Yeah, that's not. I don't like fog. I don't like feeling like I can't see right in front of my face, but I do like that it adds some mystery, and it kind of does make it a little spookier. And I don't know. I feel like we're missing a planet. Like, so Timber Hearth, Bramble, Brittle Hollow. Oh, and the twins. That's right. That's what I was forgetting. I end up kind of liking the twins near the end. I like them more later on. Because what you understand, it's like what you said earlier, Gator, about how as opportunities are diminishing on another, opportunities are presenting themselves on the other. And once I understood that concept, I thought those planets were really, really cool.
I said what? I'm sorry, like you said that, I'm like, wow, that sounds like really sage wisdom. That didn't come from me. Maybe that was a different Gator. No, please repeat. Please tell me again how smart I am, because I don't know. No, repeat that again. You basically, I heard you say it, and then I was like, wait, what? You basically did the whole thing of, like, when one door closes, another opens is kind of the metaphor. And I'm like,
that's kind of how the twins work. Yeah, like opportunities are diminishing on one planet, and yet at the end, opportunities are diminishing, others are presenting themselves on the other planet, and I just love that. I thought that was so cool. Once I figured it out, which took till the end, so.
I guess I didn't, like, I know I said that earlier now, but I thought you said I said that in a stream, and I was just like, I don't remember saying that. That sounds too profound for me to go off the cuff.
So, can I ask? I have a good question here from somebody in chat.
Go for it.
Okay, so Pocket says, is there a moment during this game where you guys had like the biggest revelation? Like, were you aware that the game would be played through multiple loops before the first supernova or death?
Wait, repeat that?
So is there a moment during this game where you guys had the biggest revelation? Like, for example, were you aware that the game would be played through multiple loops before your first death? Before the first supernova? Like your first, yeah. Just big revelations. For example, that being one of them.
That one, okay, so that one, I think it's hard to come into this game not knowing that the sun blows up every 22 minutes. That was actually the selling point for when Bears told me about the game. They're like, dude, you're going to do this, you're an alien, you're flying around on other planets, and like the sun blows up every 22 minutes. I'm like, well, that sucks. But then you see the mechanics of the game and then you're like, whoa. So that, but big revelations. Let me think about that real quick.
Probably the biggest revelation for me was just when I finally took the time to educate myself on what was happening with the story and figure out what's happening.
I feel that. So just to share, Sith says that, or I'm sorry, Sid, not Sith. Because of Darth Vader, I thought of Sith. I'm sorry. Sid said, biggest would be understanding the plot for me. And yeah, I'll agree with Sid that for me, understanding the whole plot for me was one of the biggest revelations. And then and then Randy says he went in blind. So I kind of went in blind in a way. I played with my bros, but I didn't really think about the supernova at all. But yeah, I remember playing with my brother and my husband, and we went in blind though, not knowing there was a supernova. So I do remember it happening and us being like sitting there on the couch, you know, a little under the influence, sitting there like, that sound? Like what? And it's the you hear the music changing, but that didn't mean anything to us at that time. And you could hear the, you know, all of a sudden you can hear it getting closer, and we're like, what the hell is that? And then we blow up. And at first, when it first happened, we were like, oh shit, that's it, we lost. Like we thought that was the end of the game because we did go in blind. So if you do go in blind, I could see that being a part of, you know, your experience, not knowing that.
Budrrz, real quick, just curious. I'm thinking the answer is no, but I want to check anyways. Are you only looking at your chat, or are you seeing my chat as well?
I'm just looking at mine.
Okay, Sid, go ahead and post your thing, and if we think it's safe to share to Budrrz, we will.
Yeah, it was too much for me to pull up yours as well because I have.
No, yeah, I get it. There's too much screen activity going on. I only have my one laptop, so I'm like, I'm putting it on this screen, and I'm not touching anything. We're just gonna leave it at that. My big revelations all had to do with storyline, and most of them were all major pieces that kind of brought the whole game together. I think the biggest revelations, I've talked about a lot of them, the realizing, like in the beginning of the game, you say, oh my god, there's all these bodies, what happened to all these people? And then that question, you start seeing them so much that you almost become desensitized by all the dead bodies, and you don't really think about it. And it wasn't until I got to the end of the game to ask myself, again, asking myself the right question, which was, why are all the bodies here? Like, of all the different fates that could happen to these people, like if they all made it to the eye, the bodies wouldn't be here. If they knew something terrible was happening, they wouldn't be strewn everywhere. Like, what happened? And then getting to the comet and rereading it and realizing that, no, this thing hadn't, because I originally was under the impression that the comet had exploded and then that dense stuff was going to fall into the sun and cause the supernova. I didn't realize that when they had first found it, it was a solid pod that then exploded once they were still inside it. But once I realized that was my tipping point for the game. That was the tipping point for me to be like, it explodes. It sends ghost matter everywhere. That's why all the bodies are, why everybody's dead where they are. Oh crap, they didn't know. That's why there's no lore about this. That's why they never talk about the ghost matter. It's why they never talk about this and that. And like that whole thing, that's what created the chain reaction of being like, so if they didn't know that, then ... And then that's what, that's essentially what triggered the end game for me in under an hour after that point in time.
Wow. Dude, I didn't put any of that shit. I was like, what was the point of this fucking interloper? Like, I remember that being like, what the hell is the point of this? It isn't even connected in the ship log. Doesn't even have any arrows pointing to anything. I was like, what even was that? And it wasn't until later that I was like, oh, after we talked about it after Endgame. So yeah, I didn't get that at all. But yeah, we're not going to talk about how I played with the dead bodies. That's something we're not going to talk about.
I feel
know my bodies.
like I don't know Hausage that well, but I'm gonna go ahead and say I speak for both of us when I say we want to know. I don't know what the current.
There was the comment in Budrzz's chat that had something to do with pushing bones into the ship beam.
What?
I was the bone collector. I was trying to be the bone collector. Okay, I was trying to collect bones. In my, if you could, I was like, did they make the game in a way that you could collect bones in your ship? Like, I figured that was a very normal thing to do. And then after I discovered the Nomai grave the first time, I feel, because I had the moment, you know, I had that moment you're supposed to have. But the second time, I feel bad for people who came into my chat seeing it the second time, because I started shooting my scout at the bodies, like just to see how far I could punt them. Like, it was just, I thought it was funny. I don't know what's wrong with me.
I like you a little bit more. Like I've seen footage like I've seen some footage and even caused some stuff myself where I've seen people shoot a scout and it's hit a dead Nomai inside the comet, and you watch that guy just spin around, flying around because he's got the scout latched onto him. Like the light beam is just spinning everywhere. It's like watching a flashlight flipping through space. It was kind of cool, but not like a systematic bone collection.
I could not get the bones into the ship though. I was really trying to see though. I was curious if the developers, like if they did that, I was like, will they allow me to push Nomai bones into my ship? And I just could not get them in the ship. But I'm gonna try again.
They didn't code that in because they didn't think anybody would try to put the bones in their ship and collect them.
Well, they talked about different things you could do to 100% the game, and they thought of some things that the developers were like, no. Because they talked about one of the achievements that they want to do for 100%ing the game was, hey, we lost Hausage again. He's coming back. So they talked about
He's coming back.
one of the things that they wanted to make a award for beating the game was basically taxing the system as hard as you possibly could, like your computer system. Because the game had to continually render around wherever your scout was, it had to continually render around wherever your ship was, and it had to always render where you were. Usually when you're not near those things can go into kind of an idle state, and then it'll repopulate when you get back there. And so there was a way to, they wanted to be like, oh, wouldn't it be great if we did a thing where we had this, and this, and you had to get that crazy trophy? So Bone Collector's not really out of the realm of possibilities in that situation.
I feel like it should be an achievement. How many, get a bone, get a Nomai skeleton into your ship. Bam, 100%. Oh, shit.
Hang on, I'm reading something from chat. You two talk amongst yourselves. Because Sid's saying something interesting, and I don't think it's necessarily a spoiler for you, Budrrz, because I don't think...
Yeah, I was reading that too, and I'm not seeing how that's a spoiler.
So, do you know what a home and transfer is?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't know what that is.
You're gonna jump off from somewhere. Oh.
Ooh. Bro, you can't have an
wow.
literally...
Okay, so
Yes,
Sid
Randy,
explains.
you're right.
So Sid explained something really, really cool. I'm gonna mess it up, but Sid was talking about doing it for 100%ing the game. But if you have PlayStation, that wasn't a trophy, or 100% speed run. Oh yeah, you don't need to do a 100%. I guess what's a 100% speed run? Because I didn't to 100% the game. I did not have to do what Sid was talking about. But what Sid is explaining is there's actually a way of entering the the Tower of Quantum Knowledge without waiting for it to go through the black hole. And it requires slingshotting around the black hole of Brittle Hollow and flinging yourself up and landing on the gravitational pad. Which would be insane, but I can't.
That'd be so hard.
It would be. But I don't remember it being necessary. Maybe if you're doing it, I suppose if somebody's doing a speed run and they're trying to burn through, like, from scratch to... Oh, I think it's a speed run to get the entire ship's log. Okay, yeah, that's what he was talking about.
I was curious about how speedrunning would work in this game because of that, so I'm glad that you clarified.
That is how that would work. So if you wanted to speedrun the game and 100% it and get into the Tower of Quantum Knowledge, that's the fastest way into the Tower of Quantum Knowledge. Is you would have to use the black hole to slingshot yourself up into it.
So just to clarify, you just orbit the black hole, but you don't go through it.
Correct. You would turn yourself into the Interloper.
Yeah. Because I got really good at orbiting that shit, man. I had so many hours were spent literally just orbiting around the black hole. I had so much fun. Like, once I discovered it, I was like, fuck you, black hole. I'm not scared anymore. I spent so much of the game being terrified of the black hole. And then by the time the end was there, I was so accepting of it. I was like, no, black holes, man, they're the best. Like, this is fine. You just orbit this shit. It's awesome. I had a lot of fun.
I nerd out so much on centrifugal force. If there's a game where I have to deal with spinning and entering something, getting caught in a centrifugal force, and then letting go and flinging off another way, I am super happy. Like Little Big Planet 2, there's a point in time where you get a grapple hook, and you can fire it, and then you swing, and while you're swinging, you can either pull in, or you can either retract or extend your grapple hook, which means as you're swinging, if you pull in, you tighten your arc, and it increases the speed of your centrifugal force. So then I would use it to fling myself one way, and then when I came back down, I would catch the same thing, but I'd catch it with a long length rope. So then when I hit the end of it, I would then swing off the other way, like being able to. As soon as I hit the black hole, I'm like, here we go again. It's like without the cord. We got gravity is keeping me going this time.
See, the best part about what you're describing is that you actually understand, like, the science behind it. You actually understand what is going on. I'm sitting here just like, woo, just having a good time around the hole. But you really, I love that, though. I like that we're able to have this discussion, because I'm coming into this game not having a lot of knowledge about that kind of stuff. Like, yeah, I've learned about it, read about it, all this, but you really seem to grasp it, and you apply what you know in real life to this game, which is amazing. That says a lot about the game and how they really put a lot of love into this game, and how they put all of that, they took all that into consideration. They're like, well, if this was happening, then what would this do? I really like that they took all of that into consideration. Definitely.
There's so much math that goes into this, and it's impressive that people of different amounts of, like, astrophysics knowledge or lack thereof, or understanding of plot, like, they're taxing so many different parts of, like, a person's kind of repertoire of knowledge. Because yeah, I nerd out on, like, the centrifugal forces and stuff like that. Other people are getting caught up in the story or the music, and everybody approaches it from a different angle, but it really does touch on all these different sciences and philosophies and stuff. And it's cool that it's not necessarily that everybody has to know all of that, but the fact that if anybody has an appeal towards any of those, they can make their way to the end.
Exactly.
Wow. There goes Budrrz.
I'm sorry. Sid came in and was like, we're talking about orbiting black holes and slingshotting ourselves. Sid goes, don't try that in real life, though. And Randy was like, you can't stop me from orbiting a black hole. And we're like, parkour black hole. And then Sid's like, don't try it unless you have the high ground. I got the high ground. Anakin, I have the high ground.
This is what I'm saying, Budrrz. Your chat is always super entertaining.
It is.
It's so fun.
Mine depends on the day and who drops in and what game I'm playing. It's kind of a combination of things. Another question I have going as we get towards the end game, like, did your concept of how the end of the game was going to go, did that change over time? Because for me, I started out convinced I knew what the game was about. And then the more I got into it, the more I'm like, I don't know what the end game is. And then I got more and more confused about it. And then eventually it all fell to place once I saw the right pieces.
I want to say for a large part of the beginning of my playthrough, I thought what we were trying to do was prevent the supernova. So I was wrong about that. So my viewpoint definitely changed once I learned about the Eye of the Universe and all that.
Yeah, I don't know, this is kind of like, I feel like it's repetitive what I'm saying, but yeah, just because of the way I approach the game, just with all the discovery, like looking at it like, oh, this is just a game where you explore, and that's all it is.
Yeah, it wasn't until you got all those pieces.
Huh?
I said it wasn't until you got all the pieces that you're like, well, now what?
Yeah, I literally, it took the ATP. That's really what set off all of everything for me. Like, that's when everything came flushing. Like, all the things that I had seen leading up to that moment flooded my mind all at once. And and in a way, I'm happy that it happened that way. Because then I was like aimlessly wandering this solar system, just enjoying it, meeting different people, and realizing that there's something here, but just not understanding and not even thinking that there was this overall thing. That there was this ending. I didn't even think that the game had like an ultimate end. Like, I didn't think it had an ending like that. And so, yeah, that was a really fun experience, kind of putting that together at the very end. But it took the ATP for me to even understand that at all. And then it took people explaining things. Like, I definitely, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing that I approached it that way. I don't know if it's better, or maybe it's just different. Maybe
it got you out of the head game, at least.
Well, yeah. Yeah.
Because I started out thinking, obviously first I was like, I'm trying to finish what the Nomai started. Actually, no, that's not even what it was. I was convinced they had all made it to the Eye of the Universe. And that when you were seeing the probe shoot out, I thought that was them on that glowing ball going to the eye. So that's what I thought was happening, was they'd blown up the solar system so that they could get to the eye, and you were left to die. And so your best bet was try to follow them, essentially, is where I thought the game was starting. Because I assumed that when I got to the eye, not only would I get to the eye, I would also get to them. And they would all be there like, hey, we took a shuttle. Oh, you got a shuttle too. Sweet, awesome, we're all here. We didn't even know you existed. We didn't really care. We found the Eye of the Universe. Let's all have a party. Marshmallow, anybody? And so that's kind of where I thought the game started. And then as I started to realize the fact that, like, nope, they're all dead, and they never got it to work, then I started to get into the question of, like, well, the game's about getting to the eye, right? And the more and more I thought about it, the more, like, not finding the warp core, finding that the ship was broken, finding out that... I was convinced that, for the longest time, I was convinced that what I had to do was repair the orbital probe cannon. Because they told me that the piece had fallen into... They told me that the piece had fallen into the thing. They told me that they used the tornadoes to suck pieces back up into the sky. I'm like, I need to use this. And I'm going to...
And you see it every loop. At the beginning of every loop, you see it go off. And so, yeah, you're sitting like, it has to be something with the... Yeah, I did the same.
And so I was convinced that the thing was exploding and breaking, and my mission was to fix it and then shoot it again and then get out. And I couldn't... I'm like... The more and more I got into it, the more I'm like, okay, this all makes sense. They show me all the pieces. They show me which way the cannon's going. I have the coordinates. It tells me which way to shoot it. It all comes down to the orbital probe. And then I'm sitting there in the core of Giant's Deep, and I'm like, how the hell do I get this thing up into space? And then my brain's just like, and even after I get it up into space, how do I fix it? And how do I fire it? Because it's already been shot 22 minutes ago. I don't get this. And then I started to have Hausage's thing where I'm like, is the point even to get to the eye? Is this just all some metaphorical problem that they always had and they're looking at it wrong? What do I do? And so then I started to have the same conversation that Hausage had, where it was like, well, maybe I'm supposed to stop the time loop. And even Bears at one point in time tried to give me a hint. He's like, what's the problem right now, Gator? I'm like, I don't know what the ATP is. And he's like, wrong answer. I'm like, what's the problem? Okay, fine. Do you want me to tell you what the problem is? Yes, Bears. Tell me what the problem is. He's like, you're stuck in a time loop. And I'm like, I don't know what that means. I don't know what you want me to do. And so that I sat there and I couldn't for the life of me figure it out. But as soon as you get into the ATP, you're like, oh yeah, got it. I know everything I need to do right now.
That was my biggest revelation. Yes, going back to the question that Pockets asked earlier, my biggest revelation was getting into ATP and discovering that the whole thing wasn't even activated until it was not activated by them. Like that was my biggest revelation. Was like, wait. What? Like that the supernova, that whole everything came together. I loved that feeling. I loved having that revelation of like all the things I had read about the sun station and that being a failure and them trying to initiate their own supernova. Because I kept being like, why the fuck would you want to start a supernova? That's so dumb. Like, why would you want to do that? And it just all came to, that was a big revelation for me, honestly. And that's what set it all off, was ATP for me. I loved that. That was so cool. Everything came together. I was like, so wait, it wasn't activated this whole time? What? Like, that's so awesome. That was awesome.
Yeah, there was kind of I wouldn't call it a revelation, but definitely when I got to that point of realizing that they never got the ATP to work, like that was one of the few times where like I got emotionally hit, where I felt like just my chest sink with like that whole, oh no, it never worked for them. Like, damn.
But can y'all clarify something just on the topic of this though?
No.
If it took a supernova to initiate the project, how was the supernova doesn't happen until after? Like I just don't. That's the part I still don't completely understand though.
Everything was primed to go off. All they needed was the supernova to trigger it. And then before they could basically hands down fully shut down the system, they were all eradicated by ghost matter. So basically the entire system was primed and ready. They just didn't have the lighter to flick it on.
But the lighter doesn't even happen until after we already get in, as the Hearthian, get into the ATP. And then we even get all the way of bringing the core over to Bramble. And the sun still hasn't exploded, so the supernova technically hasn't happened that whole time. Oh no, because we're on the loop, so the supernova has happened every time.
Yeah, because
okay.
Right.
I'm starting to overthink it. I'm just overthinking now. Okay.
So I'm gonna go off of my numbers, but it should be the same thing for you guys. When you get to the orbital probe cannon and you look at the information, I was doing something with my chat where we had a counter going that every single time I died, it wasn't a death counter, it was a cycle counter. So we knew how many cycles I'd played the game through on. And the interesting thing was when we got to the orbital probe cannon, it said that it had fired out the probe, and for us it was like 9,534 times. It was that number probe that had found the eye of the universe, and then it told us what the current trajectory number was. And if you took the amount of times I had gone through the cycle and you added that to the amount of times since, if you took the number of, let me rephrase this. If you took the number in which the probe found the eye of the universe and you added my amount of cycles, it would give you the amount of total cycles. So the game was tracking your cycles.
Whoa.
So.
What was your number?
100. I finished the game on 150.
Is there a way to do that now?
If you went to the orbital probe cannon right now, and you went and you brought up the coordinate information, it will tell you, it'll give you the number for which number probe found the closest match to the eye of the universe. And then it'll give you another number in a different part of that same thing. They'll tell you what number you're on now of attempted probes. And if you do the difference between it, that's how many times you've died.
Yeah. It's in the core of Giant Steep, though.
Yeah, you have to get in. You gotta do the jellyfish, man. But I started to overthink it. Like, why? I got into the math of it way too hard. Like, so what is it about finding the eye of the universe that causes the statues to trigger? And why do we come in at that point? Why don't we start on cycle 1 with everything else? And then my brain broke. And I don't know if that's ever explained.
I still don't understand why the statue, did it choose us? Like, Or because I know it said that it's whoever's the closest, but there were plenty of other Hearthians that had walked through that museum at that time that walked right next to it. I didn't understand that. Like, why us?
Right. No, I'm trying. I had my smartass remark, and then I don't have the right answer.
I like smartass remarks though.
My
so.
smartass remark was, well, it chose you, otherwise you didn't get to play the game, silly.
Yeah, I know that. I know they had to make the game about you because you're the main player and everything, but it's just the way that they made the game also was that so much goes on without you, you know, whether you're there or not, in other words. So, I don't know, I just...
Because not only does it... Because you do have a good point, because not only does it pair with you, but it also turns away from someone else, I think. Is there anybody else there at the time?
It looks right at...
Like, yeah, it turns and it looks at you. But is anyone else in that space when it happens with you?
No.
So...
Why does it turn?
Because you're the...
right in
Oh,
that
here we
moment?
go. So the cycle in your world, that's not part of the 22 minutes. When it turns to you, that's the beginning of the 22 minutes. Your life rewinds at that point, and then you go 22 minutes forward from there. So it just happens to be that when the 22-minute cycle happens, you are standing next to the statue. So when the ATP activates and it needs to draw data off of someone, you happen to have been standing right next to the statue when the thing turned on.
And that happened to Gabbro too.
Correct.
Holy shit, that's so cool.
Thank you. I didn't not thank you for that, but like thank you for asking me because I never had the time. I never really put that together until just now that's how that had to work. If
Well, yay. So, fun fact, Randy says the devs changed it from 9,000 to 9 million for the probes because the players were like, wait, if it only launched 9,000 times until it found the eye, the Nomai could have totally done it way quicker and may not have even needed the probe.
Oh, I was wondering why they made that update. I am just looking up something that I wrote myself that I was going to put in Twitch once that I never did, and it pertains to this. But I don't remember what it was, but you guys talk amongst yourself.
So Pockets here is saying, so he wants to know, because Pockets didn't play the game. He only kind of watched what I played. So this is coming from a person who, you know, didn't actually play it. So he says, so the NPCs, are they just waiting out time, living their life to basically normal, or are they aware that the supernova is going to happen, and do they retain the knowledge of every cycle, or are you alone in this?
Go ahead.
Yeah, you can go if you want. No, go ahead.
There's only two people that know that it's happening. Because there's only two people that get paired. Everyone else is blissfully unaware. The only two people that are having their memories downloaded and sent back in time are yourself and Gabbro. And you are worried about it and trying to beat the game. Gabbro's like, I'm just going to sit here and play my flute and die every 22 minutes. And if it's too tough, I'll just meditate through the explosion.
Yeah.
Just totally blasé. Here's a fun fact. Because I wrote this to myself. And I never posted it on Discord, but one thing I realized I have to keep in mind is that the Nomai were not in the star system for very long. Poke, who built the warp cores for the Ash Twin project, was the apprentice of Anan, who designed the original warp core on the vessel. So they were there for less than one Nomai lifetime. At the same time, they were there long enough for Solanum to experience her childhood right up to the Quantum Pilgrimage, which would have been her mark of adulthood. So I would say, assuming they lived long as humans, they were there for no more than 25 years, which is really not that long on an astrological level.
Huh.
Yeah, so put that one in your pipe and smoke it.
Oh, and Pockets, there's one other NPC who realizes that there's a supernova that's going to happen, but doesn't recognizes it all across the board, and is like, what a terrible time to have been alive, you know. But he's not aware of the loop, and I think that's Chert.
That probably is Chert. Because
he's the one who got to look out and had the little what you call it, like a telescope or something. He was talking about how he studies the stars. That's all he does, is just kind of look at the stars, and he recognized that all of them were exploding, which I'm still trying to make the connection, but we're not there yet on the topic. But I'm looking forward to getting to like the eye, because I want to talk about the eye of the universe and stuff. Because
I have one more nonsensical question, and then we'll definitely get to the eye question. I think Hausage and I determined this during your stream, but I want to hear your answer. So, are you team Chert, team Gabbro, team Rybeck, team Feldspar, or team Esker? Like, who's your jam? Who do you side with? Who do you go and hang with? That's the question. Budrrz is silent. Let me rephrase the question. Are you team banjo, team drums, team harmonica, team oboe?
I was thinking about who was which instrument. Obviously my go-to answer is Gabbro, because I just think he's hilarious, and how amazing would it be to meet somebody like that in spite of all of the terribleness surrounding him and all of the chaos and everything else, that he would remain so chill. And I found comfort in that when I talked to him. I did find comfort, and I kind of was like, you know what, it is okay, like it's cool, you know. But where my brain went was near the end, when they each start playing the instruments and who kind of got to me. But then I'm like, and so I thought maybe that's what it was. But then I was like, no, I think the fact that they were all, but we'll get to that, you know, playing together, that got to me. So yeah, I guess it would be Gabbro.
I think that explains a lot about this entire conversation. If we stick together, and this is more joking, but it could be serious. If we all stick together, we're just going to name our team Team Gabbro. That's going to be that would be our stream team. Because all three of us are like, in your channel where people are like Ryback, this and this, and then I'm like Gabbro, and Hausage is like Gabbro. I'm like, you see, that's why we get along.
He's just so chill, and I appreciate that.
Oh, we have Team Soul too. I can never say her name, so I just call her Soul. Team Soul. Well, yeah, but she doesn't count as a Hearthian, huh?
No.
But I mean, she's still one of us, and we play with her at the end. So.
One of us. One of us.
One of us.
But now you're going back on your original answer. You did say Gabbro.
Oh no, I'm just reading the chat. Yeah. I'm just reading what chat said. I'm 100% Gabbro. I found he gave me comfort. He is the only one out of everybody who gave me comfort.
Gabbro for me, now I know I've told the story a lot. I don't know if I told all of it in this stream. So the first time I found Gabbro, somebody in my stream had redeemed the assassin disguise, where I take a black shirt and I tie it in such a way that it looks like a chintzy ninja mask. And then they're like, try to talk like a ninja. I'm like, I don't know how a ninja talks. Like, they go, ho, ho, ha. And they're like, no, you talking like stage whispers. And so like I'm trying to read Gabbro while trying to do like this stage whisper, but then he was reading like a hippie, and then it started to Gabbro, by the time I was done, I felt like I was trying to be Keanu Reeves. And
oh my god, I love it so much.
That whole experience was just like, you're reading it and you're like, hey dude, yeah, so the sun's blowing up. Whoa. Like, what are you gonna do about that? I'm just like, I love this guy. The experience of talking to him was amazing.
Oh yeah. So just to clarify, y'all, because somebody in chat just said, oh, I talked to Soul first at the end of the world and had her start the song, but I'm Team Gabbro. And okay, let me clarify. If I'm being completely honest, it's embarrassing to admit it, but I thought that she was the only one that was going to play the song. Like, I didn't realize it was going to be all of us playing together. And that's why I didn't start crying until like the third instrument, because that's when it really hit me what exactly was happening. Okay, so I thought she was gonna be like, are you ready? All right, this is it. And I thought I didn't realize that I initiated each instrument. I thought that I initiated with her, and then everybody starts playing. So to be fair, yes, exposed, Bear. Yes, I'm exposed. I thought because I went to her first for a lot of the things, because I thought that she was just gonna be like, I thought she was like the main thing, and I was like, once she does something, everybody else will do something, is what I thought. but that was not what happened at all.
Makes it a lot more emotional when you have to be the one to go and like engage with each one of them, doesn't it?
Yes,
Right.
they did such a good time. I mean, they did such a good job with that. It was a good time.
So we're at that point. We might as well talk about the ending. We're already there. You, I don't know about you, Hostage, but I definitely. I just got raided with a team of 10. Thank you guys for the raid. We are talking about the end of Outer Wilds. If you want to play Outer Wilds and you don't want it ruined, like don't do that. Don't. I would dip out right now. But we're talking with Hostage and we're talking with Budrrz and Fleesa. Thank you for the raid. I hope you've been having a good time. We're gonna keep going. We're talking about the ending of the game. And thank you for. I just got swarmed with follows. This is great, guys. Thank you for coming in. Totally derailed everything, and it is totally okay.
Totally okay.
I just got
I
wow.
have a question that I wish I could answer, but I just want to make sure. So Pockets is saying he wants to clarify if the supernova triggered the loop. Does that mean that the preparations made by the Nomai were they able to see 22 minutes into the future to activate exactly when they recognized the supernova triggering, or were they able to basically DVR the final 20 minutes of the solar system and allow it to loop? I'll read it again if you want.
No, I heard you. I'm waiting for my notifications of people following me to kind of dwindle down here before I started talking.
My understanding is that they basically DVR the last 22 minutes.
Like they couldn't
and allow it to loop
into the future to activate exactly that triggering.
Right.
Like they knew, Pockets, they knew that the supernova was the only thing that could trigger their project because it required so much energy. But yeah, I think you're right. It was more like a DVR type thing.
Yeah, because they set the time loop up so that they could gain information about what's happening and then be able to go back to before it's too late and use that information.
Yeah. But then, everything got fucked. The loop is supposed to happen without their knowledge. They'd be pulled into a loop if something fails or if they find the eye. They do talk about that, Sid. They do. That's why they made the loop in the first place, so that because that's what they kept saying. They needed like a failsafe. They were like, if something goes wrong, then we'll be put on a loop. But didn't they have a failsafe? Like they had a failsafe though, right? Like if it did fail, was the failsafe the loop? I don't know, man.
So
I found the whole thing really difficult to follow.
My understanding. Hang on, let me try to remember the loop well enough. My understanding is.
Yeah.
Because I remember trying to figure out, because that was one of my final pieces, was I was like, I need to figure out the exact timing of this causes A, causes B, causes C, causes D, for the whole loop to come around, for me to be able to say, what stops the chain reaction? And what is that timing mechanism? And then I got to the ATP and I'm like, oh, it doesn't matter. I just need to bring the core there. I don't have to hurt my brain anymore. But they do explain it in the Sun Station where they're like, step 1 is this, step 2 is this, step 3 is this. And my understanding is the cycle starts with they receive the coordinates from the future. And then if they have a hit, at that point in time, they can cancel the sequence. Otherwise, when the data comes back, it just sends out the probe again. It signals the probe to go out, and then it triggers the supernova 22 minutes later, knowing that the explosion is going to need to happen. And then it sends the data back. They decide then, they let the probe go back out, and then they trigger the supernova. So they're getting the data before they send the probe, before they triggered the supernova. So at any point in time, they knew that if the data came back solid, they could just turn the switch off and they wouldn't have to deal with the rest of it. Whereas if it was set up that the supernova had to go off,
But they knew the supernova had to go off.
they knew the supernova had to go. They knew the supernova had to go off to rewind time. But the thing to rewind time, all they're doing is the supernova would have enough power to take the data that was coming from the orbital probe cannon, transmit it back, and then the supernovas only needed to send that data back in time. So you got to send the probe out first, and then
That's what happens at the beginning of each cycle, the probe going off.
yeah. So you see the probe going off, but then the sun doesn't blow up for another 22 minutes.
Right.
So technically, the way their sequence would have worked out, if it had worked correctly, is they would have launched the probe out, and if you add in the music and say that the music's 30 seconds, well, we'll say it's the explosion and everything. Let's say that takes a full minute. So they launch the probe out in a direction, and they give it 21 minutes, and then after 21 minutes, the sun station fires at the sun and blows it up. And 1 minute later, you hit the 22-minute mark, everything gets rewound and sent back. Because the entire Ash Twin project needs to be enveloped in the supernova to be able to get the power it needs to send the data back in time. Which is why they wanted that thing to be seamless, because it needed to survive the supernova long enough to send the data back.
Oh.
Gotcha.
Because they said if there was even one crack before the data could go out, the entire device would be destroyed.
Right.
So if we go from T-0, T-0, the probe gets sent out, the computer is told you're on a 21-minute countdown, blow up the sun at 21-minute mark. At the 21-minute mark, the sun station fires. It blows up the sun. It hits the ATP with enough power for the ATP to be like, grab the data, bring it back to me, beam it back in time. Everything gets obliterated, doesn't matter because the data already left.
But the sun station didn't work.
It didn't work, but the thing is, they didn't need somebody. When the data comes back, it triggers the probe and the sequence to start to fire the probe, go on the timer, shoot, and blow up the sun. But instead, what we're getting is the rewound data is going back, and once the data comes back, the probe gets launched out, and then but now the probe is launching out because the cycle's already started. So because the reason the data came back to begin with is because the sun got blown up.
And the whole purpose of this was in case something went wrong on their journey to the eye?
The reason why they created the loop, but they created the loop in such a fashion where they could intervene in that 21 minutes, because they're like, otherwise they even say it somewhere. They're like, if we didn't put this failsafe in, we'd be permanently stuck in a 22-minute loop and we would never know. And they're like, what a terrible thing.
Yeah, I remember that. Yes. I have some good stuff here people have. Okay, if the statue doesn't pair with you, your memories don't go back, you remain unaware of the loop like everyone else. It's still happening, and the probe tracking module is receiving memories every time, but all of those loops are undone and forgotten with each successive ATP trigger.
I don't know if that's accurate.
You said you don't think that's accurate?
I don't think that's accurate, otherwise your ship log wouldn't keep loading up.
And then it says 9 million however much loops in. The loop we start in, during the time we are in the observatory, the eye is found, the project has succeeded, the statues activate, we're the first ones to stand before it after that point. So we join the loop awareness club, as does Gabbro. The entire point of the project is to fire infinite probes until one finds the eye. They don't have the resources or time to do this, so they use the time travel effect they discovered to accomplish it. It only needs to fire once because time will be rewound to before it fired, but memories of where it's tried searching before are sent back, so it just tries a new direction every time. That was going to be my next question. Why is it going a different direction every time? That was actually going to be my next question.
Because it's being told to from the program in the future. So the probe. So the probe gets sent out into the future. One, that was cool. Where'd you get that info? Did you read it off of somebody in chat, or?
So Randy posted this, but he copy and pasted it from somewhere else.
Okay. No, that makes a lot more sense now. But so the probe goes out for 22 minutes because the reason why they're doing 22 minutes is that brings us out to where they assume the orbit of the eye of the universe is located, and that they should be able to figure out just off a gravitational pull. That's how we found Neptune or Uranus. One of those two, they figured out that the orbits were weird, and the only way that would explain it would be if there was yet another planet further out, and that's scientifically how we found that last planet before Pluto.
Cool.
So it would make sense that the eye of the universe, and even Chert says that, is he's like, if you notice, I think it's Chert, he's like, if you notice, all the planets orbit kind of a little weird, and it's because there's got to be another one way out there, which is why we know that the quantum moon has to be going somewhere else. It could be going to whatever that is, but it's so far out. But the probe would be launched out 22 minutes, and when it got to that point in where that orbit would be, if it didn't find it, it would basically be like, no go, here's the spot we tried, shoot it again.
But it would only be shot again on the next loop.
Right, but it would be, that data would be coming from 22 minutes in the future to be like, didn't work this way, and it tells the cannon to recalibrate and refire. So that's, the data coming back is part of the re-trigger of the cycle.
So is it in a way, it's not time travel, but it's like
it's how to put it. They mention it in, if you go into the statue room inside Giant's Deep, they have a whole philosophical question about like if you're sending someone's data and memory back, isn't that the same thing as going back in time? And they're like, no, it's different because sending information back in time is not the same as sending somebody physically back in time. And they're like, but fundamentally, wouldn't it be the same thing? And they're like, well, yes, but no.
What we think, right? Philosophically. Oh man. See, now I'm gonna.
now you just broke your brain.
Yeah, I did. I'm like, but what is a being? It's their memories, it's their mind. So if you send everybody's like what they perceive back, you are technically sending that person back, but not. I don't know. See, now I'm just, what's going on, Ferg? I'm sorry, I'm getting derailed. We don't have to.
Oops, wrong
I love
sheet.
that kind of stuff.
Yeah, no, there's a lot. I took a philosophy class in college, and that was sort of the same thing where it's like solipsism is a really fascinating thing, where it's this concept of believing you're the only thing that's sentient and you're the only mind and everything. It's almost like being in a dream where you're the only real thing and everything else isn't. And it's like, you know, you can look at a lot of things and realize that being egocentric and solipsism kind of ride a fine line together, and sometimes you can just use one lens to look at the rest of the world.
Yep. So the loop has been happening for approximately 390 years before you are, quote, inaugurated to come around and save everything. But we were never meant to save anything, though.
No.
As far as I are concerned.
But it wasn't like inaugurated as in inaugurated. Like, lucky you. It just happened to be when your sun blew up.
Right, and you just happen to, well, you can't even say, we haven't gotten to the very end discussion pockets, but you can't even really say that, can you say that we saved everything? Because in a way you could, but in another way you didn't. Like...
Well, as Chert talks about, he's like, all the stars are coming to an end. If you're on the ship of on the vessel's log, all the Nomai that are still alive, that are still traveling out in the solar system or in the system, are talking about all the stars throughout the entire system, or through all the systems are blowing up. If you're looking around, even if you're watching the background while we're talking, different stars are exploding and falling apart. So, there's nothing to save. Everything is coming to an end.
There's nothing to save. Yeah, and it's kind of just that, and is it okay to get to this part?
Yes, go for it. I think we're kind of, we've been circling it for a while and kind of dipping in, but now I think we're there now.
Sure. Yeah, if you're saving like a nice segue or anything like that, I don't want to interrupt that process.
No, honestly, Budrrz, I was waiting for the perfect segue to drift in, and I just wasn't seeing it.
The destruction of everything kind of tidies up all of the mess of other time loop media and alternate universes and whatnot. Ooh, hey, this.
Who said that?
That's interesting. Pocket said this. So Pocket has been taking in everything that we've been saying and didn't play it, but you know, is listening to the lore and the story and everything we're talking about. And he's like, the destruction of everything in a way tidies up all of the messes of other time loop media and alternate universes. That's interesting.
Whoa.
But yeah, you were never meant to go inside the eye. Yeah, it was never meant to be us. Exactly. The Nomai were the ones, this is kind of where I was getting at. The Nomai were the ones who discovered the signal and never figured out if that signal came from a sentient being. Was it meant for the Nomai? Was the signal even meant to be found at all? And then the fact that the Nomai spent all of their time, like generations of Nomai, just trying to find this eye of the universe. And then a Hearthian is the one who discovers it. The Nomai never make it there. And then it all ends.
Yep, there we go. And that's
It's
a wrap,
like-
guys. No.
I mean, my mind, dude. That blew my mind.
Yeah,
So then I think that's why that moment is so powerful when you're all playing the music together for quote unquote one last time. Because is time technically ending too? How does that work?
pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, everything ends. But then because of that, there's an opportunity, I suppose. Because that hit me too, what Soul says. Soul's like, there are unlimited possibilities, but you just have to unravel them or start the process of these unlimited possibilities. But the unlimited possibilities wouldn't happen unless things end.
Yes. Sorry,
And-
I have to
right?
like follow that train.
Right.
One of the
Yeah.
videos, like I sent you a video that was one interpretation of the game, but there was another one that's a lot more involved. Sid posted something, got derailed by it, but one of the videos that I didn't send you because it's a lot more involved and it does mention some of the alternate endings, is it talks about the fact that when you go into the museum and you see at the end of the game and you see the galaxy sitting there, it doesn't say like look at, it doesn't say like touch or use or activate, it says observe. And the reason why they used observe is it goes back to that idea of the with the quantum moon of it exists in all possible fashions until you observe it, and the moment you observe it, you then bring it into being. And so Solanum, when she's on the quantum moon, or even when you're reading the passages, says, what would happen if a conscious observer entered the eye? And so
Right.
that's what this is it's you by going in and observing the eye. And like there's that beautiful moment where you're floating down and you're in the ancient glade and you see all these little dots. At first you're like, oh, they're fireflies, and then you start seeing them burst out and you're like, no, they're solar systems. And it's actually, no, they're galaxies and they're universes. And what you're seeing is every single one you look at, you erase, because as you observe things, you start to narrow down your possibilities to one single thing. And so by the time you get to the end of the game and you guys start to play your music, you've brought together everybody of the story, and it's very much the symbolic thing of you've come here to this last moment, to this last singular possibility, and that's why that thing is sitting there waiting for you. And when you jump into it, you have then
Kind of
chosen it as what the universe will be now.
wow.
Which then makes you the signal that the Nomai saw.
I got goosebumps.
Oh, whoa. See, so much of this went way over my head when I finished the game.
Oh, likewise.
Yeah.
Everybody in chat was talking. They're like, oh my God, it's this and this. And I'm looking at chat like, it's 4 a.m. in the morning. I have no idea what you're talking about.
So one thing that I didn't understand, if you shoot out your probe while you're in the eye, it shows up at the new universe, like or I don't know if this is an interdimensional type of thing. Like that's the thing I'm not completely sure, because I feel like they based it on a lot of different theories and didn't really pick one necessarily. And so how does that work? How did my probe end up with the bug people.
I took it as a meaning that it was to show you that this was in fact the universe that you had brought into being. But I don't know if there was more to it than that. I hadn't been able to think that one through very well.
I haven't been able to come up with a solid reason how that scout made it to the new universe all that time later. Why is it there? How did it get there?
Billion years later.
Yeah.
Dude, so good though. The fact that we can have hours long discussion about this game is incredible.
Yeah.
No, I knew this would be a fun conversation, but I didn't realize that it'd be this in depth. Like at first I'm like, well, we're gonna kind of burn through this in like 40 minutes. I'm looking at my clock, I'm like 3.5 hours later.
Damn.
Yeah.
And there's
it's just collapsed all of the other loops, right? I'm sorry, I'm reading.
No, go for it. Go for it.
I'm sorry. Well, this it's just collapsing all of the other loops, right? I'm assuming the statues only impart the wisdom that you had gained, not remake your entire being. That means all 9 million loops are actively still continuing in another universe, but then you enter the eye and hard reset the entire universe instead of just your loop. Is this a reset of the universe, or does this create a new timeline after the destruction of the first one? Is this just a larger loop? Pockets, I like the way you think, man. That's kind of where I was heading with the whole time thing. I'm like, what, are we different dimensions or what? I'm right there with you, Pockets.
My argument would be, I see what Pockets is saying, because I thought the same thing myself at first, but the fact that it's bug people in the next system, it means that you're creating a loop, but you're not creating the same loop. You're recreating a universe. You're starting a new universe, and then theoretically, now a Bugman or someone else will create the next universe through the same sort of cycle, we would hope. But if it was the exact same thing, we would have Hearthians again, if it was going to be the exact same loop.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, because Pockets, at the very end, when basically all life comes to a halt and just ends in time, everything ends. But 14.3 billion years later, you see life again. But their whole solar system looked like it's different. Yeah. Like they kind of touched on that in the documentary briefly. They were like, it's instead of having stars, it seemed like there was just this like atmosphere, this energy around the planets, like around the whole solar system that kept it. And each one looked like it had like not a black hole in it, but you saw the beams of light and then at the core of each planet. So that was really interesting. But they're different beings, Pocket. They look like bug people, kind of. Like how we look like frog people, they look like bug people.
I'm trying to remember.
I don't know.
I'm trying to remember where I heard it, but back to the ending and the gravity of it. There's someone had talked about the fact that when you get to the end of the game, what makes some of that ending sequence really rough is no matter what you do, you die. Even if you restart the solar system and restart the system, you, the person playing, your character dies. And you are ultimately just choosing the best possible scenario for everyone else because your time has come. Because no matter whether or not you fried up in the sun, whether or not you took the core out of the Ash Twin project and then just let everything collapse, no matter what you would do.
What did I break? The fabric, the time fabric of space.
Yeah, no matter all the terrible things you've done, Budrrz, there is still one good thing you could do, which is restart the universe for someone else. But it still means that no matter what you're going to do, your life is coming to an end. You have to decide what kind of meaning you want that to have.
Oh, that's why it's so emotional, because y'all are all like together one last time before it literally all ends.
So a cool thing happened on your chat, and it happened on mine. Mine was more direct, somebody just said it, but on your chat it actually happened. Is when you get to the sequence at the end of the game where there's that stump that has all the dead Nomai reaching up into the air. Yeah.
What was that?
I loved that.
And
it's fucking freaky.
And then they keep appearing and stacking, and then they turn into the ship. I went through that sequence, and somebody said what that is symbolizing is that you, a one Hearthian, are able to ascend further because of because you were able to climb upon the shoulders of everything that the Nomai had built for you, or had built before
that whole
you.
concept. I love that so much.
Sits over
So
here like
good.
that was me. But at the exact same moment when you were in that moment, what ended up happening was everybody in your chat drew like this line, and a circle in between, and we stacked Nomai in your chat.
Yeah, we all stacked for you.
I didn't even know a lot of stuff was happening during those moments, like in chat, because chat, all of you, thank you, were very much like, stop looking at chat, Budrrz, because I do have a tendency to do that over game. But y'all were like, this moment's too important for you to be worrying about what we're saying. Let us just have our fun with like what we already know is happening, and then you just enjoy the game. And I really appreciated that. I thought that was really great because I was able to just kind of focus in on the game and not worry about what everybody else was saying and just play the game the way that it was meant to be played, which was initially kind of you and the game, not necessarily streaming it. And so I would be interested to hear feedback from people who didn't stream it too, because I'm sure streaming it maybe had a different effect. I do wonder if it would be different. Obviously, I'm happy that I streamed it, though, because I think I would have been stuck longer. I think there's connections I wouldn't have made. So in a way, I think maybe streaming it was better for me.
I think streaming it was a lot better for me because I would have been more tempted to be like, I can't figure this out. I'm going to look it up. So I think having the pressure of not looking stuff up kept me pushing forward and discovering stuff on my own.
Nice.
I think for me, I realized that if I'd played it on my own, there's a certain amount of showmanship that goes into streaming where you do kind of put on a little bit of more of an affect, and I think it's just natural because that's what happens when you're around humans, because you're a little bit more animated. If it was just me in the game, I would just be sitting on the couch and just be like, nah. I'd read through the log, I'd think about it, but like I think there'd be a dampened emotional experience that just wouldn't be the same as when I know that there are other people there who are kind of watching me going through it. I'm trying to understand it and trying to like be in that experience, which is what at least I and I think a lot of other people with you were trying to do, Budrrz, where we're like, Budrrz, don't worry about us. Know that we're here and we're really riding off of what you're feeling and experiencing, because that's actually what we're here for, is to relive the emotions you're feeling. So we need you to just be. We just need you to be in this moment and experience it.
Yeah, and I appreciated that so much because it allowed me to. I felt like chat had released me in a way. Like I was like, okay, they're cool with me just completely ignoring them for a minute. Like, and I appreciated that a lot because I kept, even during it, I was like, okay, I'll stop looking. Like I could see, but it was so funny because every time I would look at chat, the only messages I would see was stop looking. And so it was perfect. Like every time I would just instinctually look at chat, it was somebody telling me not to look at chat. I was like, perfect. This is great. Great.
It's rare that you get the green light from chat to ignore them.
Exactly.
We wanted so badly to talk about it, about you experiencing it in the moment. You know, like watching a kid go off and like, there he goes. Oh, look. Oh, she's picking up. She's playing with. Can you see that? Oh my God, that's so great. Like that's the experience we were having. And then you kept looking over back. We're like, no, just play with your toys. Don't play. Go. Oh, look at that. Look at that.
It was very much like that.
Your end game was I guess special for me because, and what was cool is like I've watched other people play Hausage, yeah, whatever, great, he got through it, that was nice. But what was cool is like I've met both of you guys in a very short span of time back to back, and I've been engrossed and intermingled with both of your communities, which has been fun. And now it's gotten to the point where some people come into my stream and then I see them in other streams and I can't remember which one came from which spot anymore. Mm-hmm. But when your stream happened and you got to your end game, like I was there, Hausage got there, Sid turned up, I think, I'm pretty sure you turned up in that one. You got raided by one of Hausage's friends. And then all sorts of different people came in. I'm like, we have 3 communities that have all just like really come together in this moment. And I'm like, this is really cool. It's not just a bunch of randos dropping in. It was, it's on a, like, I've listened to streamers interview with other people and other streamers, and the one question they always like to ask is like, so what was your most memorable streaming moment? And I always think about mine, and I realized so far my most memorable streaming moment was nothing that's ever happened in my stream. It was that moment hanging out on your stream.
Aww.
To see all that come together. Like, that was a really cool Twitch community coming together, and that was
cool.
awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. And to be honest, I had that happen on Mixer, but not over a game necessarily. Like, I had never, because over on Mixer, it's already such a smaller pool, and then I play indie games, so then it becomes even smaller. And so it's like the likelihood of me meeting people who play these obscure games is less. And then when I came over here, I play indie games, but it's like there are pockets of communities, like all these little communities that I had no idea even existed. And then I was able to meet them because I'm on a bigger platform now. And yeah, it kind of did hit me. I did have a moment too where I was like, look at all of our communities just kind of together, all because of this game. Like, this game brought all of us together. And I thought that was so, so awesome. That was really cool. That was really cool. Wait. Oh my god, y'all are so sick.
What happened?
When y'all talk, I look down and I see like, I see, it's like the Nomai festival, different clans coming together. People be like, I was there. Like, Randy's like, I was there.
It's
Stop looking at chat, bro.
It's kind of like the end of, oh crap, what is that movie? It's a great story when you don't know anything to it. Shoot, I just lost it. What's that first Matthew McConaughey movie with like the all right, and it's about the.
I know what you're talking about.
But at the end of that movie, it's just a bunch of random crews of kids all coming to the same party in the park at the very end and all hanging out and having a good time. It's like, yep. But
Wait, okay, here we go. Wait.
What?
Which is interesting, right? That means that there is a certain inevitability of this loop, regardless of the path the universe takes, the timeline you are on, the character you inhabit. There will be a singularity at the end. Also, this could possibly mean that the one loop you play through that quote unquote ends the game is just one of the many timelines that exist in the universe where your choices are literally the only ones that matter, which I think speaks to a very deep understanding of what video games mean on a meta level. Pockets, that's beautiful.
Wow.
Pockets, that's beautiful. I love how you think like that.
Okay, get Pockets in the chat. Here we go. No. I have to rebuild a whole new interface.
Yeah. Oh, it's such a great.
And he hasn't even played the game?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is based off of listening to us.
Wow.
Over there, like,
impressive.
you three, it's cute that you're talking about all this, but have you really thought about the meaning of life? Because I have it right here. So I tried with both of you to do it. I don't know if it worked, but when you drop through the eye, go into the eye, when you drop into that funnel cloud, I know with both of you, I was like, guys, look up. Because if you stare at your feet, you miss it. But when you look up, you see all these weird cloud pillars. And one of the things I was reading is, it's like that cloud pillar could be all those cloud pillars could be one of two things. It could either be just the formation of the cloud between you and the actual eye of the universe that you're entering, or each one of those could be a funnel cloud that has a alternate reality version of yourself dropping through to represent all the multiple possible universes and alternate universes that are falling through the eye of the universe at the exact same time. You're like, ow, hang on.
Because then that would kind of touch on like the whole fabric theory, right? A little bit, like how we're all just on one, like a piece of fabric, essentially. It's not literal fabric, but and how they're all lined up against each other. And then how sometimes when they touch, actually Raven brought that up at the end, even though he said the ending was meh, which I can't believe.
That was pretty good.
Troll.
that was pretty good, because you're like, you were so super excited at the end. You're like, Raven, and this and this and this and this and this and this and this, and he's kind of like, he essentially looked at you and was like, I gotta poop. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Just
Oh my
completely
gosh, it was so good. I loved it.
deflated at the moment.
I was like, you didn't play it. You don't understand.
So, I only have 2 other things to possibly hit on, and I don't know how we want to approach the topic, but it's so the question becomes, and they leave it open-ended, and I don't know what direction they're going to go into, and I guess the question kind of comes down to, what do you think the eye is? What do you think it signals out? Like the big questions that the Nomai have never get answered. Like they have the question of like, did the eye signal out to them? Is the eye sentient? Did it have a meaning, a purpose? Did it have an intent? I guess that's a better word. And then why did it stop signaling? What was the signal coming from? Like all that, like it's hard to know if the eye was just randomly acting, and if so, why did it create a signal and then stop it? And like, do you have any insight as to that, or do you think the developers deliberately left it open-ended, but at the same time the developers had to have some concept in order to build the game? There you go, there's one question. Go.
I got nothing.
Well, it got
That went way over my head.
Awesome. I'm gonna sip my fucking water, dude. I don't.
Hausage is like, hard pass, Budrrz, you're up.
But
Yep.
it actually did make me think about what you commented on earlier, Gator, about us being us as in the Hearthian,
Yes.
being the signal. I kind of been thinking about that since you said that, because I was like, would there have been a signal had we not made it there? But then would we have even made it there if there wasn't a signal? So I'm on my own loop here in my head trying to. That's how I think though. Bean, come on.
Yeah, like I don't have, like I'm convinced, on some respect, I feel like the signal may have been caused, like if the Hearthian recreating, if the Hearthian going through and observing the universe and creating a new one is the signal, like is the signal, I just looked at what Sid posted in my chat, I'm going to blend it into what I'm saying just to make things weird. Is the signal from the eye the signal of the death of the previous universe? Is wah wah wah. But I'm curious if like your involvement in the eye to trigger that, if your activity causes a signal, like is your participation, even though you're not necessarily deliberately causing the signal or consciously aware that you're causing the signal, it was at least caused by a sentient being. As Sid said,
But I don't think
go ahead.
Eye of the Universe itself is sentient.
Right.
I don't think that.
I'm inclined to think that as well.
Yeah.
But then it kind of comes down to like with a lot of the same question of like, well, how does the ATP work? Where does the signal come back? How does the loop keep going? It's not necessarily a question of being sentient. It may have been caused by sentient activity, but then, as Sid said, the signal apparently shows up out of nowhere. But then it's like, well, nothing. It can't show up out of nowhere per se, because then why did it and why did it not happen again? Why hasn't it not happened before, and why now?
And what even is the Eye of the Universe? Like, what even is that? Because if you can, because it's like what the Nomai said, it's like what Soul said, because she's like, what would happen if a conscious observer entered it? So wouldn't that kind of just change everything? Like, what even is the eye if it's only what we perceived it to be? Or am I just getting way too philosophical?
No, you're not I don't know if you're getting too philosophical, but I know Sid is dropping philosophical questions that when you say them and then I read his on top of it, I'm like, my brain is the fabric of reality inside my skull is ripping apart right now.
My brain has chugged to a stop.
He's like, Sid's like, how do we know this hasn't happened before? I'm like, well, yeah.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. What if this keeps happening? What if that is the loop?
Sid says, I believe the eye is something that shows up near the death of a universe.
Yeah. I could see that.
Which then, did you say Pocket said, what is it? What if it is the loop? Because I was inclined
I
to...
was saying that, but
Oh.
Pocket's saying, wait, let me see. That means that there's a certain inevitability of this loop, though. Yeah, regardless of the path the universe takes, the timeline you're on, the character you inhabit, there will be a singularity at the end, which could possibly mean that the one loop you play through that ends the game is just one of the many timelines that exist in this universe where your choices are literally the only ones that matters. And which maybe could tie into what you were saying about the columns of the clouds and how
True.
maybe it is. Maybe we're just touching on like different.
So each one of those columns is every other time you've screwed up. And you didn't save the universe.
Yeah. I like it. Look, Randy said, is the eye God? Is the eye us? Did we come from the eye? Does it have eyelashes? I mean, these.
And they're all really good questions. And I think, to some extent, and they're all questions that I ask. And a lot of it kind of comes down to, you have to ask, what are the developers believing? Or are they leaving them up for interpretation? Yeah, this could very easily become a very scientific or a very philosophical or a really religious conversation, depending on what bent you want to take at it. And it's beautiful because this game has no necessarily any right answer. It's left up to that interpretation. I'm inclined to think that they can blend together to some extent, because or they can ride so close to both. A lot of explanations both working at the same time, because if you want to say the signal is older than the universe itself, naturally your response is it's some form of God. But at the same time, you can have God would have to exist somewhere before time. At the same point in time, your Hearthian going into this alternate reality is a thing that exists before time or outside of time. So regardless, there's still some active being before time causing things to happen in time so that you can get out of time so you can restart time.
But are you the thing that initiated it in the first place?
Well, or are you only the thing that started it this time? Of all of the possibilities. I'm kind of inclined to think that that's what happens. The only thing I'm super confused on is, why does the signal happen when it does? And I guess the question becomes, is the signal happening more often, but the Nomai are the first and only people who ever found it?
Well, who knows when the signal was initiated, like when it was initiated and when it arrived to where it could be picked up on in the first place. And depending on, what kind of technology the species in that solar system had, how would they even pick up on it? Because it was the Nomai in our solar system that discovered it, or no, was it Nomai outside of our solar system?
It's the Nomai that came to the solar system. So the Nomai picked up the signal and came rushing over and then blew up their ship. And that was 281,042 years ago. So that's right. The signal goes off exactly. What?
The quantum moon is said to have broken off from the eye as per Sol. You know, that's what she says.
Yep.
Everything quantum has a signal. Oh, yeah, that's true. The quantum shit. Yeah, that signal is just inherent. Could the eye signal just be inherent?
Oh.
That's a good question. But then the question still becomes, if it always has an inherent signal, why were they able to pick it up? And then why were they never able to find it again? Because the eye of the universe is the only thing that they can't just take the signal scope and go, that thing right there, go.
Maybe it's a semi-sentient phenomenon, and Randy says, don't question him on this. And then Bear says, but is it the fact that anything quantum is quote-unquote actively producing a signal, or just that multiple species have found a way to detect the anomaly? And then we have, here we go, Pockets. I love, all right. If you take scale into mind, I think the eye is merely a jumping into the next, quote, level. I have yarn, right? But that yarn is made of string, which is made of individual particles. Eventually, when the loop, in this case 14 billion years, is large enough, the loops you are experiencing for 22 minutes of gameplay are no longer relevant and become just a point in time where the larger loop begins. At some point, the particles that create my string, that create my yarn, doesn't really matter because all I have is yarn. And the 22-minute loop is string. The 14 billion years is my yarn. Whoa. I like the yarn metaphor.
Did anybody ask Pockets?
Ooh, and Randy says, you know how signals work inside of Dark Bramble? Maybe the signal went through Dark Bramble before reaching the Nomai, and that's why they ended up there.
Oh, snap. Whoa.
Hausage is like... Oh shit, that's awesome. I love thinking about stuff that way. It's not really about finding answers necessarily. I think it's just about, it creates more questions.
It really does.
And I love that.
Sid said that the Hearthians had detected the Eye of the Universe as well. I wasn't sure that they had. But maybe with their signal scope they had. But with how far out it is, because the distance, the way I understood the Eye of the Universe was treating it like an electron in comparison to the nucleus of an atom, and that distance is huge. That's like trying to figure out where Pluto is in comparison to, well, I mean, it's exactly like, it's stupid far away from each other. And the Hearthians may have picked it up, but because it's so erratically hopping around, it's the chances that they picked it up on the signal scope and then went, hey, what's going on with this? And then it's gone again.
Damn. It's really heartbreaking. The whole thing's kind of heartbreaking. Okay, Bear says, my take on it is essentially, yes, that's what happens. To compare it to pop universe theory, entering the eye causes the contraction and a new explosion of the Big Bang. You know how signal... Yeah, just tapping off of what Randy had said. Y'all, these are all really good ways of thinking about it. I love this.
You found a lot of smart people found you. And they're making my head hurt.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
A while ago.
Yet that new Big Bang ends the same way, even though the path to get there is different. Entering the eye of the universe is just the beginning of a loop. Whoa, right? Dude.
Because there's always going to be one... Because there's always going to be a loop of the beginning and end of the universe, because there's always going to be one possibility out of all of the possibilities that will bring you back to that same sequence.
Yeah. Daniel, thank you for the follow. Daniel 9239389. Thank you for the follow.
I think you read that wrong. I think you're supposed to be like Daniel 92386 Don't.
That's a lot of numbers, Daniel. Welcome. Holy shit. That's awesome. Y'all, this was a great discussion.
Holy crap. I think Sid just
Definitely was.
Sid just made a good point, and I think I like that argument. I read what he said and it didn't click. I don't think it clicked in my brain until just now, but Sid said perhaps the reason they found the eye, remember the eye is jumping around just like the quantum moon does. And if you take a Hearthian who's using his signal scope, he might pick up the eye by accidentally pointing perfectly at it, but because it's just moving around so erratically, it's hard to find. But perhaps the reason why the Nomai picked up the signal is they had just happened to have pointed their signal at the eye of the universe, or their device at the eye of the universe, at just the right moment to freeze it in space like you would the quantum moon. And then once they got to the quantum moon, because they weren't observing it, they got there and it moved. And so they were never able to pick the signal up again like they did.
How on the quantum moon are you, because you know how Soul says that you can see like the mirror image of it, like the reflection of it essentially?
Mm-hmm.
I guess.
Well, that explains why That would explain why when you are on the funnel cloud for the... Hang on. That would explain why with the quantum moon you land on the South Pole and you go to the North Pole, but on the eye of the universe you land on the North Pole and you go to the South Pole.
Yes. That's interesting.
Oh, interesting.
That didn't
I
click
didn't
with
know
me.
that.
I love this game.
It's awesome.
You don't have to be sorry for the long number. I think it's funny, Daniel. Damn, Daniel. I couldn't help myself. I'm a child on the inside.
I'm a child on the outside.
Oh yeah, and then also, why does it throw you back to the Timber Hearth version of the moon when you go inside of it? Randy says it kills him inside. I would think because that's your home, and since you're the conscious observer, that my way of thinking of why it brought you to Timber Hearth though was because that is your home, so that's what you know most, and that's like the first thing you saw when you were born. And I don't know, I thought it had something to do with your connection to your own planet. I thought that that's why, because you are the conscious observer, that would bring you back to your home planet. Which makes me wonder if the Nomai would have discovered it, would it bring them back to wherever they're from? Just like thinking out loud.
Okay, two things. One, you're right and you're wrong. There we go. So one, I really like that philosophy. That's a good point for why it would bring you back to Timberhearth. As for the Nomai, they take the shuttle and then they teleport the shuttle back, so they don't actually leave the same way you're talking about.
But they never get to the eye.
Yeah, they do. Oh, not to the eye. They get to the quantum moon.
They get to the moon, but they never get to the eye.
Well, they get to where Solanum was, but when they go back, they don't jump through the clouds like we did.
Because they didn't make it to the eye. They never made it to the eye.
Okay, sorry. I was thinking about like when you're saying like, how come when you leave the quantum moon and you jump through the cloud, it brings you back to Timberhearth? Nope, sorry, I was thinking.
Oh, no. Which, that's interesting too. Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
But that's got to be the same
I was talking
phenomenon then, which would go back to your argument of it's your concept of what's home.
Yeah.
I had heard from different. I heard from different videos that I'd watched that part of the reason why you come back to Timberhearth when you're actually in the eye is it's either the eye allowing or your brain trying to process what a time outside of time looks like. And it's all this kind of, so it's basically like, it's like, you know, the Matrix trying to show you how it works.
Yeah.
It's your poor three-dimensional brain trying to work in a four-dimensional space.
Yeah.
And so by that same fashion, I mean, there's also the metaphoric thing of when you come to Timberhearth, you are coming back to life. So there is some of that. There's...
Wait, when you jump into the actual eye at the end of the game, you end up on the observatory. Wait, what observatory?
The museum.
Oh! Yeah. And then Brady said, I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay. We're just all like, it's just got our brains going. That's all. All the little neurons are firing. They're like, wait, what?
Okay, so I think we'll all agree that everything makes sense when you go from the vessel onto the eye, or that planet above the eye, whatever you want to look at it as. You walk all the way to the bottom, you jump into the funnel cloud, everything goes, and you end up in the middle of what is going on. So why the museum? And that becomes the question to ask there. And then the next thing you know, you observe the universe, and then at that point in time, now you're in this floating haze of lights in the middle of a Timberhearth forest, and then you run into yourself.
Oh, that fucking freaked me out. And I knew it. Right when I heard the breathing, I was like, it sounds just like my breathing. I know it. And then it still scared me. Gosh, that was terrifying. Maybe the eye wants to show you something more comfortable, but I think that it's actually just you. You want to feel more comfortable. I don't think the eye would care about your level of comfort. I think it's like you said, Gator, like that it's your brain trying to make you more comfortable in a very uncomfortable situation. Like,
Yeah.
and of course, comfort would be your home.
Oh, that's a good way of putting it. I like how you take what I say and you make it sound better than I meant it because you put it in a way that I'm like, oh yeah, that, yep. I just need a secretary.
That's how I feel about everyone else all the time.
I need like
"Oh,
a
you said
squire
what I'm trying
next to me and be like, Squire, write that down. Thank you.
Squire. Oh, okay, hold on. All right. My bad. I just realized that I'm very behind on some text. Okay, I gotta go.
You have to go? What?
Yeah, hubby had a really rough night at work, and he's really having a rough night. Like, that's not good.
Oh.
Cause y'all know, I don't know if y'all work in the restaurant industry, but it's like as light as it can be and how it's not as serious as like some of the other jobs I've had. It is serious in the sense that it's just like the shit you have to put up with and the way restaurants are poorly managed. They're just so poorly managed. Gosh. So yeah. I don't want to cut it off. I don't know if it was kind of coming to its
I think we were kind of
organic
coming
end.
to an end anyways.
Yeah,
Because I was looking at my list. The only thing we had left was Hausage had posed an interesting question about sequels and whether or not that even be doable. And then otherwise we'd probably just leave it up for chat. And we weren't going to go into the alternate ending stuff. So yeah, I think we're
so maybe y'all could ending with, with me dipping out.
True.
Because I feel bad.
If you-
I feel bad that y'all could.
If you're awake for it, Hostage, I'd have to actually. I don't know if my interface right now would let me do that because it would. Because with Budrrz leaving, actually, I could probably. No, I don't know if I can do that.
Right.
Hausage left. It just disappeared, and maybe my thing will just disappear, and it'll just be y'all two.
We can try that.
I'll
So
leave.
I guess we'll do that. Budrrz, thank you for being here and being a part of this. Like, I reached out to both of you guys, and I was like, the worst I can do is ask, and they can say no.
I loved it. Thank you so much for allowing me to be a part of this, and because I enjoyed picking each other's brains and just hearing different playthroughs, different perspectives of how we did it. And I thought it was really funny how, like, the way that we're thinking, me and you, Gator, maybe is similar, but then the way that I played the game, me and Hausage, was more similar. So I think it's funny how I felt like it was a mash of both was my total experience. And I love that. So it's perfect. I feel like it was just really nice to have all three of us do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect.
No, this was not to toot my own horn, but this was really cool. This was fun, and I appreciate both of you having come in for this and spending your Saturday night with me. But Budrrz, I do know you need to go.
Yeah, let me roll, y'all. Thank you so much. It was an absolute pleasure. And then I'm going to wrap up with chat as well. Thank you, Hausage. Thank you, Gator. I appreciate both of you being here doing this. Has been awesome.
Yeah. Let me
Have a
just
good night, Budrrz.
take care.
Till
Hope things
next time,
smooth
y'all.
out for you guys. Get some good rest.
Yeah.
We'll
All right,
we'll
y'all.
catch you in chat.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
So let me fix my interface here real quick because I've got different ways to repair. I just got to be a little bit more creative here for a second. While I dream
I
up.
see. You got like a weird half box going on.
It's not gonna be as pretty, but it works. Let me just get some of this crap out of the way. Bam. So, and then I just need to grab that and look at this, guys, on the fly. I just need to get this out of the way because it's not as aesthetically pleasing. I'm glad OBS doesn't... Hang on, let me finish this first before I say what I was about to say, because otherwise I'm going to be pissed off when it's not true. I need that one, and I need that one. And we go down. We'll move that down. And then we'll take you and I... Look at this. Film and ship on the fly. And then we'll move... that up. What do you think? What do you think? Groovy?
Yeah, looks good.
That was
I was
totally
tuning you out just now, but yeah, it was good.
No, yeah, whatever you say, dude. That looked great.
Yeah,
what?
Great, perfect.
And then I will. Give me just a second. We'll put my little symbol here, my name, and then we'll go ahead and we're just gonna decorate. So Hausage, while I'm finishing this rearranging, tell me, do you intend to try to play any more of the game and finish it, or are you kind of just sort of done?
For streaming purposes, I am done. I have yet to actually delete it from my computer because it holds a special place in my heart for it now, and I don't want to delete it. I do want to go back and just play with it some more. And I haven't mentioned it yet, but I did obtain a copy of the alpha version of the game, and I've still been wanting to play around with that and compare the two. So it's not going anywhere yet. I'm still playing with it.
If you do it in alpha, are you planning on streaming it, or?
The alpha?
Yeah. That would be interesting.
I thought about it. I might do a stream for the alpha, and I don't think there's anything you can actually complete in the alpha.
Oh, really?
I don't know if there's... Yeah, alpha at best is a tech demo, exactly. I don't think you can actually really finish the story or anything. So I might do a short stream of it and just be like, anyone who's curious can say, hey, go check that out, or can you show me what that looks like?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Or I'll just fly around and do it myself.
You'd kind of do like a, hey guys, let me bring you on tour. Come with me. And over here on the right, you'll see Brittle Hollow, and over here you'll see what you thought was Giant Steep. No, that still would be really cool.
I played maybe 20 minutes of the alpha just running around, and it was just kind of neat to see the progress that they have made from that point with, getting the art director on board and all that.
Yeah, the documentary was really cool to kind of show, like, in the documentary they talk about, they had the guy who was like, oh yeah, I was playing this thing. I'm like, well, this is a chintzy little cute little thing. And then like 4 hours of gameplay later, he's like, I have to help him design the artwork on this game. He's like, I'm going there. And like the next day I'm on a plane. We're like, yeah, let's do this. If I was responsible for handing out the awards, the alpha would not be getting it. That's pretty funny. So
they saw the potential for that game, though.
What's the what do you have left that you would do with the game? Like, how much alternate endings do you know or not know, or is there anything you feel like you could still be spoiled on with the game before we go there?
I don't think there's really anything I could be spoiled on, because I've done plenty of research post Endgame for myself, and anything that I didn't know yet, I spoiled for myself at that point, like all the alternate endings and everything. I think pretty much if I were to go back and play it now, other than just wanting to enjoy flying around and going back to my favorite places, would be achievement hunting. I have not landed on the sun station.
So, chat, we saw Randy, welcome over to this side, to the dark side. I had sent Hausage a link over to a streamer that I was watching one day while he was live, and I watched this guy fly around the sun station like it was nothing. Like, he was just like, kind of like you would like take this, like if this was the sun station, be like, oh, look at that. Yep. Oh, nope. Let's go over here. Let's go back again. Every time I went for the sun station, it was like trying to, like, I don't know, grab something while you're like on a semi going 60 miles an hour, like, oh, I got it, and then you fry up and you die each and every time. No, the sun station. Part of me is like, I'm going to save the sun station until last, and part of me was like, I've made a horrible choice. I now have no choice but to land on the sun station because I've done everything else. And after hours upon hours of failing at the sun station, why did I think this was a good idea?
Right.
But no, there was a point in time where I'm like, after what happens in the ATP, there are other endings I don't know about and things I didn't experience, but it's not really a spoiler at that point. It's just like, oh, you missed this thing.
Right. Yeah, like, so you know about all the alternate endings then?
I think so. I thought I had,
So
and then there was
you
one
know-
I missed, and then I saw it on YouTube, so I think I'm caught up.
The one that I don't, it never would have entered my mind, but the one that kind of surprised me was grabbing the warp core and then just trying to get the hell out of the solar system.
Oh, the heat
just
death
going
system.
out.
The heat death.
Just try to avoid death.
So did you get the achievement for playing the game? And at some point in time, I feel like everybody does this. At some point in time, you're just like, screw it. Why don't I just take the ship right away and just leave? Just keep going. And there was one point in time I'm like, that's going to be a boring 22 minutes on stream, so I'll do it off the stream. And so then I flew for 22 minutes, and then the ATP activates and rewinds your memories, even though you're not caught in the explosion. And everything restarts, and I get a trophy that pops up, and it says, well, it was worth a try. Like, hey, Zemdad, welcome in. I wanted to get all the stream achievements, and the Sun Station made me regret my life choices leading to that moment. Do we all here know about the thing that can happen inside the ATP? We should talk about that. So, we're going to give a quick disclaimer. I dropped something on the floor. I'm going to give a quick disclaimer. We are about to spoil something that Budrrz, I was really worried about doing the stream with Budrrz, having her wanting to 100% the game, but not having gotten to certain points. And my favorite part of the game, probably what is the biggest spoiler, is something that happens with the AT, which is an alternate ending with the ATP. If you don't know what I'm talking about, and you don't want to know what I'm talking about, you've been warned, you've got a few seconds. Anyways, for those who are still here and scrambled to their button really quick and actually skipped out, everybody here, we're just gonna did you wash it off? We're gonna go ahead and no, it was a wrapper and I threw it out. We're gonna go ahead and just flat out say it. There's a funny alternate ending for the game where you go into the Ash Twin project and you wait till the supernova happens, and one, it is the coolest spot to be when a supernova occurs, because you watch the center mechanism open up, you watch the warp core power up, you watch all the mechanisms start to light up and spin. It looks really crazy cool. I have a screenshot of it somewhere. And in the center where that warp core is, it turns into a massive black hole, and you're like, whoa. And the first time I saw it, I just sat there. I'm like, I'm just going to sit here and revel in this because this is amazing, because I can always redo this loop later. And it's super cool because it actually lasts longer than the rest of the solar system. If you go to your mini-map, you can watch the rest of the solar system being enveloped by the supernova, and you're still around for a while because that core has to last long enough to send the data back. And that's what it's doing. When the thing finally closes up, then your whole cycle is done.
I never thought to open my map in there.
It's really weird if you're paying attention to your mini map on the side. When you're in the ATP, you can just watch yourself circle like crazy around the globe. Somebody had to point it out to me in my chat. But you go through the black hole. If you decide to do the other thing of being like, no, I'm just going to walk through the black hole. That's what black holes are for, right? It restarts the timeline. And you wake up again. But when you open your mini map, there are now 2 spots that say you are here. And you kind of go, what? And so you're like, whatever, that's really weird. I made a glitch in the game for whatever reason. And not like a glitch like I glitched out the game, but like I made a glitch in the timeline. Oh, that's weird. But the thing that makes the most sense is to go, well, let's go back there and see what's different. And so you go into the ATP again, and you walk down, and you get to the other side of the masks, and there's some dude, some really recognizable, handsome-looking dude, just leaning up against the wall for all the reading. And he's sitting there, and he's got all your stuff. And he's wearing your gear. It's like the end of Empire Strikes Back when you realize that Lando's wearing all of Han's clothing. And you're like, what is that guy doing? And then you're like, oh, that's me from the last time loop. And it's the best part of the game. It really is. It totally is. Randy, that dude really stole my stuff. But that is like the moment I wait for streamers now, that if I can catch them on. I've only seen Hausage do it. I really want Budrrz to stream that alternate ending. I want to see her when she's like, what? Because
yeah, that I knew you were waiting for that to happen, and I had someone else in my chat really waiting.
Pockets, welcome in.
Welcome, Pockets. Someone else kept mentioning that if I did something that they would get to see something awesome happen, and I kept saying, I don't know what you're talking about. And I did the thing. I went through the black hole, and I walked right past myself, and I didn't even see him. I just totally blocked him out of my vision. I kept walking, and the loop ended. And the person in chat was just like, you didn't even see it. And I was like, see what? What happened?
And I think I was trying to figure out if they were derailing you and confusing you, because they made it sound like your alternate self was there every single time. I'm like, no, it's only after you've gone through the black hole, because you're not there otherwise. But no, with my video and Hausage's video, and I don't have the links ready, and I can't play them with the way my setup is set up, but both of the videos are really funny to watch because we react the exact same way for the most part. Both of us are talking and doing our thing, and like Hausage's is perfect because he's like analyzing stuff. He's looking down, like he walked down, and before about the point in time his brain would have clicked that he could see somebody leaning there, he looks down because there's like a mask laying on the ground, and he's like, all right, so this mask is this, and then there's the signal from Giants Deep, and he's really like putting these pieces together, and he's articulating it, and he does kind of one of these things. I'll pretend the camera is where my line of sight is going, and he's like, no, okay, so yeah, we got this one here, and then we got that one's for Gabbro, and then I think the other one's from Giants. Has he been here the whole time?
It just stopped me dead in my tracks. So I'm like, what? What? Kind of had that moment of panic where I was like, there's actually somebody standing there. What is that all about?
Because that only happens to you twice in the game. Pockets, I see what you wrote. We'll get to it in a moment. There's only 2 times that happens in the game where you run into another living thing. That's really uncanny. You run into Solanum in the quantum moon, and that stops you dead in your tracks too, because you're like, da 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 da. Oh my god, it's alive. And then you're like,
Budrrz.
yeah, and then you're kind of like, kind of slowly getting closer. Like, do I touch you? Do I talk to you? And then it moves, and you're like, oh my god, it's alive. It's moving. It's talking. It's but running into yourself is like, what? All right, what does Pockets have to say? Speaking of, I have something I wanted to get y'all's opinion. Where'd he go? Hausage does that. He'll be back. He'll be back. There he is. He's back again. I have something I wanted to get y'all's opinion on, something I mentioned in Budrrz's chat that she didn't have time to get to. Using one actuality, does that mean there is only one right timeline that causes this? I'm not too keen on quantum, but using the mechanics in the game where things are only there if you're seeing them, does that mean that the eye of the universe is just a big Schrodinger's cat situation where the end of everything only happens if it's seen? That's why it takes 14 billion years for it to come about. Is it possible that the signal is being sent out because something knows that this is the time to reset everything? The only way someone would know is if they saw it. But how do you accidentally see something that's not to be seen? It's a heavy question. A good example of that is Solanum. I think she's dead on the quantum moon, on all forms of quantum moons until you see her alive. Then she is alive, but she's dead, but she is alive. The problem is, even she says that she's not fully alive. It's a big brain stuff, you know. So I actually have an answer for the Solanum thing. What happens is when something becomes quantumly entangled, unless it's being observed, it can continue to move about and exist in all possibilities until it's observed. So, and then you learn that inside the quantum tower. And so anything that becomes quantumly entangled, like the moon, can teleport around. Solanum still is alive at the 6th location because she's near the eye of the universe, and so therefore she is quantumly entangled, which means she, in that moment, exists outside of time. Well, as long as you find her at that location, you're basically, what's the word I'm looking for? You're essentially disconnected from the timeline, the space-time continuum, if you will. But because of the Schrodinger's cat scenario, there is the possibility of, I think when you're on the quantum moon, you exist in all 6 locations of the quantum moon at the same time. That's got to be happening to some extent. So there's also an ending to the game, Hausage, that if you take the warp core and you bring it to her on the quantum moon, you suffer the same fate as she does.
Right. Yeah, I saw that one. I never did it myself.
I didn't either. That was the one I missed.
I would never have thought to take the core to her.
I thought to stand with her for the supernova, and guess what? Nothing happens because I didn't have the warp core with me. God, Pockets. You need to rename yourself, Pockets. You need to be renamed to Deep Think.
Deep Think. Let's see.
I'm trying to reread what he said because it's trying to make me think about it. But no, there's a certain amount of there comes that point in the game where you have to be like, how much of it is just a perfect example of how everything works, and how much of it is well, they got it really close and maybe we need to stop really thinking too hard about it because I don't know if they got this far when they made it. We're sent somewhere after entering the eye, right? Maybe, just maybe, once we enter the eye as a conscious observer, it now allows us to see the larger loop, the 14 billion year loop. Now that we can see that, we are aware that at this point in time, we're obligated to end the loops at that point. By observing, we take down all the possible scenarios down to 1. I think by existing in that point outside of time, we are determining what is going to be reality because of what we choose to observe. Yeah, that sounds smart. I'm going with that.
I'll go with that too. I bought it.
If Pockets lived in ancient Greece, he'd be considered a god or something.
Yeah.
Right, and that one possibility only includes jumping into the eye. We have to jump into the eye. And the thing is, somebody will always jump into the eye because there's always one possible scenario in which someone enters the eye, and an infinite amount of scenarios in which somebody doesn't. So there's ultimately, it kind of gets into that fate conversation of like, did this happen because this was going to happen, or did this happen because there are so many different ways things could play out? This just happened to be the way in which it occurred. So it doesn't matter which way you go in your belief system. It still comes down to, everything funnels down to this one possibility. Some possibility had to happen. And all the other possibilities that didn't happen don't matter because none of the other ones progress the universe forward. And the universe only likes what keeps it alive. And so it's willing to forego the other ones. Because all the other possible universes are gone now. Right, and that one possibility, oh, I read that one. So, Hausage, how was your conversation with yourself inside the ATP?
A lot of screaming, if I can remember correctly.
Oh my god, that was ultimately my favorite moment. There's only 2 times I've streamed where I have lost. I've just completely lost on stream. And that was one of them. That was the first heavy one. The second one was playing... Oh, you were there for my glitch in Skyrim. Where my guy started floating dead the whole time.
Yeah.
But, yeah, no, the whole conversation, like, I was running out of time. The music was playing at the end. I'm like, I got one more thing to do. I got to ask the last one. Where he's like, wah! And you're like, wah! And he's like, wah! And you're like, wah! It just keeps going back and forth, and it gets stupid funny.
Yeah, I thought there was going to be more dialogue too, but after you scream at each other, you talk to him again, and that's pretty much it. You don't have any other.
He pretty much is just like,
with.
"Ooh, glad that's out of my system."
Yeah. Oh.
Going back to Solomon for
what
her.
What an awesome thing to put in the game, though.
Yeah, that definitely. I think some programmers like, dude, we got to do this. We got to do this. And they're like, all right. There must have... Oh, yeah. I bet the conversation went like this. Guys, what would you do if you ran into your alternate self? And some people were like, oh, I'd be like, hey, remember that one thing? Oh, yeah, of course I do, because I'm you. Oh, yeah, we're you. Yeah. God, you look good. No, you look great. I know it feels a bit narcissistic, but you look good. Oh, wow, thank you. And then there's going to be the person who's like, no, I'm going to scream. But then my other self would scream back, because that would make sense.
Right.
Going back to Solomon, for her, how long was the time period between her getting there and meeting you? It is 281,042 years. And I know this because if you do the alternate ending where you take the ATP, or take the warp core out of the ATP, and you go to the quantum moon and you show up where she is and you hang out, it fades to black and it says, how long have I been standing here? Like days, weeks, years? Regardless, I feel like my story has come to an end, which is exactly what she says to you. So she has been stuck in quantum flux forever.
Crazy. See, I didn't catch any of that when I was there.
I just know that she said, like, I feel like I understood what she was talking about, but I didn't understand the gravity of it. Like, she said, I get the sense that I'm not entirely alive. And you're like, well, yeah, I just landed on your dead body to get here. Because it's her dead body at every location. It's the same dead body.
I actually didn't even realize that till I was reading your chat a little bit ago. And then I just kind of had a, like, how did I not put that together moment?
Because it's interesting, a lot of the lore is all conversation back and forth between people, or it's all general statements saying this, welcome to the Shrine of the Eye, and this is what the eye represents, and this is what we think of. And everything is talking in grander terms to a general audience until you get to the Tower of Quantum Knowledge and you get to the training ground. And then it is very specifically addressing her, specifically saying, it is your time. You're going to the quantum moon. It is now your chance to take the journey that we have all taken. And then you get there and there's a dead body and you're like, well, I wonder who that must be. Because only one person's doing the trip at a time. So it means that while everybody else was off landing on the comet, getting blown up, she had just landed on the quantum moon and made it to the 6th location.
Right.
So her real self fried in radioactivity, but her quantum self is still stuck in quantum space. There we go. Has anyone tried just standing on the surfaces of the eye for as long as they could? Sid, I don't fully know the answer to that question. I made a deliberate attempt to be on the vessel at the supernova after having made the jump. That was one of the things I did. And I stood there and said, okay, guys, now you can see that our star, and then I watched it explode, and I went, yep, that one was ours. That one right there, that bright red one. It's poof. And I assume that because I'm assuming that the moment you make the jump, you can't stop the end game. I think because the game knows that you honestly can't die after you make the jump.
Right.
That there's no way to die in that sequence. It doesn't matter what's happened to the rest of the universe because you're gonna go there. You're gonna go through the hole. You're gonna go through all of that. Up until that point, you can still screw up. You can still be outdone by the supernova. But once you're out of that point in time, programming-wise, nothing's going to happen because you found the eye of the universe. Any other scenario, especially if you take the warp core and you leave the system, you just watch the heat death of the universe. You watch all the other stars slowly blow out until nothing's there and everything goes black. So, because you make it to the eye, that possibility still occurs. And programming-wise, they don't kill you.
Right. You're essentially safe from the death at that point.
Yeah, because if you want to get philosophical, it's because the moment you get to the eye, you've reached quantum space. There you go. You exist outside of time. Like, was it fast, or was all those years between death and the Nomai and the Hearthians getting to... Oh, I see what Randy wants to know. Perspective from Solanum's point of view. How long has she been standing there? I'm inclined to think by the way that it ends when you stand at the... with her on the quantum moon, your character loses all concept of time. Completely all concept of time, because it doesn't really exist anymore for you. I think the same thing happens to her, where the time does whip by, but it must be so... because you can't die in quantum space because you're basically in limbo. I think that just sort of means that, yes, that time has gone by, but you've lost all full perspective. I'll give you a somewhat real experience that can compare it. Hausage, have you ever done float therapy? Or done I can't think of the other phrase for it. It's hang on. Basically, it's the float therapy is a... I can't think of the other name that it has that's really creepy, but what it is it's essentially
sensory
deprivation tank. There we go. Have you ever done that?
Yeah. No, I haven't.
It sounds creepy, but it's actually, they've used it for lots of different types of both physical and mental therapy, for treating like high levels of anxiety, but you gotta be like the right kind of person for it. But what they do is they essentially try to cut out every single sensory way you have of experiencing the world. So they put you in a bathtub, a glorified bathtub, but it's loaded with salt. So it's loaded with so much salt that you're buoyant and you can lay back, and the salt amount keeps you floated and perfectly suspended. Then the lights are off, the water is heated to body temperature, and then you put earplugs in, one, so that you don't get water in your ears, but then two, so that you don't hear anything. And so as long as you aren't touching the sides, if you sit there long enough, and it doesn't take too long, as long as you're not moving, you start to lose a concept as to where your skin ends and the water starts.
Right.
And your mind will continue to run around and do all sorts of things for a while, because that's what brains do. But once you get to a point where you've run out of things to think about or worry about or concern yourself with, it's really hard to know. Like, I was in there for, I think, an hour, but it felt like 15 minutes. And I cannot tell you if I was ever fully asleep. I have no idea.
Oh, weird.
I have no idea at what point in time I lost concept of time completely until the lights started to come back on to let you know that everything was done. And I feel like if I had fallen asleep, the light turning on wouldn't have woken me up. Because just a red light underneath the water to kind of be like, blink, we're coming back on. Like, I don't wake up to my alarm clocks like normal, and you're going to turn a dim light on in complete darkness while I have my eyes shut. No, I'm convinced I was awake when the light went on, but I lost 40 minutes of my life not knowing, because I had come to a complete like power down while conscious. So I feel like the same sort of scenario could probably happen with her in the quantum time. So Randy, that's my long answer for that.
Yeah, how much do they charge for that?
How much do they charge for that?
I feel like I would want to try that, but I'm also kind of iffy on it. I'm not sure. I think I would like it.
I think Hollywoggles and I got a 2-for-1 deal, or a buy one experience get 1.5 off. And I think the pricing was somewhere between, I think for a first time it was like $80, but I think the general range, depending on where you go, is somewhere between 80 and 150.
Not bad.
But it's a really good for like chronic neck pain stuff for people. It was really weird. I'm like completely off topic now, but it was kind of completely weird that I didn't realize until I started laid down how tightly I hold these muscles and how long it took for my body to. The only reason why my muscles finally relaxed was I think they got to that point of fatigue. Like if you keep doing push-ups, you get to that point where your body just finally, your muscles just go, ugh, I can't do it anymore. And then the water at that point in time supports you. But no,
I think
it's a cool
the
experience.
overuse of cell phones and looking down really makes that even worse. Because I always have tension in my muscles back there, and it definitely doesn't help looking down at my phone all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see this being a problem. I must not have that problem. I think I do I think I do a lot like this. And feeling the tension in my neck, I can tell that's exactly what I do. You can actually notice that when you take your ship away from the sun, after some time the sun just disappears. It's not like it's like it's not rendered anymore. On the vessel, however, you can clearly see the sun as part of the system. It's like you're in a different skybox, so I don't think you can actually die in there. Yeah, so Randy's talking very much about the programming difference. But yeah, once you hit that, you definitely teleport into a whole new rendered field, into a new level, for lack of better words. What else is there left to cover? I think I'd like to get one installed at home. Oh, I was about to be like a sleep deprivation tank. That's different. No, a sensory deprivation tank. It's a fun experience. It's definitely worth a try. And you get done with it and you're like, oh my god, I should do this more often. I've never done it since, and it's been like 2 years. But every once in a while I get like a text message from mom being like, hey, we got a discount. And I'm like, Imagine sleeping in it all day. I've heard that people will do it, and they say it's the best sleep that they've ever had. I would be afraid that I'd lose all concept of time, and I wouldn't know when it was morning or night or anything like that. It'd be like when you go to a movie theater. What were you gonna say?
Oh, I sleep on my side, so I don't think that would work for me to sleep in one of those on the daily.
Oh, I normally sleep on my back because, again, with the neck tension and the migraines, most of mine are all caused from here, so I usually sleep on a neck roll. But if I ever develop sleep apnea, I'm just screwed. So, what other alternate endings are there? I suppose we can go through them and see if we've done them all. So, you beat the game normally, right? That's a dumb question. I watched you beat the game normally. Sid sleeps on his stomach. How? I can't, I feel like that be a little tough here. Did you beat
I've done that a few times, but
I always wake up with my head like Did you beat the game by not meeting Solomon on the moon without doing the pilgrimage?
Nope.
That one,
nope, she was in my ending.
People always were like, oh my god, they always talk about that being the alternate ending, and I did it, and it's like, yeah, it's just like that, except for you're just missing her parts. Like, well, that was...
Yeah, you're just missing her dialogue, basically, and her part of the song.
Just sleep on my bed. You guys are great. The high energy lab, which is, for people who aren't aware,
do that.
If you're in the high energy lab and you fire a scout into the black hole, it comes out the white hole. But if you when you fire it into the black hole, it comes out the white hole before it goes in the black hole. And if you power it off beforehand, you get 2 probes. And then space-time rips itself apart. So then we have the Ash Twin Project, where you go in and you see your duplicate self. There's the heat death. And then there's taking...
The heat death?
The heat death is when you take the warp core and you leave the system. So
okay.
The supernova still happens, but the cycle doesn't repeat because you've unplugged it and you took the plug with you.
Right.
And then you go out in space and you're like, yeah, I got a warp core, and every single star around me blows up and dies.
Yeah, you
And-
run out of resources and air and all that, and you die.
Yeah, that's the statement. And then the last alternate ending is one we talked about where you bring it to Solomon on the... You're still going? Yeah, Bears, I thought you were here the whole time. I think we're kind of reaching our end, though, much like Solomon on the moon. But yeah, you bring the core to her, you drop it on the moon, you're like, bam, there we go. Nailed it. So... I guess we'll open up to chat for one last thing. Do you guys have any other questions you want to throw out and pose? Like what position we sleep in, whether or not we sleep with lights on and off, all that kind of fun stuff. Those seem to be the big topics right at this moment. It's called...
Talk is going to come in with some question that'll get us talking, or get you talking for another like 45 minutes as I sit here and go, I have no idea.
It's called the 318 ending because the number 318 appears on the screen. Yeah, but they fixed that 318 thing. Now it says dialogue. Or it used to, because it looked like it wasn't meant to be that way. Wonder what... Huh. I didn't realize that that's why it was called 318 or 813. No, I'm not dyslexic. What are you talking about? So while they go back and forth about... Where do you 318? Well, more
Wait,
mysteries.
Which one was the 813 ending?
813. Yeah, guys, which one is the 813 ending? Unless you're looking it up, Hausage.
I scrolled up in chat to see, but no. I could look it up.
They've brought it up a few times. I'm figuring by the time I look it up, they're going to tell me.
We're counting on you, chat.
Come on, chat, don't let us down.
The secret 813 ending has been resolved.
When you take the core, when you take the core to the Ash Twin or when you take the core to the Quantum Moon.
Oh, okay.
Why?
Prior to patch 1.02, the ending text simply read 813.
Which means it was a way to end the game that they hadn't thought of. They're like, great, leave it to a video gamer to break the game.
Right.
But yeah, that was the only ending I wasn't aware of. So,
Yeah, same here.
I think... Oh, it's got a... Whoop. Yeah, I think Sid pulled up the information. Cool. So, I think unless you got anything else, sir, we are... I'm out of stuff. I'm out. We went through a checklist. You did ask about the sequel thing, but that would be about it.
Yeah.
I just don't see a sequel happening that'd be really good.
Yeah, exactly. My opinion is that there shouldn't be a sequel. They would stand the chance of fucking it up. If anything, I think a prequel and having more of the Nomai story would be interesting, but really I just want more planets to go explore and fly around.
That would
They don't
be
even
fun.
need story.
Well, hey, that's what you got the alpha for, right? You do a larva state of each one on the planets.
Right.
Well, on that note, guys, we're gonna call it quits. Hausage looks tired. I know I'm tired.
I'm beat.
And we had Budrrz here earlier, and that was awesome. And thank you guys for jumping over from her stream to over here to finish up with us. Nomai spinoff, learning what happened to the remaining Nomai. Okay, so that would be cool. Or rather, how they spent their last moments. Ooh, that'd be rough. No matter how you end this game, you die. That would be a tough one too. But guys, you know Budrrz. We'll do the shout out for Budrrz. You know Hausage. Hausage is right here. It's kind enough to come hang out with us, which I think this went really well. If I could ever find an excuse to get people back on for a thing like this, I think it'd be pretty cool. But we'll see. That might have to be down the pipeline sometime if we have a good enough reason for it. More games like this would be amazing. Yeah. There's definitely a lot of games like that out there. So folks, without much further ado, I want to say this is probably the best way to end a 1-year anniversary stream for myself.
Happy stream anniversary.
Yeah, it was good times. I thought I was gonna go through my highlight reel, but it's already like 12:30 my time, so that just ain't gonna happen.
Well, Outer Wilds streamcast was your big event.
It was, and it was fun. And again, I appreciate you coming in. I'm glad you said yes. I'm glad Budrrz said yes. Thank you, Sid.
Oh yeah.
And thank you everyone else for hanging out for here. Let me find some cool way to close out. Oh, I know exactly how to close out. Let's do this 22-minute closing sequence noise. So I'm gonna fade to black and let you guys just watch things blow up. So well, it's not even fade to black. I'm gonna let time rewind, and my stream will be done before the rewind's finished. So everyone, thanks again for coming in. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the bits, the subs, the lurks, all that jazz. I will be back on Wednesday. Hausage, when do you stream next?
Tomorrow I'll be streaming 1 o'clock Pacific, playing a new game, Windbound.
Ooh, cool. I might have to come drop in. So
it'd be fun.
Alrighty, folks. If you don't follow Hausage, go over there, give him a follow. If you don't follow Budrrz, I'm amazed. Go give her a follow, and we will all see all of you later. All right, have a good one. Thanks again, Hausage.
Thank you. Thanks for organizing this.
Fade out. Do the rewind. And